Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, Kakazo. All 5 of his hearts trembled at that remark. If he could beat Sensei in a fight, he might have already punched him. Talk about blame shifting. It was obviously Sensei who was the tireless workaholic, running continuous missions back to back without rest. Kakazo took a deep breath and asked, if it's not about a mission, then what do you want? Sensei shrugged. We're going out for a walk. Karen's treating. Wanna come? Kakazo suddenly felt all his enthusiasm vanish, looking like he'd lost the will to live. You two go. I'm tired. Sensei blinked. But didn't you just finish resting? Scram. Kakazo snapped. Chapter 42, Taki Cage. The development of the shinobi world is uneven. The 5 great shinobi villages grow rapidly, while medium and small shinobi villages develop much more slowly. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Hidden Leaf Village grows the fastest. Compared to those large villages, the medium and small ones seem almost stagnant in both economy and ninja strength. However, there are 2 hidden villages that are exceptions. One is Hidden Rain Village, and the other is Hidden Grass Village. During the reign of the demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander, Hidden Rain Village adopted a policy of isolation. In Hanzo's later years, he lost his fighting spirit and had no desire for progress, caring only for ease and comfort. Although one might say he had fought wars all his life and deserved some enjoyment, under his rule, neither the village's shinobi nor the civilians achieved the life they wanted. In that sense, Hanzo himself also failed to enjoy true comfort. Later, once Nagato killed Hanzo, he still maintained the village's isolation. Even the news of Hanzo's death did not reach the outside world immediately. Because of its long-term isolation policy, combined with Aim's perpetual rainfall that hindered crop growth, the village's shinobi and ordinary citizens had long lived in hardship. But Sensei's proposal convinced Nagato, bringing about huge changes in Hidden Rain Village. All over Hidden Rain Village, many new shops have opened, some even run by merchants from Hidden Grass Village or other shinobi villages. After the village opened its gates to the outside, numerous development opportunities arose. Even the local shinobi can now receive more missions. Compared to before, Hidden Rain Village has become livelier, with voices of joy here and there. In front of a newly opened ninja tool shop, a crowd of shinobi and curious onlookers had gathered. I hear this Crafts of Grass ninja tools store has quite the background. The speaker was a ninja with a small reputation in Aim's black market, named Chitaki. What's so special about this shop? His companion, evidently less informed, had no clue about the store's origins. That companion was also no ordinary individual. His name was Salamander Tajima, a distant branch member of the Salamander clan. Fortunately for him, that distant connection meant he wasn't closely tied to the clan, otherwise, he might already have ended up buried alongside them. After hearing the question, Chitaki said smugly, the name Crafts of Grass, Kama suggests it's a ninja tool store jointly established by the Land of Crafts and the Land of Grass. Shinobi from Hidden Grass Village excel at learning, research, and analysis of ninjutsu and ninja tools, while craftsmen from the Land of Crafts are masters at actually making those tools. Working together, they're sure to produce top-quality items. Not only that, you can see they also sell ninjutsu scrolls. Hey, once I've saved enough money, I'm definitely going to buy the famed Uchiha clan's great fireball jutsu from Hidden Leaf Village, so I can learn it myself. Land of Crafts is Takumi Village. As he spoke, Chitaki's eyes were full of longing. Right now, he only knew some basic jutsu and simple taijutsu. When performing missions, he typically had to rely on taijutsu because he lacked impressive jutsu of his own. Hearing this, Salamander Tajima responded enviously, "You're lucky, Chitaki, that you can save up any money at all. All my mission pay goes to spending in taverns and hot spring inns." But by the time Chitaki eventually does scrape together the money to buy that scroll and masters the jutsu, Tajima might realize how lucky he was not to spend money on it. After all, even for actual Uchiha clan members, the great fireball jutsu rarely achieves stellar results. It might be even weaker in its second-hand form obtained from Hidden Grass Village Inn. Right now, however, Chitaki remains oblivious to that. Suddenly, Chitaki's expression took on a hint of gratitude. "I hear it was all thanks to the mission machine of the black market, Lord Uzumaki-sensei, who convinced God and Angel to open the village. He also made the alliance between Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village possible. Otherwise, our village wouldn't have improved so quickly, and our lives wouldn't be so comfortable." In his words, God refers to Pain's Devapath, and Angel refers to Conan. Tajima nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's all thanks to Lord Uzumaki-sensei's suggestion, and thanks to God and Angel for adopting it. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have remained stuck in that miserable state." Tajima recalled walking Aim streets in the past, seeing that almost everyone, civilians and ninjas, wore gloomy expressions. Now, though, even just looking around, one could see joy and relief on many faces. Chitaki continued, "Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last saw Lord Uzumaki-sensei in the village. He brought about this alliance between Hidden Rain Village and Kusa, ushering in all these changes. If our village could establish more partnerships with other hidden villages, our future would be even brighter." Tajima immediately chimed in, "I haven't seen Lord Uzumaki-sensei for a while either, but I did hear a rumor." Of course, Sensei himself had no idea that so many Hidden Rain Village ninjas were discussing him. At the moment, he and Karen were seated at a ramen stand. Karen stared at the ramen before her, unable to help swallowing hard. This was a specialty that originally came from the prosperous Hidden Leaf Village, a dish Hidden Rain Village had never had before. Karen picked up her chopsticks, inhaled the fragrant aroma, and happily said, "Well then, let's eat." Meanwhile, Sensei sipped his noodles and asked casually, "Manager Kikawa, has the village changed much lately?" Kikawa answered firmly, "Yes, it has." Sensei continued, "In what ways?" This time, Kikawa thought carefully, then replied, "Lord Sensei, ever since the village started working with Hidden Grass Village, a lot of things have changed. For starters, we have a much greater variety of grains and vegetables. In the old days of isolation, with the village under constant rain, we couldn't grow crops easily. Food supplies were scarce, and most people had never tasted produce from outside. Back then, almost nobody could make direct contact with the outside world. We were completely locked in. Because of that, goods were in short supply, and prices remained high. Life was difficult, and people could barely make ends meet. Even the shinobi didn't have it easy, especially during the time when you, Lord Sensei, were snatching up so many missions in the black market. But now it's different. Hidden Rain Village has gone from isolation to openness. Those dark days of hunger and hardship are over. Nowadays, caravans from Hidden Grass Village arrive almost daily, bringing large quantities of fruits, vegetables, and other goods to sell. Plus, many new shops have opened, some even funded by merchants from Kusa. Indeed, God and Angel really did bring peace and prosperity to our village." Sensei, who had been busy with missions, had no idea Hidden Rain Village had changed so much. He was a bit surprised to realize that just by doing his farming, rapidly completing tasks, he'd ended up bringing so many benefits to the village. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "So, you two are eating ramen here?" At some point, Picasso arrived. Sensei, taken aback, asked, "Weren't you going to rest?" Picasso felt a wave of frustration inside. "Rest? I've already slept for a full day and night, only for this jerk to say we're not going to do any missions now?" He sighed inwardly, feigning indifference. "I can't sleep." He coughed twice, then changed the subject. Not only has everyday life changed drastically for civilians, but the shinobi lifestyle has also shifted quite a bit. In the black market, There's been a surge of commissions coming from Hidden Grass Village, though most of them aren't worth much. Kakazu, known as the strongest hired hand in the shinobi world, had been working since the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His obsession with money was extraordinary, but not enough to make him kill himself with overwork. Even so, when forced to team up with someone like Senshai, who was a total mission terrorist, he had no choice but to slow down. Bringing the tropic back, Kakazu went on, because Hidden Grass Village's ninjas are really good at research and analysis, they've helped Aim's ninjas get high-quality ninja tools for less. They're also offering other villages ninjutsu scrolls, which our people can purchase and learn. Normally, most ninja academies only teach the 3 basic jutsus: transformation, clone, and substitution, plus a few other basics. If you're born into a famous clan, maybe you can learn a half-decent jutsu, like the Uchiha's lukewarm Grand Fireball. If you're not from a prestigious clan and you live in a smaller village like Hidden Rain Village, you have to do your utmost for the village and earn the higher-ups' approval just to learn more advanced ninjutsu. But now that Hidden Grass Village is cooperating with Hidden Rain Village, our range of jutsu options has greatly expanded. After listening to both Kikawa and Kakazu, Senshai realized how promising this joint development among small and medium hidden villages could be. As he mulled it over, he thought to himself, interesting. Just by uniting Hidden Rain Village and Kusa, they've already changed so much. There are plenty more small and medium hidden villages in the shinobi world. If they all formed alliances and shared their resources, each village could develop rapidly. And the more prosperous the villages become, the more missions get generated. The more missions there are, the more benefits I can get from the system. So in simple terms, if I can help the small villages unite and grow, I can keep farming missions to get stronger. Excited by this revelation, Senshai reminded himself he couldn't slack off. Even though he now had the karma seal, essentially a step into the realm of the Otsutsuki, who knew if that would trigger an early arrival of those celestial Otsutsuki beings. He still needed to keep improving, continually training his rumble fruit and karma to their fullest extent. By the time the Otsutsuki arrived, maybe he could take them all down and feed them to the Ten-Tails or exploit them for new energy sources, or something else. That was all in the future, though. For now, he needed to unite as many small and medium hidden villages as possible. Uniting a bunch of these smaller villages won't be easy. We managed it with Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Rain Village by having me and Mua take down the top brass in Kusa. But that trick won't work for every village. I'll have to rely on a mix of force and interests, see who's open to cooperation. But there are so many such villages. Which one should I start with? Senshai found the idea of forging an alliance among the small and medium villages quite appealing, but it wouldn't be simple. If they only appeared to submit, it could cause trouble later. After thinking for a while, Senshai glanced up at Kakazu, whose past he knew all too well. This was a missing ninja from Hidden Waterfall Village. Legend said he'd once been ordered to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and ended up fleeing with serious injuries, or possibly throwing some shuriken from 800 miles away, depending on the rumors. Regardless, Hidden Waterfall Village had punished him severely for failing, pushing him to steal their secret Earth Grudge Fear technique and defect. Those events happened so long ago that it was hard to tell exactly what had transpired. Possibly, Hidden Waterfall Village's leadership had set Kakazu up, sending him on an impossible mission to kill Hashirama as an excuse to get rid of him. That left Kakazu understandably bitter, believing in nothing but money. Senshai guessed that if Kakazu were asked how he felt about Hidden Waterfall Village, he'd have plenty of resentment. That made the plan easier. If Senshai wanted to unite the smaller villages one by one, perhaps he should start where he was, dealing first with Taki. Turning to Kakazu, Senshai asked, Kakazu, what do you think of Hidden Waterfall Village? The moment he heard Hidden Waterfall Village, Kakazu's gaze instantly sharpened. He had lived through many years and seen how the leadership back then had basically conspired to kill him. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf Village had already gone from its first Hokage to its fourth, then the fourth had died, and they'd brought the third back. But no one in all that time had proven capable of assassinating Hashirama. It was obvious those old geezers in Taki had set Kakazu up to die from the start. After a brief pause, Kakazu's tone turned cold. Why do you ask? Senshai brushed it off casually. I'd like to hear your opinion of Hidden Waterfall Village. Kakazu's face changed slightly, and after another pause, he answered icily, I have no opinion. What's in the past is in the past. Without hesitation, Senshai asked, Kakazu, do you want to become the Taki Kage? Chapter 43? Kakazu? Even though Hidden Waterfall Village is only a small shinobi village, it's rather special. Among all the villages outside the 5 great nations, it's the only one that has a tailed beast. The 7 tails, Chomai, is sealed in Hidden Waterfall Village. That alone sets it apart from all the other medium or small villages. When Senshai spoke, Kakazu's body stiffened, almost throwing out his century-old back. What the heck is he talking about? Senshai was suggesting Kakazu become the Takikage? Kakazu knew Senshai very well. Senshai never gave away benefits for no reason. If Senshai was tossing him a carrot, there had to be a massive pit behind it. Without overthinking, Kakazu immediately shook his head. This isn't feasible. Hidden Waterfall Village isn't like Hidden Grass Village, they have a Jinchuriki. Hearing that, Senshai just grinned and spread his hands. A mere Jinchuriki, how is that a problem? Kakazu? His words left Kakazu momentarily stunned. Then he thought it over and realized Senshai might be right. Senshai had effortlessly crushed the wild three tails before. Even though a tailed beast is stronger when it has a Jinchuriki, especially a perfect Jinchuriki like Agura, who can combine forces with his beast to achieve more than the sum of its parts, Kakazu suspected that even a fully synchronized seven tails Jinchuriki wouldn't be much of a threat to Senshai. In Kakazu's judgment, Senshai's real strength already exceeded that of the five Kage. He was practically beyond Kage. Seeing Kakazu's conflicted expression, Senshai shrugged. No hurry. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Over the next 3 days, his system would be upgrading anyway, so he planned to spend some time exploring the village with Karen. Once Karen finished her meal, Senshai activated his Kama space-time transportation ability. A dark red vortex, like a black hole, formed behind them, and then the two vanished from sight. They reappeared at the top of a tower in Hidden Rain Village. Thanks to the village's perpetual rain, its architecture was dominated by metal piping, and people typically lived on the lower levels while leaving the upper levels for storing bodies. No sooner had Senshai and Karen arrived than a flurry of paper flew in from afar, quickly assembling into Conan's figure. At the sight of Senshai and Karen, Conan wore a blank expression. What are you two doing here? They were, after all, quite close to the life support chamber where Nagato's real body was kept. Currently, both Nagato and Conan saw Senshai as the most dangerous individual in the Akatsuki. There was no telling if he might one day accept an assassination contract targeting Nagato himself. Senshai hadn't expected that merely coming here to watch the rain with Karen would draw Conan's attention. But once he probed briefly with his mantra, he understood the reason. Nagato's real body was indeed nearby, and although that location had protective measures, it couldn't block his sensory ability. Conan had rushed over as soon as Senshai turned up in that area. Senshai waved lightly. Ms. Conan, we came to watch the rain. Hearing that, Conan remained poker-faced, though internally she was rolling her eyes. Growing up in Hidden Rain Village, she'd had more than enough of the rain, and it held no appeal for her. After Yahiko's death, she had lost any interest in such things anyway. Karen, on the other hand, also wondered why Senshai had brought her here. But once she learned that it was just to see the rain, she couldn't help rolling her eyes, too. Ms. Conan, Senshai said gently, there's still so much in life that's beautiful. You just need to learn to look for it. Long ago, Conan had been a much more cheerful girl. After Yahiko's death, she was devastated and became the cold, impassive ice queen she was now. She initially didn't feel like humoring Senshai. With no immediate tasks that needed his attention, his presence here made her uneasy, so she felt the need to keep an eye on him. Hearing his remark about the beauty in life, Conan couldn't resist responding. The only beauty in your life is the endless stream of missions, isn't it? From what she knew, Senshai's greatest interest lay in taking on missions, earning pay, and just working non-stop. Surely that was the beauty he talked about, right? Senshai let out a hearty laugh. Hearing Conan's deadpan sarcasm, delivered so seriously, was unexpectedly amusing. Who in their right mind would think of never-ending missions as the pinnacle of a fulfilling life? Missions were only a means, not the end. His real joy came from growing stronger. Even Kakazu was in it for the money, not just for the sake of missions. While Senshai roared with laughter, Conan looked puzzled but sensed he wasn't hostile. Maybe he genuinely had come just to appreciate the rain. She herself saw no appeal in the constantly overcast sky and the ceaseless drizzle that made the streets slick. She'd never liked it, especially after Yahiko's death. As she was pondering this, Senshai spoke again. Ms. Conan, you could have Hidden Grass Village's shinobi redesign the village a bit. Right now, our drainage system is too primitive, and the architecture lacks aesthetic appeal. It's like a big factory. She didn't respond. Honestly, she didn't feel that strongly about it, and in her mind, Hidden Rain Village was already a lot better off than it had been under Hanzo, or back when it was locked down. She figured if the village had been this stable back when she, Yahiko, and Nagato were young, they would have lived a much happier life. With that in mind, Conan said, the village is already fine as it is. Your previous ideas worked well, but the Akatsuki's goal isn't to build up the village. Even if we perfect this place, when another war breaks out, pain and despair will just return. Only by realizing the Akatsuki's ultimate objective can we achieve genuine, everlasting peace. Karen was baffled. Senshai, however, knew exactly what this was about, a plan engineered by Black Zetsu to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. For the time being, he had no intention of exposing that, but he did hope to steer Conan in a more positive direction. Ms. Conan, after Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village formed their partnership, both villages made immense progress in every aspect. If all the medium and small villages banded together, like a shinobi alliance, even the 5 great nations would have to think twice before waging war. Each small village has its own specialties or unique local products. If they all traded with each other, every village would see rapid growth. Right now, we've only combined Hidden Rain Village and Kusa, and look how far we've come. If more villages join this alliance, Hidden Rain Village and the others will advance even faster. While he spoke, Conan's eyes betrayed a thoughtful expression. He'd mentioned this idea before, and at the time, both she and Nagato had been uncertain if it was viable. Seeing Hidden Rain Village and Kusa's success proved that maybe Senshai's model had merit. If more villages joined such a shinobi alliance, it could greatly reduce the likelihood of war. Starting with the First Shinobi World War, it was always the large nations that battled, while smaller ones got trampled. Villages caught between big countries inevitably became the battlegrounds. After a moment's deep consideration, Conan raised a critical question, but why would other medium or small villages follow Hidden Grass Village's example and cooperate? How can you be sure? It was a tough question. Hidden Grass Village's alliance with Hidden Rain Village only worked so smoothly because Mui had, in effect, wiped out the old leadership, and now he was in full control. Conan's question wasn't easy to answer, but Senshai replied anyway, it's actually doable. We can subdue them with force first, then reason with them, offer both pressure and profit. If we show them both power and benefits, they'll come around. Besides, now that Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village have grown so fast, spies from those other villages probably already reported back. When the leaders see all the perks that an alliance brings, some of them might come knocking on their own. Of course, the 5 great nations won't be thrilled about a tightly bonded alliance of smaller villages. Most of these smaller villages have been victims of the great nation's expansion, or else they're basically the great nation's vassals. If they unify, it'll definitely impact the great nation's interests. As Senshai explained all this, Karen's eyes were already spinning in confusion. It was far too complicated for her. She's still got a ways to go, Senshai thought, if she wants to become the next mission machine. Conan, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The Akatsuki's goal of gathering all the tailed beasts put them directly at odds with the 5 great nations. Relying on the Akatsuki alone, or on Hidden Rain Village alone, wouldn't be enough to handle the inevitable conflict. But if other medium and small villages join them, it might further Akatsuki's plans significantly. Meanwhile, Conan's real body conferred telepathically with Nagato. Nagato, what do you think of what Senshai just said? Although Nagato's body was frail, his mind was sharp. After a moment, he answered, if he can actually make it happen, it's a solid idea. Back in the first Hokage's time, the ninja world experienced a brief peace thanks to Hashirama's overwhelming power. If Senshai's shinobi alliance can form, a bunch of small villages might avoid war for a long stretch. More importantly, once the Akatsuki starts collecting tailed beasts, will inevitably clash with the 5 great nations. Hidden Rain Village alone, or even the Akatsuki alone, won't suffice to challenge them. But if enough smaller villages stand with us, we can push our plans forward. The key is whether he can get them to willingly join this alliance. Anyway, there's no need to intervene now. Let's watch and see what he does next. Cough, cough. Nagato broke into a fit of coughs, and Conan grew worried, recalling how important both Hueco and Nagato were to her. She'd already lost Hueco too soon, she didn't want anything to happen to Nagato as well. Standing atop the tower, Conan's paper clone fixed Senshai with a long look, then dissolved into countless slips of paper that scattered in the wind. Watching, Karen felt a twinge of envy. Senshai, I want to learn that jutsu. No, Senshai replied, tousling her hair. You really don't. Conan's paper ninjutsu wasn't exactly something you could just learn, and as far as Senshai could recall, only Conan had ever demonstrated it. It's probably some special secret technique. You can't just pick it up. Karen didn't dwell on it. Senshai, could I go buy some ingredients and practice cooking? She looked at him, eyes full of hope. Senshai thought it over. Sure, but if it turns out badly, you have to eat it yourself. It won't be bad at all. Karen exclaimed, and then a transparent vortex appeared before her. In a flash, she vanished from their room. Senshai couldn't help shaking his head, half amused. He'd apparently steered Karen astray, now she was using Kamui for even the simplest outings. He could imagine the look on Nobito's face if he ever saw someone else using dual kami. As for Sensei himself, he had his own system storage for space-time needs, and he also had his even faster, more convenient kama for teleporting. Before long, Karen returned with a bunch of groceries, heading straight for the kitchen. Hold on. The thought of Kushina's notoriously questionable cooking flashed through Sensei's mind, and he quickly stopped Karen. Since it's your first time cooking, let's practice in an open area outside, it's safer. Gathering the tools and ingredients, Sensei teleported Karen to a clearing in the wild. Sensei? Karen asked, perplexed, why do we have to cook out here? Sensei chuckled. Sometimes, ninja might say they're cooking, but in reality they're making explosive tags. It's safer out in the open. Karen rolled her eyes, then focused on rinsing the ingredients in the nearby creek and chopping them on a board. After just one glance, Sensei knew he'd made the right call bringing her outside. As cute as Karen was, her knife skills were abysmal. Each piece she cut came out a bizarre shape. She built a small fire with wood, heating up the pan and pouring in half the pot of oil, more like a quarter, but still way too much for stir-frying. Sensei could only rub his forehead in exasperation, thinking, at least I'm not expecting gourmet cuisine here. Clearly, Karen had no experience cooking at all. Woof. Because there was too much oil left on the heat for too long, the oil caught fire. Karen, startled, rushed to the creek to fetch water. Stop! Sensei shouted. He grabbed the blazing pot, covered it with a lid, and cut off its oxygen supply. The flames died out quickly. He didn't bother explaining why that worked, he figured it might be over Karen's head right now. Better she just know that when this happens, do that. Failure is the mother of success, though. After that first mishap, Karen learned not to pour in so much oil or overheat the pot. She decided to try frying meatballs this time, but the oil still splattered everywhere. Suzuno. Initially, she was a bit scared. Hot oil splatters could burn her skin. But if she put herself inside Suzuno and used it to manipulate the cooking utensils, she was perfectly safe. What the? A short distance away, Sensei gaped at the sight. Karen can already use Suzuno? Well, I guess she does have Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan now. Still, seeing Suzuno used for cooking was mind-boggling. Imagine how the Uchiha ancestors would react, rising from their graves in protest. Then again, a jutsu is just a tool, so if Suzuno helped Karen cook safely, there wasn't really a problem. In the end, her cooking was relatively successful, though her methods were, unconventional. She'd probably need to do it outdoors from now on. She tearfully ate her own blackened fried meatballs, which were technically edible but definitely not what you'd call delicious. After packing up her cookware, Sensei used his kama teleportation to bring them back to their lodgings. Having a tattoo did indeed make travel a breeze, he could go anywhere, anytime he liked. Chapter 44, Don't Try to Trick Me. How about what we discussed a couple of days ago, have you given it some thought? Forgive me, but I must refuse. Kakazu shook his head decisively. Sensei wore a look of genuine surprise. He really hadn't expected Kakazu to refuse. Why? He couldn't help asking. After a slight pause, Kakazu slowly replied, based on what I know about you, going to Hidden Waterfall Village with you is definitely a trap. I have every reason to suspect that you just want to trick me into doing manual labor. So, I'm not going. Hearing this, Sensei thought to himself that Kakazu had gotten wiser, seeing the big picture so clearly. Still, he needed Kakazu to help him carry out any plans in Hidden Waterfall Village. Kakazu, as a living fossil of that village, knew its ins and outs better than anyone. Bringing Kakazu along would make everything go more smoothly. After a moment's thought, Sensei said, Kakazu, how can you look at it that way? Come on, think about it. Ever since we started partnering on missions, haven't your earnings multiplied many times over? This trip to Hidden Waterfall Village is definitely not a trap. Besides, remember how they slandered you and wanted to execute you, even though you were a hero of Hidden Waterfall Village? Aren't you still holding a grudge? You know, there's a rumor going around the shinobi world. When you went to assassinate the first Hokage, supposedly you threw 2 shuriken from 800 miles away and then ran for it. As Sensei spoke, Kakazu's expression grew increasingly grim. Indeed, the old folks from Hidden Waterfall Village deserved to die for what they did back then. Seeing Kakazu show a hint of wavering, Sensei pressed on, just say the word, and I'll take you back there in no time to settle this once and for all. Even then, Kakazu still shook his head. Hidden Waterfall Village actually has quite a few strong jonin. And from the intel I've gathered, Hidden Waterfall Village's tail beast Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki, someone who can fully utilize the beast's power. That, combined with their many skilled jonin, would cause us huge trouble if we start something there. It'd be allowed, and word might get out to other villages. Spy networks exist everywhere. If our actions in Hidden Waterfall Village were exposed, we'd be in a very bad position. By the looks of it, Kakuzu had indeed thought carefully about the matter. There was something else on his mind, too. Back when he accompanied Senshai to Hidden Grass Village, he'd met Mua, the man who held absolute power there. Once Mua took charge, he looked exhausted, as if he'd aged 10 years overnight. That was only natural. A shinobi village has countless problems to deal with. Becoming the Kage of Hidden Waterfall Village would bring nothing but headaches, and Kakuzu strongly suspected that Senshai's aim was to get him doing the dirty work again. No matter what Senshai said, Kakuzu had resolved to refuse this time. But then another unsettling thought occurred to him. He turned to Senshai and asked, "Wait a second. You just mentioned stuff from decades ago, events that happened before you were even born. Hidden Waterfall Village has always been cut off from the outside world. So how do you know all these ancient details?" Senshai didn't answer directly. He just gave a mysterious smile. "Information like that. Is it really so hard for me to find out?" At that, Kakuzu stopped talking. He'd known for a while now that Senshai possessed a strange yet incredibly efficient intelligence network, one that surpassed even Orochimaru's or the Akatsuki's. While others might not know such old secrets, it wouldn't be surprising if Senshai did. Yet, no matter what Senshai said, Kakuzu wasn't about to let himself be roped into labor again. Ignoring his protests, Senshai threw an arm around Kakuzu's shoulder. Come on, no need to be shy. Let's go see the leader and ask for a mission. This time, we'll make sure you finally settle that old score." Kakuzu wanted to say no, that he only cared about making money now, not traveling far to Hidden Waterfall Village. But he had no chance to refuse. Senshai activated the Kama space-time portal, grabbing both Kakuzu and Karen, and they vanished on the spot. Atop Hidden Rain Village's tower in the open space where the Akatsuki usually met, Senshai, Kakuzu, and Karen arrived shortly afterward. Before long, the Deva Path of Pain and Conan dropped down from above. Observing through Pain's eyes, Nagato felt a headache coming on. For most other Akatsuki members, even when assigned missions by the organization, they weren't particularly motivated. They traveled on foot, sometimes not even bothering with a carriage or using body flicker. Senshai was the anomaly, overly enthusiastic, always hungry for action. If there was a mission, he took it right away. If there wasn't one, he'd invent one himself. Worst of all, it was never a trivial matter, either capturing a tailed beast or forcibly bringing a shinobi village under Akatsuki's, or his own, influence. He was efficient, yes, but also ridiculously expensive. First he subdued Hidden Grass Village with brute force, then he captured the three tails from Hidden Mist Village. Now, seeing Senshai, Kakuzu, and Karen all looking eager, Nagato couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Dropping onto the platform, Pain and Conan confronted Senshai. "Uzumaki Senshai," Pain said. "What do you want this time?" Senshai answered without hesitation, "Leader, I intend to press on and subdue another medium-small shinobi village." Nagato, back with his real body, involuntarily twitched at Senshai's words. Sure enough, he thought wryly. This guy either captures tailed beasts or takes over villages, no middle ground. Out loud, the Deva Path's voice was calm as ever but slightly less imposing than usual. "Which village?" "Hidden Waterfall Village," Senshai answered. Nagato, listening through Deva Path, was taken aback. Pain simply said, "Reason?" Senshai had already prepared his talking points. There are many benefits to taking over Hidden Waterfall Village. 1. Hidden Waterfall Village is secluded behind a great waterfall. Once it's under our control, we can set up a secret base there. 2. They have something called the Hero Water, which greatly increases a ninja's chakra. I'm not sure if they still have it, but it's worth checking. 3. Among the smaller hidden villages, Hidden Waterfall Village has some of the best overall skills. Their many Jonin would bolster Hidden Rain Village's high-end fighting force. 4. Most crucially, even though it's just a small village, Hidden Waterfall Village has a Jinchuriki. Those who possess treasure often suffer because of it. We can't just leave that alone. We'd be missing a big opportunity. While Senshai spoke, Pain and Conan listened carefully. Indeed, what he said was logical. This kind of takeover would benefit both the Akatsuki and Hidden Rain Village. But after a brief silence, Pain shook his head. No. Senshai looked baffled. Why not? Having already subdued Hidden Grass Village, he found it highly rewarding. Even though his main body was standing there chatting with Pain, his wood-style clones were busy in Ames Black Market and in various parts of Kusa, constantly accepting and completing missions. Even his summon, Kuromaru, hadn't stopped working since they signed their contract. All that work netted him not only vast wealth but also tons of system rewards. If Hidden Waterfall Village also joined the emerging Shinobi Alliance under Ames' lead, that meant more missions, more points, more growth. Pain's refusal was based on sound reasoning. Hidden Waterfall Village is different from other villages. The Land of Waterfall has close ties with the Land of Fire, and Hidden Leaf Village maintains frequent interaction with them. We can't treat them as we did Hidden Grass Village. The daimyo of the Land of Fire won't sit idly by. The Akatsuki isn't ready to face the great nations head-on yet. We don't have enough manpower. We can't move on Hidden Waterfall Village now. Nagato, frail though he was, still thought clearly. Unlike a certain Sushi Kage who might become muddle-headed with old age, Nagato's decision-making and situational awareness remain sharp. If the Land of Rain suddenly seized a faithful subordinate of the Land of Fire, the Fire Daimyo would definitely retaliate. At this stage, Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki were not ready for that. Senshai immediately bristled, speaking with dramatic flair, "You and the organization may not be ready, but I am. All I need is your say-so, and I'll go subdue Hidden Waterfall Village right this moment. As for any pressure from the Land of Fire, don't worry. If you give the word, assuming you cover my expenses, I'll just go kidnap their daimyo for you." He was stirring up trouble without a care. Truthfully, Senshai wasn't bothered by any threat from Hidden Leaf Village. He'd grown so strong, so fast, and had few reasons to fear them. Nagato, watching through Pain's eyes, nearly choked on Senshai's words, coughing violently. He knew Senshai wasn't bluffing. The guy feared nothing, had terrifying power, and was developing even faster. But even so, Nagato wasn't willing to say yes. The last time Senshai pulled off a grand achievement, capturing a tailed beast, it had caused Nagato quite a bit of trouble. If Senshai now went after Hidden Waterfall Village, that would drag the Land of Fire into the conflict prematurely, and neither the Akatsuki nor Hidden Rain Village could afford that yet. Hence, Pain, controlled by Nagato, spoke with earnest seriousness. The organization needs time to prepare. Once that's done, whether it's subduing smaller villages or capturing tailed beasts, we'll have major hiring opportunities for you, and you'll get your big paychecks. But not yet. In other words, Nagato was handing Senshai a promise of future bounty. And he actually meant it. Even without Senshai, the Akatsuki would still pursue all the tailed beasts. Senshai's presence just made success more likely. But right now, they simply weren't ready. Seeing that Nagato was firmly opposed, Senshai realized there was no pushing it for the moment. Over on Kakazu's side, he silently let out a long breath of relief. He was certain Senshai's plan involved using him as a workhorse. With Pain's refusal, he could finally take a break. After all, Senshai's wood-style clones could handle most low or mid-level missions. Kakazu hoped that meant some leisurely days ahead. But back home, as Senshai was sighing in disappointment, an unexpected visitor appeared. Senshai's mantra had detected him in advance. It was none other than Orochimaru, a member of the Akatsuki. Knock, knock, knock. The pale-skinned Orochimaru arrived at Senshai's door, knocking lightly. Senshai opened the door at once. "Orochimaru, what brings you here?" Orochimaru's lips curved into a chilling smile. Slowly, he produced a long-term mission request. Senshai's eyes widened, then he looked slightly awkward. It hadn't been too long ago that Orochimaru tried to purchase Karen for research, which Senshai had refused. Instead, he'd offered up his own unusual abilities, like his elementalization, for Orochimaru to study. They even fought, ending in Senshai obtaining a long-term mission contract from him. But to be honest, Senshai had only wanted the contract for the super draw reward, not for any genuine interest in letting Orochimaru keep studying him. After signing the deal, he had only provided Orochimaru with 2 drops of blood and 2 strands of hair. Eyeing Orochimaru's contract now, Senshai asked curiously, "Orochimaru, you're still looking for more research material?" Senshai intended to brush the whole thing off. He'd already gained the super draw reward, so from his point of view, there was no need to continue. But Orochimaru wasn't so easily fooled. He looked at Senshai and said, "Since we signed our long-term deal, you've only given me 2 drops of blood plus 2 strands of hair. That's 4 samples in total. Don't you think that's far too little?" Senshai forced a laugh, "Haha. Orochimaru, you're thinking too small. Just 1 drop of my blood is worth dozens, or even hundreds, of ordinary samples. And considering how quickly I'm growing in power, the difference between the first and second blood samples I gave is huge. So how's your research on those 4 samples going?" He was clearly trying to brush it aside. Orochimaru's thoughts, however, were racing. Indeed, the material he provided is incredibly precious and unusual. His cells can rival those of Hashirama. In some respects, they're even more perfect. His lightning release aptitude is simply mind-boggling. Each drop of blood could launch a dozen research projects. Even the difference between the 2 blood samples is vast. His power level jumped tremendously in that time. I haven't had enough time to study them thoroughly, anyway. Orochimaru wouldn't say these things out loud, Of course. Instead, he met Senshai's gaze and said seriously, let's discuss it in my lab. I have a new mission commission for you. At that, Senshai brightened right up. Alright, sure. Just as he spoke, he activated his Kama portal again, instantly transporting Orochimaru and Karen into the latter's research base. Orochimaru felt a brief shock. He realized that Senshai's space-time ability was, in some ways, even more advanced than the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God required a special seal. Senshai's jutsu seemed able to reach anywhere at will. Senshai and Karen had been here a few times before, but they were surprised to see that Orochimaru had apparently moved more research equipment into the lab. There was also stuff missing, presumably relocated to other bases. Orochimaru might be in the midst of moving house. Senshai recalled that Orochimaru later founded the Hidden Sound Village in the land of rice fields. Perhaps he was already making preparations for that. As Senshai let his thoughts wander, Orochimaru pulled him back to the present. Taking out a scroll, Orochimaru slapped it against the floor. Huh. Chapter 45, I Want a Living Uchiha. Right at the moment Orochimaru was fiddling with the scroll, congratulations, host. The lottery system upgrade is complete, intermediate draws are now available. Each draw costs 1,000 employment points, with a minimum of 10 draws. Senshai's mind went blank for a moment. How much? 1,000 points for a single draw? He had anticipated that the cost might go up after the upgrade, but he never expected it to jump tenfold. Quickly, he glanced at his balance. Employment points, 15,231. Let's try one pull and see how it goes. Deducting 10,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 5,231 points. Drawing, congratulations. You've obtained 1 pair of Sharingan, Shikatsu Myaku, Dead Bone Pulse, a Kekkai Genkai, plus 10 chakras, plus 8 physical strength units, labeled K, 10 level 80 surprise apples, plus 6 physical strength units, K, 1 Thunderstone, 100 Akira Kuraman. He'd drawn chakra again? In fact, after his chakra and body strength had both reached SSSS level, he hadn't drawn any similar upgrades for a while. Apparently, you have to upgrade the system first before you can draw these again. What's more, the odds of getting good items seemed significantly higher now. He even drew 2 Kekkai Genkai at once, plus 2 other strange items, Thunderstone, a mysterious stone containing evolutionary power. When carried, it enhances lightning-type techniques. Level 80 Surprise Apple, from what Senshai recalled, its flavor improved with the surprised level. The higher the LV of shock or fright, the tastier it became. One came from Toriko, and the other from Pokemon. He never expected that after the upgrade, he'd start drawing items from other worlds. Before he could think more on the matter, Orochimaru finished his preparations. Black patterns crisscrossed the floor, stretching out in all directions, reminding Senshai of the human transmutation circles from Fullmetal Alchemist. Compared to the first time he saw Orochimaru's research seals, this one was clearly much larger and more complex. Having laid everything out, Orochimaru turned to Senshai. Based on our long-term employment contract, you're obliged to cooperate with my research on your chakra. Now please follow the agreement, go sit in the center of the array and refine your chakra. I need to observe and study it. Senshai heard this and didn't refuse. After all, it was a trivial matter. He soon went to the center, sat down, and began molding chakra. Orochimaru observed the readings from a nearby instrument, his expression impassive, but inside he was utterly shocked. What's going on? It hasn't even been that long since I last checked him. How has his chakra level increased so drastically? He was taken aback. Senshai's total chakra now exceeded the maximum this array could even measure. If Kisame, famous for his tailless tail beast level of chakra, knew how much Senshai had, he'd likely surrender his nickname on the spot. But Orochimaru's only concern was, how on earth had Senshai achieved such explosive growth? Beyond that, Senshai's chakra quality had also soared. Anyone familiar with tail beast chakra knows that all equal amounts of chakra are not the same. 1 unit of 10 tails chakra far outstrips 1 unit of a common Gainin's. Yet Senshai's chakra was now, by far, the highest quality Orochimaru had ever observed. Add in that Senshai possessed an unbelievable affinity for lightning style, and Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder, just how powerful is he at full strength these days? Even he might not know. Finishing his observations, Orochimaru carefully recorded the data on a scroll, then opened his mouth, and a snake shot out, swallowing the scroll in one gulp. Senshai noticed and instantly recognized the infamous Orochimaru spitting snakes spitting scroll scene. He couldn't help making fun of it in his head. Obviously, Orochimaru had no clue what Senshai was thinking. After putting the scroll away, Orochimaru turned to Senshai. There's another matter I want to discuss. Senshai rose, looking at Orochimaru. What is it? Orochimaru glanced at Karen and licked his lips. I need a pair of Sharingan. He gazed at Karen's eyes with undisguised envy. Though his greatest wish was still the Rinnegan, he had seen with his own eyes how that was out of reach. Failing that, obtaining Sharingan would be the next best thing. For most people, acquiring a Sharingan is extremely difficult. Just look at how Hidden Cloud's village tried to abduct a Hyuga clan princess for their Byakugan. But for Senshai, it shouldn't be much trouble. After all, he'd already transplanted a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan into Karen. Realizing Orochimaru's aim, Senshai smirked in his mind. That's easy enough. 10 million Ryo, and I can get you a pair right away. It's just a pair of Sharingan, he thought. I literally just drew a set. Once Orochimaru issued the commission, Senshai could hand over a jar containing the eyes on the spot. Of course, in reality, he wouldn't do it that simply. He'd probably disappear for a few days to pretend it was a grand undertaking, so he could justify the reward. But Senshai didn't expect Orochimaru to shake his head and clarify, perhaps I didn't explain my requirements clearly. Let me be more specific. I don't only need a pair of Sharingan. I also need a living member of the Uchiha clan who's already awakened their eyes. Without an Uchiha's physique, normal people can't handle the chakra drain of Sharingan. Not everyone is like your Uzumaki clan, with massive chakra reserves. And I have no intention of turning into a Kakashi-like weakling after transplanting them. For a second, Senshai was left speechless. Orochimaru, that's putting me in a tough spot. You know how many living Uchiha are left in the world? Exactly 3. Counting on his fingers, he explained, we've got Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. That's it. Obito's a Cyclops, only one eye. I assume you're not interested in him. Itachi's off limits because he's part of Akatsuki, and I don't want to clash with the organization and ruin all my future missions. Plus, Sasuke's around Karen's age, a total little brat. What would you even do with him? Inwardly, Senshai couldn't help rolling his eyes at how Orochimaru had insulted Kakashi's stamina. For all people tease Kakashi about his low chakra, that never stopped him from using Earth-style wall and carving 4 dog heads into it. Maybe that was the last stubbornness of copy ninja Kakashi. If nothing else, he never actually collapsed from overuse, not in any definitive sense. As Senshai broke down these hidden pieces of intel, Orochimaru was left dumbfounded, yet again. He'd heard rumors here and there but not in such detail, and certainly not all tied together so neatly. He'd lost count of how often Senshai's uncanny intelligence network stunned him. No matter how secret the intel, Senshai always seems to know. Intelligence gathering is part of a ninja's power, and Orochimaru realized all over again that Senshai was beyond compare in this department, though in his mind, he labeled Senshai's brain circuit as the only questionable point. After regaining his composure, Orochimaru asked, so how exactly do you know all this? Senshai just gave a cryptic grin. Trade secret. He certainly wasn't going to reveal that his intel came from a system. Let Nagato or Orochimaru investigate all they want. Their conclusion would always be, this intelligence network does not exist in the real world. Seeing no way to pry it out of him, Orochimaru decided to make use of Senshai's mysterious intel-gathering services indirectly. He pondered for a moment and said, tell me more about that Cyclops then, Obito, was it? Truth be told, Orochimaru felt he had no choice. If Itachi was protected by the Akatsuki, and Sasuke was too young with underdeveloped Sharingan, Obito might be the only option left, even with a single eye. Senshai felt a bit surprised by the question. Wait, you're really going for that Cyclops? Forget it, Orochimaru. He only has one eye, so half the abilities are missing. A lot of Sharingan's powers won't work properly. He wasn't lying. That was pretty much the reality. Shimura Danzō, arguably the man who had the most Sharingan, still couldn't use Susanoo effectively. The eyes mostly ended up as disposable tools for Izanagi or whatever else. Orochimaru frowned as he mulled it over. Well, can't I just find another Sharingan somewhere to make it to? Aren't you the one who supposedly knows where to get them? After all, Orochimaru's knowledge of the Uchiha line wasn't very comprehensive. Senshai was momentarily dumbstruck by his idea and quipped, "Ha! Wow, you're really something else. But it's no good. If it isn't the pair that originally belonged together, it won't offer the full potential. Many of the high-level Sharingan abilities wouldn't work. Obito and Danzō both had spares, and neither of them could develop Susanoo. The real point is, the pair of eyes need to be a matched set. Of course, there is a vanishingly small chance that Obito has a spare stored away somewhere and just never bothered to use it, but I doubt it." Seeing Orochimaru's face darken, Senshai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Though, come to think of it, I do know where Obito's other eye is. At that, Orochimaru lit up, hope flashing across his features. Just when I thought all was lost, here's a glimmer of possibility. If Obito could recover his missing guy, then he'd be a perfect host body with 2 intact Sharingan. And Orochimaru, being an old client of Senshai's, understood how things worked. He saw Senshai was silent after dropping that remark, so he cut to the chase. How much? Senshai let out a sly laugh. These eyes have abilities far beyond anything you can imagine. The other person who holds Obito's Sharingan is one of Hidden Leaf Village's top jonin, an elite among elites, someone the village secretly grooms as a Hokage candidate. Taking his eye means going against the entire Hidden Leaf Village, which is huge. You're from there, so I don't have to explain its power. So yeah, this won't be easy. On top of that, Obito himself isn't some random nobody, he's allied with our leader Nagato. Making a move on him also puts us at odds with our organization. In short, one word for you, complicated. That's why we're talking at least. Oh, 100 million Ryo. Orochimaru, what? He was momentarily dazed by all that extra intel. So Obito, the kid who was the 4th Hokage's student, someone he'd barely paid attention to, had not only survived, but also ended up cooperating with Nagato? How is that even possible? 1,000 questions ran through Orochimaru's mind. If Senshai's intel was true, it meant Obito was no mere tailender but someone who'd made it to Nagato's level in secret. Orochimaru couldn't begin to guess what had transpired to make that happen. Still, he mulled it over. First, did he still want a perfect Uchiha host body at all? Yes, absolutely. He'd seen Itachi Uchiha's prowess, he knew how enormous a boost Sharingan could provide. The stronger he was, the more research he could do, and the fewer ninja could hamper him. Second, if Senshai's intel was correct, only 3 illegitimate Uchiha remained, ignoring the possibility of transplanting the Mangekyo from someone like Karen, who already had it from a transplant. She had vast chakra reserves from her Uzumaki lineage, making her a good host, but Orochimaru would still have to get past Senshai to get her. And if he could get past Senshai, why stop at Karen? He could go after Senshai's body directly. Chapter 46, Mata Da. After pondering it thoroughly, Orochimaru realized that spending 100 million Ryo to hire Uzumaki Senshai to bring him a living member of the Uchiha clan seemed to be the only viable option. In more practical terms, no matter how he twisted and turned, Obito Uchiha was still the only real choice. Senshai waited patiently while Orochimaru stood there, lost in deep thought, clearly digesting all the intel. Meanwhile, Senshai wondered to himself, could Orochimaru actually fail to come up with 100 million Ryo? It sounds like a lot, but really, it isn't that much, right? After waiting a bit, he saw that Orochimaru still wore a conflicted expression, so Senshai took the initiative. Well, Orochimaru, have you made up your mind? Orochimaru paused and asked, are you absolutely certain there are only 3 living Uchiha left in the shinobi world? Senshai nodded solemnly, that's correct. A mercenary doesn't lie. Everyone in Akatsuki knows I'm honest to a fault. Don't pretend you haven't noticed. Orochimaru continued, and about needing an original pair of Sharingan, if it's not the matching pair, the eyes can't unleash their full power. Is that information reliable? He had carefully weighed the idea that Obito might really be his only option. Letting Obito go from 1 eye to 2 eyes should, in principle, be easier. Senshai apparently had channels to acquire Sharingan. If they captured Obito, he could simply implant another Sharingan into him. But if the eyes had to be Obito's original pair, that meant going after Hidden Leaf Village. At the moment, Orochimaru wasn't eager for a head-on clash with the village. Senshai answered without hesitation, yes, absolutely. Don't doubt my professionalism. Hearing that, Orochimaru asked further, what if you have a pair of Sharingan already, couldn't you simply replace Obito's single eye with a matching set? Senshai silently gave Orochimaru credit for his inventive angle. Logically, if you transplanted a perfectly matched pair into Obito, the Sharingan should function normally. But after a short pause, he explained, Mangekyo powers vary tremendously. Some abilities are extremely useful, others fairly lackluster. At that, Senshai recalled one particularly notorious Mangekyo ability, Amaterasu, legendary in name, but often underwhelming in actual combat. It burned the 4th Raikage's arm, sure, yet many times it got shrugged off by enemies simply discarding a piece of clothing or something similarly trivial. Orochimaru pondered a while but didn't decide immediately. He looked at Senshai, speaking in a serious tone, I need time to reflect on everything I've learned today before making a decision. He needed to analyze the pros and cons in detail. Senshai wasn't bothered and simply replied, take your time. Think it over and get the money ready. You pay, I deliver. With that steep price tag laid out, Sensei and Karen left Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru's skill in research was top-notch, but making money was not really his forte, and he rarely sold his results. Sensei had no idea whether Orochimaru would be able to come up with the enormous sum he'd requested. Maybe, but this was Orochimaru, after all. When the two exited the base, Karen asked offhandedly, "Sensei, is there any particular food you really want to eat? I could learn to cook it specifically." Sensei shook his head. "Karen, the path of cooking is a long one. For now, stick to simple stuff, like instant ramen." Karen froze for a moment and then realized he was teasing her. "Sensei, you're stifling a future culinary genius." Pouting, arms crossed before her chest, she stuck out her lower lip in protest. Sensei found that adorable and was tempted to ruffle her bright red hair into a nest. Silly brat, being tsundere is so old-fashioned. He smirked slightly. A sudden idea crossed his mind, why not use those scare apples to bribe her? He'd drawn level 80 scare apples earlier, a unique fruit from the anime, Toriko. When you shock or scare them, they develop levels and funny facial expressions. The higher the level, the more delicious the apple. Level 100 was the max, so at level 80 they were presumably already top tier in taste. Curious about the flavor, Sensei decided this was a perfect moment to bring them out. He took 2 of the strangely patterned apples from his inventory space and handed one to Karen with a smile. "Karen, I have a really tasty fruit here, wanna try it?" Karen turned away, feigning indifference. "Well, if you insist on me trying it, I guess I can manage." Sensei chuckled and handed her one. Initially, Karen assumed it was just an apple, but the moment she actually looked at it, she nearly jumped out of her skin, clearly repulsed. "Sensei, this apple looks so gross. It's so weird, are you sure it's edible?" Seeing her reaction, Sensei couldn't help laughing. These are high-grade items only available from an advanced system draw, no chance they'd taste bad. Karen, never judge an apple by its cover. It's like how my handsomeness can't be measured with normal means. As he spoke, he raised his own bizarrely patterned apple and took a bite. Crunch. All at once, it felt like an electric shock zippered through his mind. A fresh, sweet fragrance exploded on his taste buds, so vivid that his entire body seemed to sing with bliss. Every cell shouted in unison, so good, it's unbelievably good. Karen stared, seeing how much Sensei was enjoying that hideously colored apple, and she soon caught a whiff of the rich fruit aroma wafting her way. She swallowed hard. After traveling alongside Sensei for so long, she could tell he wasn't faking anything, he really found it delicious. Besides, to her, Sensei was indeed the coolest guy around, he wouldn't just trick her over something like this. Stealing herself, Karen took a chomp, crunch. Instantly, electric jolts seemed to dance through her mind. The wonderful flavor rolled along her tongue from tip to root, spreading through her entire body, she could practically feel every cell locking into place. How can a fruit be this delicious? She finished the odd-looking apple in no time, and still felt like she wanted more. "So," Sensei teased with a grin, "I wasn't lying, was I?" She hummed happily, still savoring the lingering taste. "Sensei, I'm gonna work even harder on my cooking skills now." In his head, Sensei was thinking, that's really not necessary. After all, he'd never known any Uzumaki who was good at cooking, quite the opposite. He even suspected that the reason Naruto didn't get sick from expired milk was because Minato had built up a poison resistance from Kushina's questionable cuisine, which was then passed down genetically. Still, he wasn't about to discourage Karen. It was right then that someone blocked their path. Sensei glanced up casually and couldn't help smirking, a familiar face. A man in a gray robe and a tiger-striped mask stood before them. None other than Masked Man Obi, the very Obito they had just been discussing. What a pleasant surprise, he'd just been talking with Orochimaru about capturing Obito, and the man himself turned up. Sensei eyed him with a crafty smile, choosing not to reveal Obito's identity. "Oi, if it isn't Mr. Masked Stranger. What's the deal, are you stopping me to give me a commission?" Standing on the path, Obito, still posing as a mysterious masked man, responded with a cheerful laugh. "Indeed I am. I've got a number of tasks, only a formidable ninja like you can pull them off." He spoke while slowly approaching Sensei. Had Danzō been in Sensei's place, he might have snarled, "Get away from me, you wicked Uchiha brat." But Sensei merely looked on in mild interest. He found Obito's words suspicious, but let him get closer. "So," Sensei said, "what sort of commission are we talking about?" Obito didn't answer directly. He walked closer, speaking in an offhand tone, "Why don't you guess, Sensei? After all, the mission I have in mind is..." He didn't even finish his sentence. The moment he was within range, he struck. Swoosh, in a flash, he lunged at Sensei, aiming to grab hold of him. With a haughty Uchiha laugh, he shouted, "Ma-da." "Still not done, or I'm not finished yet." In a rough pun on Madara, the move was abrupt. Moments ago he'd been smiling about a mission, and now he flipped the tables completely. He struck out with stunning speed, something that would catch most people off guard. Obito's single-minded pursuit of creating a world with Rin alive made him relentless. Once he decided to act, he was thoroughly decisive. But for Senshai, an opponent of Super Kage level, Obito's speed was like child's play. While it might have overwhelmed an average Kage-level fighter, for Senshai it was like watching someone move in slow motion. He could easily dodge or even slam Obito to the ground if he wanted. Yet Senshai didn't resist. He watched with mild amusement. He recognized exactly what Obito intended. He's trying to warp me into the Kamyu dimension. But so what? Senshai had plenty of space-time tricks of his own. Obito's Mangekyo might be amazing in general, but Senshai had Kama, which was at least as convenient, if not more. Besides, Senshai was also curious, why would Obito suddenly go after me? By all rights, there's no direct conflict of interest between us right now. So Senshai simply allowed Obito's hand to land squarely on his shoulder. Obito was momentarily shocked but also elated at how easily he succeeded. He had read Senshai's intel, estimating less than a 10% chance of success even with a sneak attack. Still, with Kamyu's phasing ability, he could at least remain undefeated if things went south. But who would have guessed it'd be so easy? As he activated his Mangekyo and started warping Senshai, Obito couldn't help thinking, hey. All the intel I got from Nagato and elsewhere must be exaggerated. According to them, I had little chance of success, yet look at this, I caught him flat-footed. In Obito's mind, Senshai clearly didn't live up to the hype. He didn't realize that Senshai had briefly entertained an urge to grab him by the throat and say, in a voice reminiscent of Tobirama, evil little Uchiha brat. Is this all you've got? But Senshai was in a good mood and didn't want to ruin it by humiliating Obito. Once Obito's Mangekyo power triggered, Senshai vanished into the swirling distortion of Kamyu. Inside the Kamyu dimension buzz, a translucent vortex churned within that gray, cubic space. Senshai landed lightly on one of the box-like structures. Honestly, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was quite fascinating. Depending on one's mental state at the time of awakening, you might acquire all kinds of strange abilities. Some were mediocre, some were top tier. Obito's Kamyu happened to be formidable, especially in the old days of Mangekyo. But in the era of Karma Seals, it wasn't nearly as unassailable. After all, any wielder of Kama could teleport freely. That left Obito's once groundbreaking Mangekyo overshadowed. For Senshai, being dropped into this space was no big deal. He felt no alarm at all. If he wanted, he could easily make Obito sweat. Chapter 47, Reality is Cruel. For instance, he could activate his Kama space-time ability right in front of Obito's face, just flick his sleeve and teleport right out of there. Then if Obito got upset after going through all that trouble only to see Senshai escape in an instant, well, that would be Obito's problem. But Senshai didn't do that. Instead, he strolled around the Kamyu dimension, unhurriedly taking in the scenery. The Kamyu dimension was a predominantly gray alternate space filled with numerous rectangular cuboid structures, giving it a somewhat artistic feel. Of course, Senshai himself wasn't much into art, for now, the Akatsuki's art duo hadn't fully formed, only Sasori was obsessing over art at the moment. After observing for a while, Senshai noticed that the edges of the Kamyu dimension were pitch black emptiness, like a void where nothing could be seen. After wandering around a bit, Obito apparently finished his own preparations and also entered the Kamyu dimension. Seeing Obito, Senshai simply smiled, giving him no chance for his usual nonsense about being Madara Uchiha or whatever. He cut right to the chase, calling out Obito's identity. So, Dobi, why'd you bring me in here? Obito? Senshai's direct words nearly made Obito's eyes pop out. Indeed, Senshai's guess was spot on. Obito had been planning to intimidate Senshai by invoking the I am Madara Uchiha routine. Those words were practically on the tip of his tongue, but he forced them down. Truth be told, Obito's usual tactics in normal mode were limited to two main skills. 1. Skill number 1, claim to be Madara Uchiha. 2. Skill number 2, use Kamyu. Both of these were meaningless against Senshai. Right now, pretending to be Madara would be downright comical. More importantly, how on earth did Senshai know his true identity? And there was another thing Obito didn't know. If he dared to get all serious in front of Senshai and say, I am Madara Uchiha, given Senshai's personality, Senshai would probably play along and reply, long time no see, son. I'm Tajima Uchiha, which was Madara's father. Unfortunately, Nagato was just too earnest to see through Obito's deception. Senshai's real reason for revealing Obito's identity so bluntly was to make Obito get on with whatever he was planning. Otherwise, if Senshai spent too long hanging around in here, the red-haired girl waiting outside might get so anxious that she'd go barreling around in Gundam mode to look for him. Meanwhile, on another wide road, Itachi and Kisame were traveling together on a mission. These two were often called the environmental protection ancestors of the shinobi world, the true walking duo, because, no matter how far the mission location was, they went on foot, never even riding in a carriage. They were all about zero emissions. As they walked, Itachi got Kisame to share more about Senshai, especially since Kisame and Senshai had traveled together when capturing the Three Tails Izubu. Moreover, Itachi had heard from Kisame that he and Senshai had actually fought once. Thinking it over, with no expression on his face, Itachi asked calmly, "When you fought Uzumaki Senshai, did he fight you seriously?" The reason Itachi brought this up again was because there were all sorts of baffling things happening around Senshai. As someone who quietly gathered intel on every member of the Akatsuki, Itachi had been watching since the day Senshai joined. He was certain most of his observations about Senshai were accurate. But when he lined up all the data, it painted a terrifying picture. The first time Senshai fought was against Kakazu. According to Kakazu, although he lost to Senshai, he could have easily escaped, though that statement might be questionable. Still, it's a fact they fought, and Kakazu survived. Based on how strong Senshai had recently become, if he intended to kill Kakazu now, Kakazu would stand no chance at all. Yet only a few months prior, Senshai would have needed a significant effort to kill Kakazu. Now he could likely do it in one move. Even in the eyes of a prodigy like Itachi, that growth was inconceivable. Was there any shinobi left in a one-on-one who could stand against Senshai? Itachi felt he had to take Senshai more seriously, investigating him further without revealing his own status as a spy. Senshai's growth was abnormally fast. Kakazu, of course, had no idea that in Itachi's mind, he had become a measuring stick for power. He could add it to his resume: "I once fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, and came away with no definitive outcome. Then I fought the modern Super Kage ninja, Uzumaki Senshai, and walked away unscathed. Moreover, he didn't dare chase me." It wouldn't be a total lie, Senshai at that time didn't have any reason to pursue him. If Senshai's reputation someday shook the entire ninja world, Kakazu could ride that wave of notoriety, becoming the black market's MVP. Back to Itachi and Kisame. After exchanging random chatter, Kisame answered Itachi's question about his battle with Senshai in Hidden Mist Village. "Honestly, Itachi-san, I don't think Senshai fought me seriously that time." Kisame was the kind of straight-laced shark man who'd actually weave all 44 hand signs for the water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. He basically didn't lie. On the vast lake in Hidden Mist Village, their clash was more of a test of Senshai's skill than a life-or-death fight. Kisame bared his teeth in a grin. Kakazu has this habit of killing his own teammates, and Senshai was a bit offbeat to begin with. Partnering on a mission with Kakazu only caused him to adopt some of Kakazu's ways. While we were on that mission in Hidden Mist Village, Senshai was primarily interested in cashing in on the bounty, so he insisted that I keep the targets alive. He said dead targets are worth less. At the time, I wanted to see for myself what Senshai was made of, since Kakazu claimed he was extremely powerful. But once the fight began, despite Senshai not really going all out, I still got completely crushed. I nearly died. Remembering that encounter at Hidden Mist Village's lake, Kisame couldn't help feeling emotional, even though it happened quite a while back. Even back then, Senshai was already very strong, now he'd grown even more formidable. If not for his own resilience and the healing from his sword, Seimata, Kisame would likely have been killed outright. He trusted Itachi enough to tell him everything truthfully. Unlike many other Akatsuki members, each harboring their own agendas, Kisame actually believed in the group's ultimate goals and stayed to see them through. Hearing the full details of Kisame's narrow escape, Itachi concluded that Senshai was an extremely dangerous individual. His danger rating rose even further. Itachi even thought, if Senshai had been born earlier, Hidden Village might never have been destroyed. Under Senshai's leadership, the Uzumaki clan could have built a village to rival the Big Five, given his Super Kage level might and strategic vision. After all, in part thanks to his ideas, Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village had allied, both enjoying significant development. But it was too late now, Land of Whirlpools was gone, and Hidden Village was ancient history. Otherwise the ninja world would be a much livelier place. Itachi and Kisame pressed on, only to find someone suddenly appear in the middle of the road, blocking their path. It wasn't Obito, he was still tangled up with Senshai in the Kamyu dimension. The person facing them was another old acquaintance and fellow Akatsuki member, Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked troubled. He desperately wanted a perfect container to possess, but that was proving far too difficult to obtain. After Senshai had left, Orochimaru stood over it a long time and finally decided to check with Itachi. Orochimaru had some knowledge of Itachi. He didn't consider Itachi a real threat at this point. When Orochimaru first gained fame as one of the legendary Sannin, Itachi hadn't even been born yet. In his eyes, Itachi's performance in the Akatsuki had been fairly average. He hadn't shown any overwhelming power. So Orochimaru believed if he challenged Itachi, he stood a good chance of winning. More importantly, Orochimaru had no desire to become a wanted traitor targeted by Senshai. The rest of the group wouldn't even need to lift a finger if they could just throw money at Senshai, who would happily hunt down and finish him off. Thus, he planned a sneak attack under the guise of a friendly sparring session to incapacitate Itachi, haul him away to some hidden base, and perform his living corpse reincarnation. Uchiha bodies were far too perfect as vessels. If he succeeded in taking over Itachi's body, Senshai's threat would be greatly diminished. So when he blocked Itachi and Kisame's path, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue in what he considered a friendly smile and said, "Itachi Uchiha, I have a favor to ask. I've been developing a new jutsu, and I'd like you to test it with me, just a simple sparring match." He finished, but Itachi's face remained expressionless. He had no interest in fighting Orochimaru. In his life, only two things truly mattered, the growth of his foolish little brother, and his undercover mission. Beyond that, he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Kisame felt curious, a battle between Hidden Lee Village's two rogue ninja. He chuckled. Orochimaru was once labeled one of the Sannin by Henzo the Salamander, no small feat. While Itachi-san is known as one of Hidden Lee Village's top geniuses. Who's stronger? It'd be interesting to find out. How about you two spar a bit? As Kisame spoke, he politely cleared space for them. In the forested path, Itachi stood still, expressionless. He had zero interest in fighting. But since Orochimaru clearly wasn't going to let them go without a confrontation, Itachi resigned himself to it. Hands still tucked inside his robe, he regarded Orochimaru with a bored gaze. So arrogant. Seeing that, Orochimaru assumed Itachi was just begging for death. He planned to teach this brat a lesson he wouldn't forget. Swish, 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 swish. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru's hands flew into seals, aiming to use Edo Tensei to distract Itachi, and then swoop in to snatch the cocky little Uchiha. On the sidelines, Kisame was puzzled. After Orochimaru said arrogant, there was silence. Kisame scratched his head and muttered, could Orochimaru have fallen prey to a Genjutsu? He found it unlikely. When he did missions with Itachi, they often encountered enemy ninja where battles went back and forth. Although, strictly speaking, Itachi tailored his effort to avoid revealing his full potential as a spy, so Kisame hadn't truly seen Itachi go all out, but Orochimaru was a legendary Sannin. How could he be bested like a random nobody from their usual missions? What Kisame didn't realize was that whenever Itachi faced skilled opponents, he often held back for covert reasons. This time, against Orochimaru, there was no such need. Even before Orochimaru spoke, Itachi had already released a Genjutsu on him. Now he was drawing Orochimaru into a mental illusion space. In that blood-red dimension full of strange black cubes, crows cawed, gradually coalescing into the form of Itachi at some distance. Orochimaru's mind reeled. Damn it, when did he cast this Genjutsu? He hadn't even noticed Itachi's trigger. Sharp iron spikes appeared out of nowhere, pinning Orochimaru in place. This was Itachi's demonic illusion, shackling stakes jutsu, which leaves its victim completely immobile, unable to defend or counter. Itachi's illusion self stared at the immobilized Orochimaru without a word, then disintegrated back into crows. The outcome was decisive. Orochimaru had been one-shotted by Itachi's Genjutsu right at the start of the fight. When the illusion finally ended, Orochimaru collapsed to his hands and knees, panting heavily, thoroughly shaken. At that moment, one truth stood out more than ever: the Uchiha clan possessed an absolutely perfect body for his reincarnation. If he could have just dragged Itachi away, even the threat of Senshai might be reduced. But the brutal reality was, he wasn't even Itachi's equal for a single exchange. Chapter 48, Obi is scared. Meanwhile, Kisame was watching Orochimaru kneel on the ground, gasping for air, and felt quite astonished. What the heck? Is that all one of the legendary Sannin can do? That was way too anticlimactic. Kisame had expected a fierce clash between two major powers, yet it turned out Orochimaru, contrary to his legendary reputation, got dispatched by Itachi in an instant. After releasing his Genjutsu, Itachi said nothing. He simply continued on his way, as though defeating Orochimaru was trivial. No extra words, no additional reaction, he just left. Kisame glanced at Orochimaru, then hurried to catch up with Itachi. Orochimaru stared at Itachi's retreating figure, his expression dark and grim. I underestimated him. That Uchiha brat really is unfathomable. His Genjutsu is truly superb, I didn't notice a thing. And judging by how calm he looked, he must be hiding even more power. Even if I carefully planned an ambush, I still might not beat him. That left Orochimaru deeply conflicted. Did he really have to pay a sky-high commission of 100 million ryo just to hire Senshai to capture a living Uchiha for him? At the same time, within the Kamyu dimension, Obito recovered from the shock of having his identity unmasked. From behind his mask, he scrutinized Senshai again. Inwardly, he was thinking, so he saw through my identity in one shot. Surprising, but only that much. This is my Kamyu dimension, my turf. Now that he's trapped here, he's at a total disadvantage. With that in mind, Obito felt quite secure. As far as he knew, Uzumaki Senshai was a muscle-head ninja, someone like a Hidden Clouds village brawler specializing in lightning-style taijutsu. If he dragged Senshai into Kamui, Senshai was as good as a sitting duck. People like that might be fearsome in close combat, but they weren't adept in space-time ninjutsu. Hence, Obito began questioning Senshai. Looking at Senshai, Obito spoke in a low, severe voice, "All the intel on you in the Akatsuki, it's fake, isn't it? A ninja like you couldn't possibly have grown strong enough to capture the Three Tails alone without some organization or clan backing you. So what's your real identity? Whom do you serve? And why did you really join the Akatsuki? You'd better get it straight, the position you're in now isn't favorable. Spill everything, down to the last detail." Obito suspected that Senshai might be some secretly trained ninja from a certain clan or faction who had infiltrated the Akatsuki with hidden motives. Obito couldn't tolerate that possibility. After all, the whole business of collecting tailed beasts was something he'd orchestrated in the shadows, step by step, as part of his Eye of the Moon plan. According to that plan, the Akatsuki was supposed to gather tailed beasts stealthily, and in his view, it was too early to start the capture phase in earnest. After pelting Senshai with questions, Obito paused and waited. Since this was the Kamyu dimension, Senshai had nowhere to run, so Obito believed he could take his time. Senshai listened casually and then answered in an indifferent tone. "All the intel the Akatsuki has on me is actually correct. That data wasn't provided by me personally, the Akatsuki themselves investigated it. How could it be wrong? If the records they have are accurate, that already rules out me being from some big clan or major faction. I'm just an ordinary wandering ninja who happened to cross paths with them. In truth, the more precise description would be that he was just a passing Super Kage-level ninja." As Senshai spoke, Obito watched him keenly. Obito had asked several questions in one go, and Senshai obviously hadn't answered them all. Yet Obito didn't rush him. He had all the time he needed in Kamui. Meanwhile, Obito was analyzing the impact of Senshai having joined the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's top-tier forces are limited. They can't mount a swift blitz to capture all the tailed beasts. If the tailed beasts start disappearing one by one, the 5 great nations will definitely notice. If they respond by deploying more elite shinobi to guard the beasts, the Akatsuki will have a hard time capturing the rest. So this Uzumaki Senshai, who already handed over the 3 tails, is both a help and a hindrance. Pondering it all, Obito concluded that Senshai's presence in the Akatsuki was far more of a liability than a boon. Senshai had single-handedly taken the 3 tails, and then talked Nagato into aligning Hidden Rain Village with Hidden Grass Village, pulling the Akatsuki away from the planned path and out of Obito's control. Obito didn't realize it wasn't entirely Senshai's doing, and that Nagato also had a different aim. Regardless, the organization was now on a course that didn't match his. Obito grew suspicious. Did Senshai have premeditated reasons for joining? What was his actual goal? Unable to figure it out, Obito pressed Senshai point blank. "Uzumaki Senshai, you've had time to consider. Now tell me, did you join the Akatsuki as part of some scheme? What's your real objective?" His single Sharingan flared with intensity. Senshai, for his part, looked serious and answered, "Obviously for the missions." Nagato seemed like he had a lot of them. If Senshai's first encounter had been with Danzō's route instead of Kakazu, he might have already forced Danzō into early retirement and taken over the group. That might have been amusing. He could inherit Danzō's door-slamming legacy, monopolize all of Hidden Leaf Village's mission requests, and so on. But that was all theoretical. With his unique information advantage, he could have set up anywhere, in Hidden Leaf Village or the other great nations. Of course, Obito didn't believe that. He was certain Senshai was hiding something. "Hey, Senshai, that's no fun. Plus, I'm just trying to gather some intel, I'm not out to kill you. Are you sure you don't want to be honest?" Senshai shrugged helplessly. "I'm telling you the truth, Dobi, don't get carried away imagining things. Besides, Aren't you the one collaborating with the Akatsuki for that particular goal? You've seen Akatsuki's situation, and you've seen my capability. The organization is short on members and lacks high-end strength. Relying on them alone to hunt tailed beasts could take ages. Waiting is painful, isn't it? But me, I can do missions faster than anyone else. How about hiring me for your plan to gather tailed beasts? Senshai's intention was to advertise his services. Obito needed manpower regardless of his objectives, and he could delegate tasks to Senshai, if he was willing to pay. On hearing that, Obito was startled. Senshai seemed aware of the real reason behind collecting tailed beasts. Not only that, Senshai's claim about his mission efficiency was no boast. Obito stroked his chin. No question your efficiency is impressive. But I don't plan to pay you. Senshai got angry. So he wants to exploit me for free? That was outrageous. Senshai had hoped to earn some commissions from Obito's myriad scheming. But if Obito wasn't going to pay, that was that. Senshai had no intention of working for free. If you're not paying, forget it. In the shinobi world, it was either you mooch from them, or they mooch from you. No way would Senshai let Obito mooch off him. Doing paid missions and receiving system rewards was how he kept powering up, preparing for possible future alien threats. Obito might have been willing to hire Senshai if the price wasn't so high, but he had no money saved and didn't care about wealth. At that point, negotiations broke down. After some thought, Obito decided to confine Senshai in Kamui for a while. Maybe after being locked up, Senshai would become more compliant, making negotiations easier later. So Obito said, "Uzumaki Senshai, do you realize where you are? This is a personal dimension created by my Mangekyo Sharingan. Once you're trapped here, you can never leave. You'll remain here, reflect on things, and then come clean about your motives and sincerely work with me. Only then will I let you out. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever. And if I do release you and you still refuse to cooperate, I'll just drag you back in again. If I could catch you once, I can catch you twice." Finishing, he stared at Senshai, expecting shock. But Senshai showed no reaction at all. That left Obito puzzled. Guess he's not taking my words seriously. Maybe he thinks he can escape Kamui somehow. Hey, he's dead wrong. With that, Obito waved his hand. "Think it over here, Senshai. I'm leaving now, but I hope next time I come back, you'll be ready to cooperate." He used his eye jutsu, forming a transparent spiral ripple, and vanished from Kamui, feeling rather smug at having trapped Senshai so effortlessly. But the moment he reappeared, he was stunned, because Senshai was standing right there with a broad grin. "Ah, Toby. Long time no see." That bizarre scene nearly scared Obito half to death, making him question whether he'd been caught in a genjutsu. He yelled inwardly, "What's going on? How did he get out?" No answer came. Alarmed and uncertain, Obito dove back into Kamui to investigate. Once inside, sure enough, Senshai appeared shortly afterward as well. Previously, Kamui had been Obito's personal domain. Now it was evidently open to Senshai at will. Obito finally saw Senshai open some kind of dark red, black hole-like portal and just walk in again. At that point, the Mangekyo-wielding Obito felt an overwhelming dread under Senshai's tattoo-based space-time ability. Damn. How is this possible? His mind nearly crashed. He was experienced with space-time ninjutsu, but Senshai's method was something entirely different. Plus, even if Senshai could use teleportation, entering Obito's private Kamui dimension was a different matter altogether. Looking at Obito's shocked face, Senshai said cheerfully, "If you hadn't brought me in here, I never would have known where this dimension is located. Now that I do, thanks, by the way." Though Senshai hadn't yet decided how he might use the Kamui realm, he could certainly imprison enemies he didn't want to kill. Or maybe he'd find other creative uses for it in the future. Hearing his casual remark, Obito felt both fury and dread, his already contorted features twisting further. A storm of thoughts raged in his mind. Other than Kamui, the only space-time jutsu he was familiar with was Flying Thunder God, but what Senshai had just demonstrated was on another level. Near-instant activation, apparently able to break into Kamui itself, too frightening. Senshai became a genuine threat, and the situation looked dire. Without a word, Obito cast his Mangekyo and fled again via Kamui, determined to find safety and rethink his approach. Senshai pursued him instantly, but by the time he stepped outside, Obito was gone. Tapping his chin, Senshai used his sensory ability, mantra, to sweep the area, then shrugged. "Looks like he's run off." From not far away, Karen's concerned voice called out, "Senshai? What happened?" Chapter 49, Orochimaru's 100 million Ryoka mission. Karen had already activated her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned her pink Gundam. Hearing her call out, Senshai narrowed his eyes and grinned. Don't worry, we were just talking business. But it looks like the other side wasn't very sincere. With that, he couldn't help inwardly complaining about Obito. Showing up empty-handed to negotiate? Total waste of time. At least he now had a bead on Obito's whereabouts. Indeed, just a moment ago, Senshai had left a marker inside Obito's Kamyu dimension. If he wanted to catch Obito later, the guy couldn't possibly run far. Right then, someone leapt through the forest, arriving at their location with a few quick bounds. It was none other than Orochimaru. He glanced at Karen, surrounded by that pink Susanoo, and, spotting the striking eternal Mangekyo in her eyes, couldn't help feeling envious. He'd already come to appreciate the terror of the Sharingan when he fought Itachi. If only Senshai were willing to hand Karen over, he'd skip all the trouble. But Orochimaru didn't push that. He was worried if he even hinted at it, Karen might come charging at him in her Gundam, and that would be more trouble than it was worth. Besides, his recent misadventure with Itachi had taught him an important lesson: if you want something done right, leave it to a professional. If Senshai fought Itachi, the outcome would almost certainly be different. But Senshai had already said he didn't want to break with the Akatsuki, so capturing Itachi was off the table, leaving Obito as Orochimaru's only viable option. Approaching Senshai, Orochimaru exhaled a long, helpless sigh and got straight to the point. Lord Senshai, if it has to be Obito, so be it. I'll pay the fee. Senshai was a bit surprised Orochimaru came back so quickly. He'd named a sky-high price of 100 million ryo for the commission. That wasn't just a few tens of millions, it was an astronomical sum. Still, Orochimaru wouldn't be getting fleeced for no reason. There was probably no one else in the shinobi world who could handle this mission. After all, thanks to Obito's Kami, you needed space-time powers just to keep him from escaping. And if Orochimaru also wanted Obito's other Sharingan, currently with 50-50 Kakashi Hatake, that was tricky intel to begin with, never mind infiltrating Hidden Leaf Village to snatch it. Truth be told, the Sharingan caused as many problems for Kakashi as it solved. He didn't have Uzumaki physiology with near-limitless chakra, nor did he have Hashirama cells to freely power the eye. On top of that, he only had the one eye to begin with, limiting its full potential. Later, he'd even developed Chidori, a unique lightning-style technique that required no Sharingan at all. Clearly, Kakashi would still have become formidable without it. Standing on the wooded path, Orochimaru finished speaking and waited for Senshai's reply. In his view, Senshai was the only one who could pull off this task. Senshai thought so too. Although going to Hidden Leaf Village, he'd best not walk right up to the main gate. After all, the two gate guards there might be 6 paths-level security forces. In future arcs, no matter who assaults Hidden Leaf Village, Nagato or anyone else, they practically never come in through the main gate. Perhaps they're afraid of crossing that unstoppable pair, 6 paths Hagain Katetsu and 6 paths Kamizuki Izumo. Joking aside, once you're inside Hidden Leaf Village, you also have to remember never to underestimate any so-called geinin. In this village, lowly ninja have a habit of pulling off the impossible, like in the fabled incident where the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist got turned into a 3 treasures of good fortune by a single Hidden Leaf Village geinin. Not to mention the notorious eternal geinin, Marubushi Kasuke. There's no end to these Hidden Leaf Village tall tales. Senshai didn't plan to decline Orochimaru's job, though. The only question was whether Orochimaru could really produce such a massive sum of money. Eyeing Orochimaru, Senshai asked exactly that. You got 100 million ryo lying around so quickly? You've got all those labs, equipment, experimental materials, a troop of subordinates on your payroll. Are you sure you can scrape together that much without messing with me? Because if you're playing games, you won't like what happens. Lab work is expensive, how could you have saved that much? Senshai knew Orochimaru well. Sharing those details out loud left Orochimaru with a sour expression. Indeed, in the shinobi world, the most critical factor is often information. Why had Asuma Saratobi, Jiraiya, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist suffered in certain encounters? Because intelligence can make or break you. Orochimaru had bases all over and many underlings, but hearing Senshai casually recite the details of his operations was hardly pleasant. After a short pause, Orochimaru said, "At the moment, no. But soon, I will. I have ways of acquiring that much. So long as you accept the mission, I can take steps to secure the funds." He had no intention of cheating Senshai. Considering the huge gap in power between them, if Orochimaru tried anything funny, Senshai might just take a Hidden Leaf Village job to arrest the missing ninja Orochimaru on the spot. Orochimaru soon added, "Based on the intel you provided, Obito's other Sharingan is in Hidden Leaf Village. So you can start anytime. I want you to deliver me a living, complete Uchiha, not a one-eyed version." Too bad Shisui was gone, otherwise that Susanoo with one eye guy might dispute whether both eyes were truly needed. Ding. A new employment mission has been detected. Client, Orochimaru. Mission objective, capture Obito and retrieve his second Sharingan. Commission fee, 100 million Ryo. Mission rank, S. Mission reward, 100,000 employment points. Seeing that pop-up, Senshai didn't hesitate. Evidently, Orochimaru was serious, and yes, he did have a way to cough up the 100 million. Senshai smiled indifferently as Orochimaru spoke. Don't worry. Leave it to me, I'm a pro. Orochimaru had no doubt of his competence. After all, it was hard to find anyone else in the shinobi world who'd completed so many missions with a 100% success rate. Still, Senshai couldn't help wondering how Orochimaru had been pushed to take this step so quickly. Maybe it was that disastrous fight with Itachi. Or maybe something else had triggered him. Having accepted the mission, Senshai heard Orochimaru ask, "How long do you need to wrap it up?" Instead of answering directly, Senshai replied with a question, "How soon do you want it done?" Orochimaru thought for a moment, "Within 3 months." "Can you deliver a living Uchiha with both eyes in that time?" Senshai nodded firmly, "Not a problem. Just get my commission ready, then wait for word." Orochimaru had zero doubts about Senshai's reliability. Handing this off to him, Orochimaru planned to start gathering the commission money. He'd have to find some hapless big spender. Obviously, he might go running to an old buddy, Danzō. Through Danzō, he might extract funding to cover the expense, since Danzō relied on Orochimaru's research for many of his own shady projects. So, leaving Senshai behind, Orochimaru headed out in good spirits. As he walked, he told himself, "No doubt about it, Senshai has the skill. And from my fight with Itachi, plus all the intel I've gathered on the Sharingan, I'm more convinced than ever that the Uchiha body is the perfect vessel. Once I have it, with my talents, I'll soon be able to unleash the clan's full power." Just as Orochimaru went to secure the fee, Senshai was readying to act. If Orochimaru asked him to capture other Uchiha, like Itachi or Sasuke, Senshai might weigh the pros and cons more carefully. But capturing Obito the shit-stirrer, whose Kamui had forcibly tried to drag him in. No need for second thoughts. Besides, Obito had basically just tested him, flaunting his Mangekyo and ignoring Senshai's tattoo powers. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wasn't bluffing. The moment he left, he hurried off to contact Danzō, the first Hokage of pots and kettles, and secure the money. With Danzō's backing, he'd gather enough experimental funds to carry out their mutual dark dealings. Somewhere in Hidden Leaf Village's root base, Aku. Danzō sneezed out of nowhere. He silently grumbled, "Those evil Uchiha brats. There are barely a handful left, yet still they cause trouble." He had no idea that via a chain of cause and effect, he was about to lose 100 million Ryo thanks to the Uchiha. Back on Senshai's side, once Orochimaru departed, he started preparing for the mission. If someone asked him to take down the other remaining Uchihas, he might hesitate. But Obito, the prime problem child of the ninja world? No problem. Besides, Obito had just tried to Kamui him without offering a single coin. When Orochimaru went off, he was visibly content. Before long, Senshai was about to leave as well. At that moment, Karen, glancing up at him, asked curiously, "Senshai, we're going after Obito, so that means we have to go to Hidden Leaf Village again, right?" Historically, the land of whirlpools had been Hidden Leaf Village's close ally, but when her homeland was destroyed, Hidden Leaf Village hadn't been able to help them. Karen, as an Uzumaki descendant, knew the story well but had never seen Hidden Leaf Village herself. So if she got to go there with Senshai, for a mission, she'd be delighted. Senshai nodded with a slight smile. "Yes, Karen. We're in for a busy stretch. But before we head to Hidden Leaf Village, let me fill you in on Hidden Leaf Village's urban legends." Karen's pretty Mangekyo eyes flashed with confusion. Tilting her head, she asked, "Urban legends? What do you mean?" With a serious face, Senshai explained, "They're special tidbits of intel about Hidden Leaf Village that few outsiders know. First off, avoid using your Sharingan around Hidden Leaf Village, or they might brand you an evil Uchiha. Next, if you run into a green-skinned, Kappa-like ninja who keeps shouting about youth, don't say the word youth within earshot, he might go berserk. And then there's..." He rattled off a string of so-called Hidden Leaf Village tall tales. Karen listened attentively, practically tempted to pull out a notebook from her Kamui dimension and record every bit of nonsense. Senshai described how Hidden Leaf Village apparently had so much talent they stationed 2 Six Paths level guards at the main gate, forced another potential Six Paths level shinobi to open a ramen shop, and so on, purely to entertain her. After joking around, he activated his Kama space-time mobility, conjuring a dark red, black hole-like portal in front of them. A moment later, they reappeared in their own room. Karen, he said casually, go pack up, we're about to head out for a while. Okay. Karen bustled around in her bedroom, organizing her things. Then she ran to the kitchen, storing her cookware in her cameo dimension. At this stage, her usage of the Sharingan was basically limited to Gundam cooking mode. The first Hokage, Hashirama, once admired Madara's creativity in summoning Susanoo with a tail beast overlay. If he ever saw Karen frying meals in a pink Susanoo, he might marvel at how the innovative spirit of the Uchiha had been passed down. Once she finished, the two of them dashed over to Kakazu's door. Senshai kicked it open, but contrary to his usual scenario of scaring Kakazu out of bed, he found Kakazu already sitting there calmly, legs crossed, as though he'd been expecting him. Chapter 50, Wood Style, Villa. Senshai wasted no time and went straight to the point. Kakazu, we've got a mission. He shouts loudly, it's time for our mission Crazy Squad to shine again. We're heading off to Hidden Leaf Village for a big job. Sitting properly on his bed, Kakazu met Senshai's gaze with a calm, confident stare. It was too bad Hidden Rain Village's tobacco trade wasn't developed, otherwise he'd probably have lit a cigarette, taken a lazy drag, and then replied in a haze of smoke. Still, maybe he'd get to rob Hidden Leaf Village's crown prince later, who knew? Once Senshai explained why he'd come, Kakazu's face took on a look of regret. He shook his head decisively, speaking in an unusually firm tone, sorry, I won't be joining you this time. Senshai? After a brief pause, Senshai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kakazu, you're getting ahead of yourself. Do you think your decision even matters? It seemed to Senshai that Kakazu had forgotten the fear of being forcibly hauled off to the black market for non-stop missions. Yet instead of using force, Senshai asked calmly, why won't you come along? Given that Kakazu was the greatest hired hand in the shinobi world, a man who'd been at it since the first Hokage's era, his famous name held sway in black markets everywhere. When they weren't actively on a job, Senshai would let Kakazu rest. But now a mission had presented itself, so naturally Senshai wanted to bring him. Kakazu sighed and spoke with a hint of sarcastic resignation, it's not that I don't want to, I've just got a new mission already. He spread his hands, feigning helplessness, though beneath his mask his grin was practically unstoppable. He wasn't lying, he really did have another mission. Senshai, curious, asked, what mission? You can do it with me. Kakazu shook his head in regret, no can do. My assignment and yours won't line up. The organization told me to recruit a new member, so I can't go with you this time. I'll be setting off soon to do just that. You should go on and carry out your own mission. Senshai? At a loss for words, he finally complained, if you don't come along, that means I'll lose out on so many commissions I could pick up on the way. After all, Senshai's brand was relatively new, he'd been active in the black market less than a year. Kakazu, on the other hand, was a century-old big name. When traveling around Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Grass Village, or Hidden Mist Village, Senshai's own notoriety was enough to land them tasks easily. But beyond those regions, his mission terrorist reputation wouldn't open as many doors. Hearing that, Kakazu felt secretly overjoyed. Serves you right, Senshai? All those times they traveled together, Senshai had treated him as some tireless ox, running missions day and night without stopping. Now, at last, the Akatsuki had given Kakazu a special assignment of his own, meaning Senshai couldn't rope him in. Seeing the dumbfounded look on Senshai's face only made Kakazu more smug. He said, with an air of mock seriousness, I, too, mourn that we can't join forces to scour missions on our way to Hidden Leaf Village. It's truly a shame. But there's nothing to be done. I promise there'll be a next time. Senshai, skeptical, asked, so why do I feel like you're not mourning at all, but rather enjoying this? Kakazu flat out denied it. I was trained in Hidden Waterfall Village, no matter how amusing the mission topic, I don't laugh. Right then, I'm off. With that, he practically fled his own room, afraid he wouldn't be able to contain his glee and would burst out laughing any second. At last, he had the upper hand. He'd been waiting ages for Senshai to come back, just so he could gloat. Once Kakazu had gone, Senshai went to see Kisame. If Kakazu wasn't willing, maybe the honest shark would do. The Akatsuki usually operated in pairs, supervising and helping each other. True, sometimes people worked alone or in larger teams, but going with two was standard. Senshai used his mantra to locate Kisame and then teleported there via Kama, bringing Karen along. The moment Kisame saw him appear out of nowhere, he felt a jolt of unease. Troubles here. This devil of a guy just randomly showed up with some fancy space-time jutsu? He licked his lips nervously and asked, Uzumaki Senshai, what do you want? Senshai cut straight to the point, I have a mission in Hidden Leaf Village. Want to come along? At that, Kisame shook his head with such vigor that his silhouette seemed to blur. No way. Though honest, Kisame had learned from experience. Teaming up with others might be draining, but teaming up with Senshai was downright suicidal. That time in Hidden Mist Village, Senshai had beaten him half to death, then almost sold him to collect a bounty. Meanwhile, when working with Itachi, he might have to walk everywhere at a snail's pace, but at least it was safe. He trusted Itachi, who might be the only one in the Akatsuki who definitely wasn't an undercover agent. Kisame's face now showed aversion, fear, and outright refusal. Seeing Kisame's unwavering stance, Senshai was speechless. What the? You guys all bail at the crucial moment? None of you'll go. So I have to do this alone in that dangerous village? Kisame said nothing but privately thought, facing Hidden Leaf Village's ninja, at least I can flee if it's too tough. Facing Senshai, I can't fight him or outrun him. At that moment, Karen peeked out from behind Senshai's shoulder, speaking gently but resolutely, Don't worry, Senshai. If they're all turning you down, I won't. I'll go with you any time. I'll never dislike going on missions together. Senshai turned to see Karen's earnest expression, and he couldn't help smiling wryly. Still, a sense of warmth spread in his chest. It was always better to have a companion than go alone. Thanks, Karen. All right, then, let's get going. Cough, cough. Karen, determined, nodded vigorously. The small arms she had wrapped around Senshai's neck unconsciously tightened, nearly choking him. She was set on being a competent partner, no letting Senshai down. If Senshai knew what she was thinking, he would have realized this was the power of bonds. In the shinobi world, that's the supreme law. If you break it, even an Otsutsuki god might get smacked around. Karen was thrilled. Previously, she was just his little assistant. Now, she was a genuine partner. But after they walked a short distance, Senshai suddenly paused, face darkening. Confused and worried, Karen asked, Senshai, what's wrong? He complained, we're heading into unfamiliar territory. I tried to pick up an escort mission from a caravan, but we were out of luck. Missing out on that is a total waste. He didn't particularly care about the monetary reward, he cared about the system's bonus. Karen just blinked, wondering what was so serious, then offered, so we can just teleport ourselves with space-time ninjutsu, right? Senshai shook his head, no. I wanted that mission so I could build some reputation in places where I'm not known. This time I plan to send out wood-style clones everywhere along our route to local black markets, to gain notoriety so I can snag missions easier in the future. With that, he wove signs, and a series of wood-style clones sprouted from the ground like men out of the earth. Senshai decided Kakazuya must never hear about his failing to land an escort mission, his image as the unstoppable mission killer would suffer. Observing all those clones, Karen gasped, Senshai, is it really okay to send so many wood-style clones? Won't that drain your chakra? She was no stranger to large chakra reserves herself, but it still seemed insane. Senshai, ruffling her red hair into a messy tangle, replied, it's fine. Feels like I hardly used any chakra at all. Fuming, Karen pouted her cheeks and swung her little fists in mock anger. Senshai had a habit of messing up her carefully groomed hair. So annoying. He took off running, lightning quick, and she gave chase, unable to match his speed until she used her space-time jutsu herself. ZZZT, a swirling, translucent vortex opened before her, and she vanished, reappearing right in Senshai's path. If he didn't have dimensional tricks, he'd never outrun me now. Senshai was really just teaching Karen combat tactics through playful scuffling. She was a highly versatile ninja, after all, a sensory type, a medical type, and now someone with the eternal Mangekyo. He wanted to help her develop her fighting powers properly. Susanoo. Karen knew that Senshai's games were part of her training. So the moment she teleported in front of him, she activated Susanoo in a flourish. Boom. A skeletal pink frame enveloped her. Transparent flesh formed over its bones, then armor plating, until it had legs, and eventually a full suit of armor. Then she controlled Susanoo to attack Senshai, clang. A sword rang free from its scabbard with a horizontal sweep. Swoosh. Countless trees behind Senshai were sliced down. He leaned backward, disappearing into a dark red vortex, courtesy of his kama, and re-emerged above Susanoo, lightning flickering around him. Eat this Yabaku. Boom. Even though he wasn't using full force, the blow made Susanoo tremble. By now, Senshai's mastery of lightning style eclipsed any Raikage in history. If the Hidden Clouds village knew, they'd probably beg him to teach them. Swoosh. Susanoo's blade struck upward. This time, Senshai didn't teleport away. Instead, he dashed in a lightning-quick movement, appearing right by the giant's forehead, chop. Wham! Lightning crackled as his punch hammered Susanoo in the head, making it totter precariously. If he were to unleash his full arsenal, like the true several thousand hands, that would basically reenact Hashirama vs Madara. After trading about 30 moves, he said to Karen, That's enough for today. Karen deactivated Susanoo and asked eagerly, did I improve? Senshai nodded, thinking to himself how far she'd come. In the original timeline, Karen might have been stumped by a single bear. Now she could flatten multiple bears unless a certain Doraemon plus Nobita duo turned up. That said, he also noticed her offensive repertoire was limited. Against run-of-the-mill foes, she might easily dominate, but she didn't need Susanoo for just anyone. Still, he pushed that thought aside for now. Before long, the two arrived at a clearing. Senshai clapped his hands together and cast a technique, wood-style, Villajutsu. Boom. 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 Rows of wooden beams and boards sprang from the ground, rearranging themselves. In just moments, a luxurious wooden villa stood before them. Clearly, Senshai knew how to enjoy himself. He'd taken the wood-style four-pillar house jutsu, also joked about as the wood-style two-bedroom suite, and elevated it into a full-blown villa by virtue of his massive chakra tonnage. Possibly, Captain Yamato would feel envy at seeing Senshai's advanced version of the jutsu. Glancing at the new house, Senshai said casually, Karen, let's rest here tonight. Chapter 51, Go Big or Go Home. Senshai was feeling rather vexed. He realized he'd been short-sighted before. He really should have taken Kakazu with him all over the ninja world to do missions, spread his fame, and then, no matter where he went, he wouldn't have trouble finding work. Just then, Karen tugged at his sleeve. Senshai, I can sense Orochimaru's presence somewhere nearby. Hearing that, Senshai paused for a moment, then understood. For a long time now, the so-called first Hokage of pots and kettles, the 5.5th Hokage, aka Shimura Danzō, had secretly funded Orochimaru's experiments. Don't worry about it, Senshai said. We don't need to bother with him. Normally, Senshai wouldn't keep his mantra ability active all the time. The barrage of information would be too noisy. Knowing Orochimaru was lurking didn't concern him. He already had a good idea of what Orochimaru was up to. A short while earlier, Orochimaru stood in the leafy path for a moment. Soon, a hidden leaf village ninja leaning on a cane, one arm wrapped in bandages, approached from a distance. It was Shimura Danzō. Seeing Orochimaru show up in person, Danzō was somewhat surprised. I never expected you to come here yourself. That's unexpected. Since you've come in person, I take it there's been huge progress with those projects I hired you for? Orochimaru gave a snake-like grin. Of course. We've made significant progress, but it's still incomplete. If I'm to continue my research, I need funds, lots of them. Danzō's face instantly darkened. Orochimaru, I've heard that many times now. You should know how much I've already invested in these projects of yours. I need to see real results. Results that satisfy me. Otherwise, I won't be putting in another Ryo until you present something worthwhile. Orochimaru felt a twinge of frustration. One of Danzō's prime directives had been for him to cultivate Hashirama cells. Orochimaru did have some success, but he wasn't about to hand it all over yet. So long as he withheld it, Danzō would keep the funds flowing. But now, with the matter of obtaining a perfect Uchiha vessel, he had no choice but to offer at least some tangible findings. Finally, he decided to show part of his progress with Hashirama cells. He gave a curt nod. Of course I have something that'll please you. No sooner did he say that than a loud crack noise echoed from afar. Crack crack. Clack, clack. It was quite the ruckus. Both Orochimaru and Danzō turned at the commotion, only to see a massive, lavish wooden villa rising amidst the trees. Danzō was completely stunned. What? This scale of wood style. Have you developed the first Hokage cells to that level now? Compared to those previous failures, this is on a whole different plane. Marvelous. I'm very pleased. Elated, he made to hurry toward that giant wooden construct. Orochimaru, seeing the villa, froze momentarily and then quickly realized Danzō was misunderstanding. As far as Orochimaru knew, in the current ninja world, there was really only one person who could perform wood style on that scale, Uzumaki Senshai? Obviously, Senshai must be nearby building that wooden mansion for some reason. Perhaps preparing to snatch the Sharingan from Hidden Leaf Village. So professional. Observing Danzō's mistake, Orochimaru felt secretly delighted. Lucky me. This is the perfect chance to swindle him. A wood style of such magnitude is on par with the first Hokages. And Senshai definitely has no idea what's going on here. Which means he won't even know to claim a share of the research funding. Excellent. Having been influenced by a certain mercenary, Orochimaru now excelled at extortion tactics. Spotting this golden opportunity to empty Danzō's pockets, he suppressed a snicker while Danzō stared, intent on going closer. Orochimaru quickly coughed. It's no use going over there. That individual is in an uncontrolled state. If you approach, you might get attacked. Danzō stopped, frowning. What's going on? Orochimaru sighed in feigned helplessness. As I said, the results are still incomplete, so I can't fully control them. Danzō's already grim face looked even darker now. He spoke coldly. Orochimaru, I've poured so much money into your research, and you're telling me now you can't control the subject? Orochimaru shrugged offhandedly. Danzō, research is research. As long as I produce results, that's good enough. Once we have a breakthrough, we refine it until the flaws are gone. Think of how ninjutsu is developed. Once you have a prototype, you keep perfecting it until it becomes truly powerful. Danzō didn't want to hear any of that. All he wanted was for Orochimaru to meet his demands. But he'd shelled out huge sums of money already, and for what? Dissatisfied, he grimaced. Orochimaru leaned in with a crafty tone. Look, you can see for yourself how great this achievement is. The wood style on display doesn't lose out to the first Hokages. The one real drawback is its instability. With a bit more funding, I can perfect it. And then, I might even implant these new Hashirama cells into you, letting you wield wood style yourself. At that, Danzō's scowl remained, but inwardly he was reeling. You mean your newly cultivated Hashirama cells could be transplanted into me? Then I could have this level of wood style. Orochimaru laughed internally. If he really had cells that gave people first Hokage level wood style, he would have used them on himself already. Still, when Danzō asked, he solemnly nodded. Yes, these cells are nearly perfect, fully transplantable. Once implanted, you'd gain incredible wood style power. Of course, like I said, the process is incomplete, so the research must continue. He was basically bamboozling Danzō, who was out of his depth when it came to scientific research. Staring at the giant wooden villa in the distance, Danzō was deeply tempted. Hey, he thought, I've told Hiruzen countless times that sacrifices are unavoidable for the sake of the will of fire. Remember the era of the first Hokage, when Hidden Leaf Village was unbeatable. That was thanks to wood style. Being able to harness that again would be phenomenal. People might die? Well, that's the price we pay. Hiruzen, you're too soft. If you saw this scale of wood style, you'd realize I was right all along. He grew more and more excited, picturing how he would soon prove himself right to the Sand Dame, and how Hidden Leaf Village would grow stronger with the mass production of wood style wielders. His heart pounded at the thought, and he looked to Orochimaru. How much funding are we talking about? Orochimaru answered blandly, 1 billion ryo. Danzō's lone eye bulged in disbelief. How much? Folding his arms, Orochimaru repeated decisively, 1 billion. In past dealings, Orochimaru had adopted a steady drip approach, asking for modest sums over time, occasionally throwing Danzō a few small successes. But this time, since he had no real way to produce such a massive wood style for Danzō, why not go big or go home? A one-off, sky-high demand. An eerie hush fell upon the forest, only broken by the faint rustle of the breeze tousling Orochimaru's long hair and Danzō's robe. Although Orochimaru was a missing ninja, his scientific expertise was nearly unmatched. Danzō needed him. Their relationship was never exactly pleasant cooperation, but both had found it mutually beneficial. Orochimaru was no entrepreneur. If Danzō refused to pay, Orochimaru would have to waste time scraping funds from elsewhere, which he didn't want. Likewise, Danzō's route needed Orochimaru's inventions. Finally Danzō spoke, his eye cold. 1 billion? Orochimaru, do you know what that kind of money represents in the shinobi world? Nobody can just whip that out of nowhere. Are you messing with me? Why do you suddenly need so much? Danzō wasn't sure what Orochimaru was scheming. Usually he only asked for relatively modest amounts, showing some progress each time. Today he wanted an astronomical sum. Yes, certain bounties in the exchange houses might be listed at insane figures, like 7 billion, but that was all theoretical, no one ever actually got it. Danzō, being ruthless, could still gather a fair chunk of money if it wasn't too huge, but this was too much. Orochimaru's golden eyes stared back, as if expecting Danzō's pushback. No matter, he knew Danzō's weak point. With a sly grin, he responded, well, in that case, there's nothing for it. If you can't provide the necessary funding, we'll have to suspend the project. Danzō's eyes went bloodshot. Suspend the project? Don't be ridiculous. There was no way Danzō would allow that. He'd dumped so much capital into Orochimaru's research, money, secret test subjects, all sorts of shady deals, and now at the brink of success, Orochimaru threatened to abandon it? Never. Orochimaru smiled inwardly. Danzō's reaction was exactly as he expected. All the time and resources Danzō had already put in were a sunk cost. Although Orochimaru occasionally gave Danzō some moderate results, he never turned over a definitive breakthrough. And now that Danzō glimpsed such a powerful wood style, or so he believed, There was no turning back. Even a cunning fox like Danzō, Orochimaru thought, is just like a gambler who's put in too many chips to back out now. Danzō stood silent for a long while, torn. He cursed Orochimaru for daring to extort him like this, yet what choice did he have? Finally, he asked, if I give you enough funds, how long before you finish? How long until I can fully master a wood style rivaling the first Hokage's? Orochimaru answered without hesitation, it's already in the final stage. I'd estimate 2 months. You've seen with your own eyes that wood style out there. No need for me to say more. Just think, if Root gets a hold of a technique to mass-produce wood style users, imagine what that means for Hidden Leaf Village. And for you. Chapter 52, Shimeta. Orochimaru's words were filled with temptation. For Danzō, it was almost irresistible, like a certain star who, upon seeing the goat, simply can't walk away. Even so, Danzō still wore a grim expression. After some deliberation, he finally said, give me 3 days. I'll have an answer for you then. Elsewhere, hidden in the woods. Out of curiosity, Sensei was using his mantra to eavesdrop on Orochimaru's conversation. He only caught bits, focusing on Orochimaru's bargaining with Danzō over research funding. Whoa. Orochimaru really is black-hearted, asking for 1 billion ryo just like that. Sensei smacked his lips in disbelief. Orochimaru's current commission to hire him was set at 100 million ryo. Sensei had felt that was already pretty steep. Yet here Orochimaru was, asking Danzō for 1 billion. After Sensei was paid, he'd certainly fulfill Orochimaru's request 100%. But what Orochimaru had just done amounted to tricking Danzō with empty promises, and Danzō actually believed it. Sensei shook his head, he had at least some understanding of Orochimaru's research progress on wood style. Even if there were some minor breakthroughs, they were nothing to brag about. Maybe he could grow a 3-room, 1 living area-sized wooden hut, at best. How had Danzō fallen for this? 1 billion ryo. Orochimaru was unbelievably bold, planning to con Danzō out of that huge sum. Then Sensei grinned to himself. The more money Orochimaru wrings out, the better. After all, Orochimaru's money basically ends up being my commission. Most of Orochimaru's jobs can't be handled by ordinary ninjas. Sooner or later, he'll have to hire me anyway. He was pretty much on the mark. Orochimaru's big haul from Danzō would mostly go toward paying Sensei to do tasks. Orochimaru had discovered that although hiring Sensei was expensive, he always got perfect results. Better to let a professional handle things while he stayed in his lab. Sensei soon sighed again, musing that Danzō must be quite good at raising funds. That guy actually has the leeway to get 1 billion. If he were the one giving me a mission at that price, I could take off on the spot. Now that he thought about it, maybe he should see if he could snag a job from Danzō. Since Danzō could collaborate with a slimy traitor like Orochimaru, why wouldn't he pay a top-notch mercenary like Sensei? In the woods, Orochimaru's every movement was under Sensei's watch, though Orochimaru was oblivious. Feeling content about duping Danzō, Orochimaru headed off, leaving Danzō standing there, staring in silence at the massive wooden villa. 1 billion ryo was an astronomical number to a normal person, and even for Danzō, someone who didn't care about wealth but loved power, coming up with that sum was no small matter. Still, as a high-level figure in Hidden Leaf Village, he had some means of drawing funds. Now, he was like a gambler with one final throw of the dice, to bet on Orochimaru's experiment or not. Inside, he was shaken to the core. If I stop now, all my previous investment is wasted. If I go all in just this once. He let out ragged breaths. The money he'd poured into Orochimaru's research felt like pieces cut from his own flesh. He wouldn't accept not getting results. But if he invested more, maybe it would yield that long-sought wood style. That thought was like a shot of adrenaline to Danzō's system, making his single eye redden with excitement and the hand gripping his cane tremble. He pictured returning to Hidden Leaf Village wielding a perfect wood style, forging an entire army of wood users, reviving the village's glory. Then, in that scenario, 1 billion ryo would seem trivial. He'd be hailed as Hidden Leaf Village's hero, surpassing Hiruzen, possibly even getting pushed onto the Hokage seat. As the fervor set in, Danzō's mind underwent a subtle shift. His craving to merge with Hashirama's cells perfectly and gain the first Hokage's godlike power grew wild, nearly drowning out his rationality. Scenes he'd longed for danced before his eyes. You'll regret this, Danzō. Hiruzen, I'm the real Hokage. Boom. Under the bright sun and gentle breeze, Sensei and Karen continued through dense, emerald forests. Thanks to wood style, villa, camping outdoors was hardly different from staying at home. In fact, with the air so fresh, sleeping amid the trees was even more relaxing. Karen was excited to see Hidden Leaf Village, Sensei not so much. He knew Hidden Leaf Village's layout better than most anyway, and from what he recalled, there wasn't anything major going on there right now. Karen, on the other hand, was in a great mood. Long ago, she'd heard about Hidden Leaf Village's prosperity, and she knew they'd once been allies of the Uzumaki in the land of whirlpools. Hidden Leaf Village even adopted the Uzumaki clan spiral on their flak jackets. If only Hidden Leaf Village hadn't been too busy dealing with its own troubles when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, maybe she and her mother wouldn't have had to flee to Hidden Grass Village. Though, nowadays Hidden Grass Village had changed drastically under Mua's leadership. In the past, it had been a horrific hell for Karen. Eventually, they reached a winding mountain path. Not far off, a boy was training hard. He wore a dark blue shirt bearing a red Uchiha fan on the back, climbing a perilously steep cliff. Kids that age usually wouldn't do such dangerous training, but this boy was different, his eyes full of grim determination, harboring a deep grudge against the man who'd murdered his entire clan, his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Huff, Sasuke exhaled a heavy breath. He trained at maximum intensity every single day, but at 9 years old, he had no idea when he'd become strong enough to avenge his clan. Over a dozen wounds, both big and small, covered him, all from harsh training. I'll climb the rest of the way, then take a short rest. Like this, risking death daily might squeeze out more of his potential, forging an iron will through repeated brushes with danger. But, crack. When Sasuke grabbed a protruding rock, he realized too late it was badly weathered. It crumbled in his hand, causing him to lose his balance and tumble off the cliff. Ah! Senshai and Karen had been strolling along the mountain trail, relaxed. Suddenly, they heard that cry and saw a boy falling from the cliff. Hidden Leaf Village kids are all this reckless? Senshai muttered. If they're not jumping around defacing the Hokage rock, they're doing extreme training on a vertical cliff. Even as he grumbled, lightning flashed around his body in a burst of chakra. An instant later, he appeared beside the falling boy. In Sasuke's shocked eyes, both he and Senshai vanished into a dark red vortex. When they emerged from that swirling hole, they were back on solid ground. Sasuke stared at him in utter disbelief. Karen peeped out from behind Senshai's shoulder, pushing up her glasses. Huh? A good-looking boy fell from the sky? While surprised, she took a closer look. Sasuke was quite handsome. He'd been the youngest son of the Uchiha clan head, a veritable prince before the massacre. What, like him? Senshai teased, narrowing his eyes at Karen's reaction. Better not let my little assistant get kidnapped by Sasuke. In the original timeline, Karen ended up tailing him around. Without missing a beat, he pressed Karen's head back down. Karen promptly flattered, he's nothing compared to you, Senshai. He grinned. Then how about I treat you to your favorite pork cutlet bowl for lunch? You're the best. She squealed, hugging his leg in delight. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having just witnessed Senshai's lightning speed and space-time ninjutsu, was stunned. But he quickly collected himself. Gaze flicking between the red-haired man and girl, he reined in his usual coldness long enough to offer a polite thanks. Thank you for saving me. Despite what he'd gone through, he was after all, the son of a major clan, well raised to show manners. Senshai waved it off casually. No need. Your big brother and I, 157, go way back. Sasuke's eyes went wide. You know Itachi? Before Senshai could answer, a familiar figure emerged from behind a tree, Orochimaru. Senshai was a bit surprised, hadn't that guy left already? Seeing Senshai, Orochimaru gave a signature sinister grin. From a distance, I saw such a large-scale wood style. I figured it had to be you. Here to carry out that mission I gave you, are you? Senshai had thought Orochimaru would vanish after swindling Danzō. Guess not. He shrugged. What else did you think? I have a job to do. I work efficiently. Orochimaru let out his odd version of a hearty laugh. Your efficiency is as staggering as ever, I see. Not bad at all. Hiring you was definitely the right call. No matter what I assign, you deliver. He was genuinely impressed by Senshai's speed. Now he understood why so many people specifically went to the Ames black market seeking Senshai's help. Senshai just gave a faint smile, right? So, what is it? You got another task for me? After all, I know you just got a truckload of money out of Danzō, right? He snickered knowingly. If Orochimaru had indeed closed the deal, Senshai wanted his cut. Orochimaru was taken aback. He hadn't felt Senshai's presence at that distance, yet somehow Senshai knew about his conversation with Danzō. It dawned on Orochimaru that Senshai could eavesdrop from far beyond normal perception, meaning if Senshai so desired, not even a 5-Kage summit would remain secret. That was a terrifying notion. He forcibly buried those thoughts. Ahem, I haven't actually received that money yet, Orochimaru hedged, worried Senshai might ramp up his fees otherwise. He was about to say more, but then pointed at Sasuke and changed the subject. Who's that kid? When did you adopt another stray? Originally, Orochimaru hadn't seen Sasuke at 9 years old. Senshai considered brushing off the question, but a wicked idea flashed through his mind. With a smirk, he glanced at Sasuke. That strange laugh sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. Senshai said to Orochimaru, "You mean you don't recognize him? This is the living Uchiha you've always dreamed of. You see him with your own eyes and can't tell?" Orochimaru's pupils shrank. "Huh? He is?" Senshai shrugged. "He's Sasuke Uchiha, the last surviving member of Hidden Leaf Village's Uchiha clan. Interested in acquiring this living Uchiha?" At that, both Sasuke and Karen went rigid with shock. Karen glanced at Senshai, flabbergasted. "He's got to be joking, right?" Sasuke, for his part, was even more horrified. "Have I just run into human traffickers? And not just any, this guy has space-time ninjutsu. Shimada." There was no way to run. Chapter 53, Almost Lost a Couple Billion. He's Sasuke Uchiha. At that moment, Orochimaru's expression was equal parts shock and bewilderment. He never expected that, in a complete fluke, a living member of the Uchiha clan would just run into him like this. But after giving Sasuke a once-over, Orochimaru lost interest. The boy before him was still tiny, probably not even 10 years old. What good would it do Orochimaru to take in a child so young? Even if he was from the Uchiha clan, at that age he could barely have developed the Sharingan. If Orochimaru chose this kid as a vessel, he'd have to figure out how to make the child awaken the Sharingan himself. Most importantly, some Uchiha ended up in their 70s or 80s still stuck with a single Tomoe Sharingan. What if this boy was one of those cases? Who could he complain to then? While turning these thoughts over in his mind, Orochimaru couldn't resist blurting out, "How much?" "Senshai?" Just now, Senshai had only been teasing Orochimaru by casually offering Sasuke. He never imagined Orochimaru would actually ask the price. If the figure were suitable, maybe there'd be a real deal on the table. Looking utterly surprised, Senshai exclaimed, "I was just joking, and you're taking it seriously? He's just a kid, you don't even spare children? Hey!" Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, seeming to diffuse the awkwardness. Then he added, "If you've got time to run your mouth here, why not hurry up and bring me the person I actually want?" Clearly annoyed, Orochimaru turned and left. Inwardly, though, he was considering, if he ran out of other options, maybe raising this little Uchiha wasn't impossible. But right now, he still had Obito Uchiha, who at least had awakened the Mangekyo. Wasn't a Mangekyo user far better than some little kid? After Orochimaru left, Sasuke remained wary, keeping his eyes on Uzumaki Senshai. Both Orochimaru and Senshai gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. Sasuke had initially thought Senshai was kind-hearted, seeing how he saved him. But from the conversation with Orochimaru, it looked like Senshai wasn't exactly a good person either. At the moment, Sasuke pegged Senshai as someone who knew Itachi Uchiha, an apparent child trafficker. A very dangerous man indeed. Internally, Sasuke grew anxious. Damn it. I never should have trained near the village outskirts. With our massive power gap, I'd need at least 5 more years of training, maybe longer, just to have a shot at beating this guy. Right now, I'm not only weaker than he is, I can't even run away. What do I do? Senshai, seeing Sasuke all tense and ready to bolt, felt a bit amused. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's naturally spiky hair, like it was plastered up with gel. "Relax, I was just messing with Orochimaru. I'm not going to traffic anyone. If you feel it's not safe here and want to go home, go ahead." Karen's eyes sparkled at the sight of Sasuke's hair getting turned into a messy bird's nest. She let out a soft giggle. Hee hee. At last, it wasn't only her hair being messed with, someone else was sharing the misfortune. Sasuke, hair all mussed, turned his head away sullenly. But he realized Senshai apparently had no intention of capturing him, so he didn't run off immediately. Shooting Senshai a cold, serious glance, he asked, "Where is Itachi Uchiha?" Senshai arched a brow. "You want to see Itachi?" Sasuke's tone became icy. "I'm definitely going to kill him, with my own hands." Hearing that, Senshai had a peculiar thought. What if I told this kid the entire truth, like about Itachi's real motives? Wouldn't that ruin his hatred-driven path of awakening the Sharingan? That might infuriate Itachi. The next time the brothers met, Sasuke would still be stuck at a Tomoe Sharingan, all his drive gone. Itachi would see that the account had been ruined. While it seemed entertaining, Senshai decided that might be too mean-spirited. Looking at Sasuke, he said in a mocking tone, "If you want to get revenge on Itachi, you're still way off. Go home and train harder." With that, Senshai took Karen and walked away. Sasuke could only glare at his retreating figure in frustration, fists clenching so hard they creaked with tension. He was furious, but he also knew Sensei was right. Itachi had been a top genius of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke's own talent was clearly behind that. He'd need far more effort to become strong enough for revenge. Resolving himself, Sasuke vowed, "Increase the intensity. I have to train harder. This still isn't enough, not nearly enough. I'll add 2 more hours of training today." Steeling himself, he wasted no time resuming his punishing regimen. A short distance away, as they walked, Karen suddenly asked, "Sensei, would I stand any chance of defeating Itachi?" That question gave Sensei pause. After all, Itachi had his innate gifts, whereas Karen had him helping her cheat, so to speak. Logically, a cheat-powered ninja shouldn't lose to a mere genius, right? Thinking for a moment, Sensei replied, "Karen, if you actually want to face Itachi Uchiha, you'll need more growth first." She nodded seriously and asked, "How much more do I need to grow?" Sensei put on a solemn expression, held his fist above her head at some height, and said, "At least this much. You're nowhere near it yet." Humphrey. Sensei's just treating me like a kid again. I didn't mean physical height. Karen realized he was toying with her. She'd meant growth in terms of power, not how tall she was. Wait a minute. I feel like I'm forgetting something. As Sensei teased her, a sudden jolt of realization shot through his mind. A memory sparked. The Uchiha clan was once the top noble family of Hidden Leaf Village. They'd been there since the village was founded, building up massive wealth over generations. With the clan all but wiped out, Sasuke was the sole heir to everything. Couldn't that make Sasuke one of the richest individuals in Hidden Leaf Village? Danzō might be good at wringing out money, but not even he could easily seize that entire fortune overnight. Which meant Sasuke, a mere kid, might secretly be Hidden Leaf Village's biggest landowner or something. Oh, man. Sensei thought. I let this big catch slip right under my nose? He silently berated himself. You've grown complacent, Uzumaki Sensei? That was a prime target for a huge business deal, and you nearly missed it. Without delay, he spun around to go back for Sasuke. Sensei, why do you look so upset? Karen asked, hopping onto his back and leaning near his ear. Just moments ago, he'd been joking around, and now he looked dead serious. He answered reflexively, I lost my money. Huh? She blinked. Impossible. Even if pigs flew, you couldn't lose your money. How much did you lose? Karen knew he always stored his money in a space-time pocket. How could it ever get lost? Sensei sighed tragically, not sure yet, but maybe a couple billion I let slip. A couple what? Karen's cute face scrunched in confusion. By the time Sensei and Karen returned, Sasuke hadn't gone back to the village or moved too far away. He was simply training on another precarious cliff, an even safer spot, pushing himself to climb relentlessly. Or rather, over-relentlessly. Huff, clinging to the rock face, Sasuke thought back to his encounter with the red-haired man who casually said he was Itachi's friend, and then bluntly told Sasuke he was nowhere near strong enough. How dare he belittle me? I'll just train that much harder. In the end, I'll kill that man. Just then, a dark red vortex opened out of nowhere, and Sensei appeared right beside him. In the blink of an eye, like a teacher catching a student who'd been dozing off, Sasuke jerked in fright. A few loose rocks tumbled from where he'd been gripping. Sasuke glanced over. You again? What do you want now? Changed your mind about capturing me? He was certain Sensei must have regretted letting him go and now intended to snatch him. A friend of Itachi Uchiha can't possibly be a good person. Sensei felt a bit awkward. Seeing Sasuke's hostility, he cleared his throat. Relax, I'm not here to abduct you. He couldn't help regretting teasing the boy earlier. Sasuke now clearly saw him as a villain. The first impression was thoroughly messed up. Nonetheless, he pressed on. Sasuke eyed him warily, climbing to the top of the cliff just to keep some distance. There, he asked, then why are you here? Sensei decided to cut to the chase. Sasuke's chief interest was Itachi, after all. Putting on a confident smile, he said, Sasuke, you really want to see Itachi, right? I can take you to him, and supply plenty of intel on him, too. Sensei was tempted to brag that he was one of the top 3 info sages, rivaling Jiraiya and perhaps Inoue with knowledge from beyond. Indeed, he knew intel others didn't. Sensei's big speech made Sasuke's face freeze. He clenched his fists again, trembling with rage and excitement. Itachi Uchiha. He wanted revenge more than anything, but he still didn't trust Sensei. Staring coldly, he asked, why would you be so kind? Why help me find Itachi? Sensei waved dismissively, even if I took you right now, it'd do you no good. Hear me out. He rubbed his hands together, adopting a professional, earnest demeanor. Sasuke, listen carefully. Standing before you is the greatest mercenary in the current ninja world, Uzumaki Sensei. The black market calls me the nightmare of bounty boards, the mission terrorist, the scourge of Ronin. So far, I've taken countless contracts, all completed in record time with a perfect success rate. I've battled hidden mist villages, tailed beasts and many other powerful foes. There are simply too many feats to list. Putting it simply, so long as you pay me a generous commission, I can handle any job. Sensei rattled off a string of accomplishments, leaving Sasuke quite dazed. At length, the boy snapped out of it, half incredulous. How much would it cost to lead me to Itachi Uchiha? Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Sensei was thrilled. This might work. But just leading Sasuke to Itachi wouldn't help. Sasuke was too weak. Right now, meeting Itachi would only bring him trauma. Sensei planned a bundle deal, full-service tutoring plus intel plus an escort to Itachi, maximizing his profit. After thinking a moment, Sensei continued, going to find Itachi right now means nothing. And your current training is too slow for real growth. If you want to locate Itachi and beat him, you need a powerful ninja to act as your personal tutor, to train you rigorously. I can do that, take you to him and train you until you're strong enough to defeat him. Chapter 54, Teacher Sensei? Sensei wasn't just bragging. No matter how formidable Itachi, who could take on 7 opponents at once, might be, he still wouldn't stand a chance against this cheating powerhouse, Sensei. Sasuke, however, doubted Sensei's words. He did acknowledge Sensei was strong. Whether it was the random display of powerful lightning style or his easy use of space-time ninjutsu, both seemed extremely formidable. But Itachi Uchiha was a legendary genius of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke questioned whether Sensei could really surpass him. After some thought, Sasuke said, "How do I know you actually have the strength to beat Itachi Uchiha?" Sensei had been waiting for this question. He'd just finished talking a big game, and Sasuke, a young kid, possibly didn't fully follow. The easiest way to prove something to Sasuke was to let him see it with his own eyes. Hence, Sensei planned to perform an encore of what he'd done in Hidden Grass Village, this time in a flashier, more eye-popping way. Raising one hand, he pointed at a dense, thickly forested area in the distance and asked Sasuke, "Do you see that open field out there?" Sasuke? Sasuke couldn't tell if his eyes were failing, his ears were failing, or if it was Sensei who had a screw loose. After a moment of perplexity, he frowned at Sensei. He couldn't fathom what Sensei was talking about. That place was obviously a lush, leafy forest. Falling silent for a bit, he said, "Don't speak nonsense. I'm not some gullible little kid you can't trick." Sensei, hearing that, only smiled. In the next instant, lightning-style chakra oiled across his entire body. Boom. A surge of immense, explosive energy erupted from Sensei. His aura was far too strong, far too frightening. Sasuke and Karen, the two little ones, were nearly flattened by its weight. Gathering all of his lightning chakra, Sensei fixed his gaze on that thick forest. Then, in a voice devoid of emotion, he said, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The moment he spoke, the world seemed to change color. Roar! From Sasuke's viewpoint, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted, shaking the land. The next second, an oceanic volume of lightning chakra flooded from Sensei's body. An enormous thunder dragon, vast enough to blot out the sky like a raging river, began to condense. Boom. An unbelievably dangerous aura surged at that moment, shocking every nerve in Sasuke's body. After appearing, the dragon roared skyward once more. Then, crackling with lightning, it charged toward that distant forest, brimming with annihilating force. Boom, rumble, rumble. Boom. 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 Suddenly the ground quaked, wind and sand whipped through the air, and the sky seemed to darken. That once verdant forest was facing a catastrophe. The terrifying thunder dragon bulldozed through it with unstoppable might, disintegrating towering trees into ash and pulverizing huge rocks into dust. Under the thunder dragon's 60 million volt power, it was as though any and all traces of the forest's existence were obliterated. It no longer seemed like the power a mere ninja could wield, but something that belonged to the realm of gods. After the dragon passed, the endless forest lay level to the ground. Sasuke was left utterly stunned. At his current level, he couldn't even imagine, let alone comprehend, how there could be such a high-tier lightning style. And this seemingly carefree young man wielded such terrifying might. Sasuke's little heart was shaken to its core. The destructive power of that jutsu was simply astounding, cataclysmic was no exaggeration. If it was that level of force, even Itachi might not withstand it. If Sasuke were to master such power, he could definitely kill that man, avenge his parents and his entire clan. Seeing Sasuke so flabbergasted he was practically turned to stone, Sensei couldn't help smiling wryly. He'd been a bit worried about this jutsu's destructive range, so he hadn't used it at full power. Without wood-style users around to replant, it might take at least 2 or 3 decades, maybe longer, to regrow a forest of that size. Even so, Sasuke was indeed tremendously impacted. This was a far cry from throwing shuriken in midair and watching them clash. Compared to this, the fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu was just a simple family barbecue jutsu. Sasuke stared at the newly flattened forest for ages, speechless. Maybe someday, if Uchiha asked her father why lightning style, Kirin was so powerful, Sasuke might say, my Kirin is merely a poor imitation of the 60 million volt Thunder Dragon taught by my private tutor, Uzumaki Sensei. But that was far in the future. Right now, Sasuke was still a child. In the wake of this shock, Sasuke couldn't help but long, 12 parts longing, for Sensei's technique. Gulping, he stared at Sensei, asking, could I learn that jutsu? Hearing that, Sensei nodded, then shook his head, you're more suited to lightning style than fire style, so I can certainly teach you lightning style and guide your training. But to cast something on that scale, you'll have to grow first. Nearby, Karen ran over. I know. He still needs to grow about this much, right? She reached up and measured a point above Sasuke's head. Sensei immediately lifted Karen and set her behind him. I'm trying to sell an important client here, please don't interrupt, or we won't make any money. Continuing in a gentle but persuasive tone, Sensei pitched himself to Sasuke. Lightning style is notoriously tricky to control, but don't worry, I'm the greatest lightning style user in the ninja world today, the GOAT, if you will. I'll personally teach you lightning style and guide your ninjutsu training. Who knows? One day, you might even inherit my mantle. He didn't really have much experience teaching, but no matter, he'd worry about that later. In fact, he boasted honestly, any lightning jutsu in the ninja world, he had probably learned through diligence and effort, and to a high level at that. He basically knew them all. Teaching a gifted kid like Sasuke would be easy as pie. Standing at the top of the cliff, Sasuke was deeply intrigued by that 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. After hearing Sensei's pitch, he thought for a moment before saying, if I hire you as my private tutor to guide my ninjutsu training, what will it cost? Sensei was overjoyed inside. Sasuke definitely had the potential for cheating. Sasuke Uchiha was Indra's reincarnation, he lost to Asura's reincarnation, Naruto, over and over. But maybe with Sensei's help, he could truly break the cycle. The only question, would that cause Naruto to go dark? Probably not, Naruto's heart was strong. As for whether Sasuke would outstrip Naruto permanently, even Sensei wasn't sure. Having sorted his thoughts, Sensei said seriously, if you want me as your private tutor, you need to issue a long-term hiring contract. Learning ninjutsu won't happen overnight. As for the fee, 12 million ryo a year, and you hire me for at least 3 years. From various Hidden Leaf Village mission logs, a Jonin's yearly income was around 3.71 million ryo. Nobody knew how many Jonin level ninjas were in the Uchiha clan, but in any case, as the sole survivor, Sasuke inherited all their wealth. Combined with the clan's legacy stretching from the Warring States period to now, Sasuke was likely insanely wealthy, maybe the wealthiest individual in Hidden Leaf Village. So Sensei set a steep price, 12 million a year, for a 3-year minimum. Then he could earn a whole Sarutobi Azuma's worth just training Sasuke in ninjutsu, no need for life and death fights with Jonin of Azuma's caliber. Better yet, Sensei could continue employing his if no mission exists, create one principle. Sasuke had little interest in money himself. Hearing Sensei's fee, his first reaction was, that's actually quite cheap. Hiring a powerhouse like Uzumaki Sensei at that price for private tutoring? A pretty good deal. So after mulling it over, Sasuke nodded. Alright. I hereby officially hire you, Lord Sensei, as my private tutor to guide my ninjutsu training. His expression turned serious. Until the day I can kill Itachi Uchiha. New long-term hiring mission detected. Client, Sasuke Uchiha. Objective, act as Sasuke's private tutor, instructing him in ninjutsu until he kills Itachi. Compensation, 12 million ryo per year. Mission rank, S rank. Mission reward, 1 super draw. Sensei was somewhat surprised to have landed a long-term hiring contract that would last until Sasuke managed to kill Itachi. He was delighted. Plus, there was a super draw reward. He'd gotten his strongest powers so far from those lotteries. After accepting Sasuke's mission, Sensei followed him back to Hidden Leaf Village. As long as you weren't a runaway criminal or wanted by another village, you could freely enter the village. With Karen in tow, Sensei arrived at Hidden Leaf Village's gates alongside Sasuke, seeing the famous 6 Paths gate guards, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki. They were diligently checking every person who passed. If they spotted suspicious types, they might respond with seeking truth orbs to the face, who knew? Sasuke, Done training outside the village? A familiar Hidden Leaf Village ninja called, greeting Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Yeah. He frequently left to train near the village, it was no secret among the ninjas. After a standard security check, Senshai and Karen also entered Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke led them to an apartment building in the center of the village, not to the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen Sarutobi worried that if Sasuke kept living where his parents and entire clan had been killed, it would hurt him psychologically. Besides, the Uchiha district was somewhat remote and unsafe, so Sasuke was placed in an apartment building downtown. Sasuke was slightly envious of Karen. She, apparently Senshai's assistant, could always stay by Senshai's side and train. Before long, Senshai, Karen, and Sasuke reached his apartment. Sasuke lived with no neighbors, the entire row of apartments belonged to him. Bringing Senshai and Karen inside, Sasuke said, "Teacher Senshai, from now on, you and Karen can stay in the room next door. Or if you like, any room on this floor is fine, really, I bought the entire floor." Senshai's eyes flickered with a bit of surprise. Karen thought the delicate-faced boy was unbelievably rich. Who just buys an entire floor like that? "Alright, we'll take the room next door," Senshai said. "Prepare yourself, I'll come by later to teach you ninjutsu." At that, Sasuke stared expectantly at Senshai, asking, "Teacher Senshai, does that mean I can someday learn the same jutsu you used to level that forest?" Senshai paused for a moment. "Once you reach the right stage of growth, you can learn a similarly powerful lightning style. But for now, your chakra capacity isn't enough for something on that scale. Let's start with a more basic lightning ninjutsu. That basic wouldn't be Chidori, which was pretty high level, A rank. Starting with something that tough would crush the kid's confidence." Senshai, after pondering, thought of an introductory jutsu even Sasuke's future daughter, Sarada, would learn, Lightning Ball. Obviously, though, training in the apartment was too dangerous, they could accidentally demolish the place. After running a quick ninjutsu test on Sasuke, Senshai said, "Tomorrow morning, find an open area in the village. We'll officially begin training your first lightning-style jutsu." Sasuke was quite excited. "Got it, Teacher Senshai?" With that settled, Senshai and Karen returned to their own room. Once they were back, Karen spoke up right away, "Senshai, I want to learn ninjutsu from you tomorrow, too." Chapter 55, No Idea, 30 Asuma, Stingy, what the? Senshai suddenly had an idea. Karen's talent for medical ninjutsu was even better than Haruno Sakura's. Sakura had become a medical ninja because of her fine-tuned chakra control. Meanwhile, Karen, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a unique constitution with inherent healing abilities. She was practically born to be a medical ninja, especially since her healing power could even mend Tsunade if she were split in half. Why not take Karen to find Tsunade? If he had her train under Tsunade to pursue the path of a medical ninja, she might very well surpass the so-called Princess Tsunade in skill. And if it didn't seem possible at first, Senshai could figure out a way to make it possible. Night fell. Sasuke soon turned into rest. Karen wasn't picky about where she slept, and having Senshai by her side gave her a strong sense of security. Once bedtime came, she conked out immediately. Buzz, on the rooftop of the Hidden Leaf Village apartment building, a dark red vortex appeared. Senshai's figure emerged from it moments later. Mantra. Right after arriving, Senshai wasted no time and activated his mantra. Gradually, his awareness spread over the entire Hidden Leaf Village. He wanted to locate Kakashi's position. Truth be told, his one-eyed Sharingan was of mixed benefit to Kakashi. In the long run, it was probably more harmful than helpful. Because he only had one Sharingan, Kakashi couldn't use most of its true abilities. And the Sharingan consumed a huge amount of chakra. Carving those dog heads on the earth-style wall was his last act of defiance, so to speak. Without that eye, he wouldn't be stuck in a constant state of fatigue. He could use his natural gifts more effectively to develop his own ninjutsu. Kakashi might have kept the Sharingan because it was Obito's legacy and will. Even if he realized it was both good and bad, he refused to part with it. But now Senshai intended to make that difficult choice for him. Yet after Senshai swept the village with mantra multiple times, he couldn't find Kakashi anywhere. He's not in the village? Maybe Kakashi's out on some Anbu assignment? At this point, Kakashi should be serving in the Anbu, often leaving the village on missions. Realizing Kakashi wasn't around, Senshai vanished once more. If Tsunade were in the village, he would have been keen to pay this Hidden Leaf Village princess a visit. But at this period in time, Tsunade was likely off somewhere gambling again, or maybe changing into a younger form to dodge her gambling debts or whatnot. Thinking this through, Senshai mused that hiring Tsunade as Karen's personal teacher actually sounded feasible. He wasn't short on money, anyway, all the money from grinding missions was basically just a number at this point, and he couldn't spend it all if he tried. And it would be a good deed, helping Tsunade handle her debts while giving Karen a good mentor. Of course, this would require more consideration. Tsunade currently had her hemophobia, and overcoming that wouldn't be easy. Double-checking that Kakashi really wasn't in the village, Senshai used his space-time technique to return to his room. At daybreak, per their agreement, Senshai took Sasuke and Karen to a clearing in the forest for ninjutsu practice. First, he explained certain hand sign essentials to Sasuke. Pa. Lightning style, lightning ball. Senshai clapped his hands and called out a jutsu, bringing it into reality. Having the ultimate version of the rumble fruit reinforcing his body, plus his years of extensive training, meant that he no longer needed hand signs for such a basic lightning style technique. Simply clap and shout, and the jutsu was done. ZZZT. 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 The lightning ball technique can condense a certain number of bright gold lightning orbs in front of the user to attack a target. Boom. 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 With very little effort, Senshai generated 9 brilliant golden thunder balls at once, sending them crashing into the distance. Even so, he still ended up knocking down part of the forest. But that wasn't really a problem. Next he activated, wood-style, reforestation jutsu. Clapping his hands again, Senshai let Sasuke witness the whimsical power of someone with a sage body and wood-style. The trees he'd just destroyed regrew in almost no time at all, returning the forest to its original state. Seeing the destructive strength of Lightning Ball, Sasuke was intrigued. But before starting, he had a question. Teacher Senshai, if you use this jutsu at full power. What would happen? Senshai didn't hesitate. Have you ever seen a sea of stars? Stunned, Sasuke went silent. He grasped Senshai's implication. If he unleashed Lightning Ball with his full might, he could conjure an entire sky full of radiant golden orbs, like shining constellations, a jutsu that might wipe out an entire hidden village or even a small country. Senshai didn't know exactly what Sasuke was thinking, but he'd never intended to do anything like destroy entire villages or nations. Sasuke proceeded to try forming Lightning Ball, performing the necessary hand signs. His talent for lightning style was quite high. After several attempts, he finally managed to cast it once. He only produced a single orb, and he lost control fairly quickly, causing it to dissipate. But for someone his age, it was already impressive. While Senshai and Sasuke were working on ninjutsu training, Danzō was also on the move. Clutching his heavy cane, Danzō walked toward Hidden Leaf Village's treasury, mind racing, damned Orochimaru. His experiments burn money like crazy. It was tolerable before, but now he wants me to fork over 10 billion ryo all at once? Apart from the village's treasury, where else can I get that kind of money? Damn, if only I'd kept that earlier haul instead of turning it in. Muttering to himself along the way, after a while, he reached Hidden Leaf Village's vault. As Hokage's advisor, no one stopped him. Over the years, Danzō had seized a lot of funds in the name of protecting the village. Admittedly, he'd used the vast majority for official business. He didn't even have heirs. Just look at the Sarutobi clan and how much they spent on daily life. It could dwarf his personal expenses for years. But 10 billion was huge. If Hiruzen caught wind of it. Huff, arriving at the treasury's entrance, Danzō paused once more, hesitating. 1 billion ryo equaled the combined wealth an entire group of elite jonin might amass in a lifetime. And now Shimura Danzō was about to borrow it from the village. He vacillated a while, then made his choice. Once Orochimaru's research is finished, the village can once again command the first Hokage-level wood style. Then Hidden Leaf Village will be great again, exalted, the #1 power in the ninja world. And I, Shimura Danzō, after transplanting wood style, then leading the effort to train new wood style ninjas, can become the greatest Hokage in Hidden Leaf Village history. At that thought, Danzō no longer hesitated. Pulling out the key, he opened the vault doors. Like elsewhere in the ninja world, the Land of Fire also has extensive black markets. As the greatest mission terrorist and top black market mercenary, one of the so-called 3 great intelligence sages, self-proclaimed, Senshai couldn't resist visiting one while in Land of Fire. Leaving Sasuke behind to train in lightning style, Senshai took Karen and headed to the black market near Hidden Leaf Village. In the lands around Hidden Leaf Village, not only is there a black market, but also supposedly one of Orochimaru's research labs. Maybe, while Hidden Leaf Village is searching high and low for Orochimaru, he is hanging out in some lab near the village, doing his experiments without a care. Because Hidden Leaf Village is the biggest, most prosperous, strongest overall, so the black market near it is jam-packed with all sorts. The more people, the more conflicts, and hence more shady commissions that can't be handled via normal routes. And there's big money to be found in some of these. Senshai was flipping through request forms at the black market, brimming with interest. Bounty target, Fukudakimu, Objective: assassinate and bring back the corpse. Reward: 7.8 billion ryo. Senshai eyed it calmly. He'd seen this one in other black markets as well. Being one of the 3 great intelligence sages of the ninja world, he knew almost nothing about this big shot aside from the name and the 7.8 billion bounty. If he had intel, he would certainly have taken the job for that monstrous reward. Bounty target: Yamashita Kenshin. Objective: assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Reward: 1 billion ryo. TSK. No wonder the fire daimyo's net worth is equal to 30 asumas, Senshai mused. He knew where the daimyo was, but if he killed him, he drew in any chance of future business with the Land of Fire. Killing the golden goose wasn't wise. Bounty target: Utakata. Objective: capture the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Reward: 50 million ryo. He'd seen that in other black markets too, someone wanting the 6 tails. But 50 million was pretty stingy. A tailed beast's Jinchuriki ought to be at least 100 million, right? Bounty target: Tsunadaheim. Objective: find Tsunadaheim and help the employer collect her gambling debts. Reward: 100 million ryo. What the? Tsunada's gambling debts must be colossal if someone's posting a 100 million reward to track her down. But from what I've heard, Tsunada wouldn't be easy to find, and even if you did, forcing her to pay might not go so well. Shaking his head, Senshai kept scanning job requests. Meanwhile, he lamented, if Kakazu was here, I could do the old left-hand, right-hand trick of awarding my own bounties. But alone, I can't. Sigh. Kakazu, you're letting me down. After complaining, he and Karen left the main black market building. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Itachi Uchiha reappeared before Kisame. Not long before, the leader had assigned him a solo mission. He'd just returned. Usually, Akatsuki operated in pairs, but there were exceptions. Seeing Kisame, Itachi asked casually, anything unusual happen while I was away? He was really asking for intel on Senshai. He hadn't seen that guy since coming back. From the time Senshai joined Akatsuki, Itachi's evaluation of his danger level had kept rising. Something special? Kisame repeated, face impassive, then grinned. Well, Uzumaki Senshai left Hidden Rain Village. Does that count? Itachi frowned faintly. Do you know where he went? Hidden Leaf Village. Kisame snorted. He even tried to trick me into going with him. But I'm not stupid enough to let him get me killed for the organization. Hearing that, Itachi's face remained unreadable, but inside he was roiled by a storm of worry. What on earth? That guy went to Hidden Leaf Village? Itachi knew all too well about Senshai's methods. Even Kisame, an ally, had nearly been sold off in Hidden Mist Village. Senshai was a dangerous individual who'd do anything for a job. So now that he'd gone to Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi, a former Anbu elite, had lots of intel. He knew the area around Hidden Leaf Village was unsettled. Some folks in the black market had been wanting to abduct children with KK Genkai. Normally, Hidden Leaf Village's great name deters small-time mercenaries from messing with them, but Senshai wasn't just any mercenary. He was strong to the point of lawlessness, with no scruples. Given Senshai's overshadowing skill, maybe even Super Kage level, he'd do whatever he wanted, fearlessly. Realizing all this, Itachi's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression shifted. Chapter 56, Swaggy Snake Bro. Itachi Uchiha's judgment was undeniably correct. Shimura Danzō was always coveting the Sharingan, and Orochimaru likewise wanted a living Uchiha as a vessel for his living corpse reincarnation. With the Sharingan being one of the ninja world's top-tier bloodline limits, it was impossible for others not to covet it. Thinking of this, Itachi could no longer stay calm. If he had a space-time ninjutsu, he'd wish to teleport straight to Hidden Leaf Village right now. Kisame, seeing that Itachi Uchiha looked anxious to leave again, was a bit puzzled. Itachi-san, you're heading out once more? You just got back from a mission, aren't you going to rest? He was starting to suspect that maybe Itachi had caught the Senshai virus and, out of nowhere, had become super enthusiastic about missions. Of course, Itachi might just have other urgent matters to handle. Normally, the Akatsuki's workload wasn't that high. From his time teamed up with Itachi, Kisame had grown used to a slower-paced life. Both of them were the type to take it easy, unless their leader assigned a mission. Uzumaki Senshai, however, was a complete outlier in the Akatsuki, practically a beast who treated taking missions like rest. After Kisame's question, Itachi didn't hide anything. In an extremely calm tone, he said, I need to go to Hidden Leaf Village for a bit. Kisame? When he learned Itachi intended to go to Hidden Leaf Village to find Uzumaki Senshai, Kisame immediately started dissuading him. Itachi-san, why go after that Senshai fellow? That guy's not normal. I strongly suggest you keep as far away from him as possible. He still remembered how that man nearly beat him half to death in Hidden Mist Village and almost sold him off. Even with his iron-hard mentality, he was left with an unshakable trauma. Kisame had no intention of seeing Itachi team up with Senshai. If Senshai had another bout of madness, who's to say he wouldn't sell Itachi off too? Kisame didn't want to lose Itachi-san. Itachi spoke in a level voice, "I have no choice, I must go." "Are you coming with me?" He was confident in himself, but he felt a strong sense of oppression from Senshai. If it came to a fight, he might not be able to beat Senshai alone. Having Kisame by his side would increase his odds. Right now, in Itachi's mind, Senshai posed an even greater threat than the Akatsuki's own leader. Kisame instantly shook his head so fiercely it practically left after-images. "Itachi-san, Yamero Disani. Senshai may be an Akatsuki member, but until he finishes a mission, he absolutely won't treat us as comrades." When it came to dealing with Senshai, Kisame's thoughts were absolutely clear: keep your distance. After all, the memory of being nearly sold off in Hidden Mist Village needed a lifetime to heal. Just hearing about teaming up with Senshai for a mission or something was enough to send chills down his spine. He'd rather not lose Itachi-san as well. Seeing Kisame's reaction, Itachi merely nodded slightly and swiftly left the Akatsuki's base. Kisame watched his departing figure with a complicated look on his face. Truly, it wasn't about lacking bonds, blame Senshai for being so heartless. If Kisame ended up in that guy's hands again, perhaps there'd be no return. He didn't fear Madara Uchiha nearly as much, but as for Senshai. Just recalling that terrifying grin, Senshai's self-styled professional, kind service smile.jpg, made Kisame's skin crawl. In the forest around the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru was quite looking forward to the next step of his plan. Amid that excitement, there was a bit of unease. I wonder if Danzō settled things on his end? If he actually raises 1 billion ryo, a great many of my upcoming projects become easy to push forward. With Uzumaki Senshai's terrifying power and inconceivable mission efficiency. So long as I have enough funds, many of my research projects can advance in leaps and bounds. Just picturing it caused Orochimaru's mood to keep climbing. He had personally tested many times that Senshai's strength was enormous. Even if the 6 paths of pain confronted Senshai, they likely wouldn't be his match. With such an insanely strong figure clearing obstacles, whatever research materials Orochimaru desired, so long as he was willing to pay, Senshai would be certain to fetch them. Plus, Senshai possessed an intelligence network that Orochimaru still didn't fully understand. Other ninjas might not be able to glean the necessary intel, but Senshai typically could. Even Senshai's own body offered extreme research value. And if Orochimaru had a perfect Uchiha vessel while simultaneously digging deeper into Senshai's secrets, combining all those advantages could break technical barriers. Fulfilling his goals might be just around the corner. Danzō, for his part, might disappoint everyone else, but never Orochimaru. 1 billion ryo sounded ridiculous to anyone, yet Danzō set his concerns aside and conjured the funds for Orochimaru's research anyway. In the future, if the ninja world advanced scientifically thanks to Orochimaru's work, the ninjas ought not to forget the contribution made by the 5.5th Hokage, Shimura Danzō, who'd sponsored so much research funding. Without Danzō's consistent support, Orochimaru's R&D path couldn't have gone so smoothly. Danzō had arrived with a money-filled case not far from Orochimaru, looking at him wordlessly. Orochimaru showed a grin more benevolent than ever, practically splitting his face from ear to ear. "Danzō Dono, is the research budget I need finally ready?" At this, Danzō's face was expressionless, silent. Inside the box in his hand lay stacks of notes, each redeemable at the money exchange for 1 million ryo, and there were 1,000 of them in all. Even though he had mentally prepared for this, handing such an amount to Orochimaru still made his heart ache. After a long silence, Danzō fixed Orochimaru with a stern gaze. "Let me ask one last time, how long do you need to deliver results?" Orochimaru paused, then said, conservatively, 2 months. "But I'll hurry as much as I can. Not only that, I can use the technique to train as many Wood-style capable ninjas as you'd like. Very soon, Hidden Leaf Village will stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, thanks to you. Hiruzen-sensei is far too soft, only your doctrine is correct." That last remark struck Danzō right in the heart. He'd told the Sandaime countless times that this gentle approach to governing was flawed, and that he personally proposed superior strategies on many occasions, only to be overruled by Hiruzen's I am Hokage. Recalling that, Danzō stared at Orochimaru, speaking in a grave voice. 1 month. I want to see results in 1 month. If a month passes and I'm still not satisfied, I assure you, you'll regret it." Orochimaru was well aware how Danzō operated. They'd worked together a long time, so Orochimaru knew perfectly well his means. He was certain Orochimaru grasped the stakes. If Orochimaru tried to cheat him, it wouldn't end well. Seeing Danzō's look, Orochimaru gave his trademark amiable smile. Once, he never could have spoken so professionally. Understood, Danzō Dano. I'll skip meals and sleep if I must, to give you a satisfactory answer ASAP. Danzō snorted coldly. It had better be so, or you'll never withstand the consequences of toying with me. With that, he handed the cash-laden box to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened it for a quick count. Meanwhile, Danzō couldn't help imagining the scene when, after transplanting wood style, he appeared before Hiruzen with true several thousand hands. Just picturing Hiruzen's reaction made his heart race. He looked back at Orochimaru. Go. Complete your research at once. You know full well I'm no expert on the technical side, but I do respect your craft. Achieve success, and I can give you even more support for further experiments. Danzō Dano, just wait for my good news. I'll be off now, Orochimaru said, then turned to leave. Danzō had no intention of keeping him around. He couldn't wait for time to fast forward a month. Meanwhile, Senshai was wandering Hidden Leaf Village's streets with Karen. After Karen hinted that Orochimaru was around, Senshai used his mantra to eavesdrop on the conversation between Orochimaru and Danzō. Learning that Orochimaru had indeed acquired 1 billion ryo made Senshai's eyes shine with excitement. Orochimaru's money was basically his commission money, after all. So Senshai immediately decided to head toward Orochimaru's location. Orochimaru, unaware of how mantra worked, knew that Senshai possessed a powerful perception jutsu but had no idea that within a certain range, Senshai could monitor his every move. Right now, Orochimaru was as happy as a big spender with 1 billion coins in a game. Then, all of a sudden, his expression froze. He saw Senshai approaching with a broad grin. Yo, if it isn't Snake Bro. Fancy meeting you here. Long time no see, look at you, more suave and dashing than ever. You heading somewhere, or itching to get back to your experiments? Indeed, all geniuses spend 99% of their time sweating in private. I truly admire you. While Senshai spouted all this, Karen pressed a hand to her forehead in disbelief, knowing the real story. Senshai obviously discovered Orochimaru's location by eavesdropping with mantra. Upon learning Orochimaru had gotten the 1 billion, he rushed right over. Just as Danzō may not understand technology but respects technology, Orochimaru might not be a black market professional, but he certainly respected the black market pro Senshai. If Senshai was this cordial, it almost certainly meant he had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Orochimaru hastily cut him off. Uzumaki Senshai, I don't have any new jobs for you right now. If you have time to chat me up, maybe get back to finishing your existing tasks. Orochimaru, though he held a hefty 1 billion ryo, wasn't letting it cloud his judgment. He always handled matters with calculation and purpose. This was a one-shot trick he pulled on Danzō, meaning he couldn't expect more in the future. He also had to worry about Danzō taking his life. So on tasks that required Senshai's terrifying power, he'd gladly pay, but otherwise he'd try to save his funds. He'd used so much effort to trick Danzō, he wasn't about to blow the money away. Hearing Orochimaru's direct, somewhat forceful attitude, Karen was a bit surprised. Previously, Orochimaru had been quite smooth in dealing with Senshai, knowing he needed Senshai's power. Now, apparently flush with cash, Orochimaru was acting casual, borderline rude. Senshai thought, that snake's grown bold after pocketing some cash. Indeed, being rich gave you swagger. Still, Senshai was helpless. Orochimaru was still a client. He had indeed accepted the huge commission from Orochimaru to capture a living Uchiha, Obito, specifically. And Orochimaru now had an additional 10 billion. So he had every right to be arrogant. Until Senshai found a way to bleed that money out of him, anyway. Still complaining inwardly, Senshai spread his hands. Orochimaru, haven't you seen my diligence? The moment I accepted your mission, I rushed here to Hidden Leaf Village. But the ninja who has Obito's other Sharingan isn't in the village. What could I do? The ninja world's huge, I can't go combing every corner looking for him. And that giant stash of money you got, what good is it if you don't use it, right? We're both from the same organization, practically old buddies. Surely it's better for us both to enjoy it than for you alone to have all the fun. Why not commission me for some additional tasks? Wouldn't that be great? He sighed, then gestured at Karen. You see how I'm struggling? Karen's just a little girl, forced to go everywhere with me on missions. Times are tough. She's going hungry and growing thin? Karen's small head sprouted a big question mark. Not at all. She definitely hadn't lost any weight, she was probably gaining it. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's mouth twitched uncontrollably, evidently wanting to flash a huge question mark of his own. Chapter 57, Damn. Danzō is in delusion again. Before Senshai finishes the mission he accepted, he's certainly not going to let himself be taken advantage of so easily. Moreover, as one of the foremost researchers in the ninja world, indeed, as its foremost scientist, Orochimaru had already learned the most efficient way to communicate with Sensei. In short, how much does it cost? Fine, let's do it. When it came to Sensei, any talk not related to a mission was best left unheard, let alone believed, otherwise you might end up like a certain shark, falling for his flattery and getting sold off one day without realizing it. Karen was feeling a bit angry. True, Sensei had no shame, no principles, and no bottom line when it came to securing employment commissions, but wasn't Orochimaru a bit too rude? She started contemplating whether she should hop into her Gundam, Susanoo, and chase Orochimaru down, to teach him some manners. Naturally, Orochimaru had no idea what was going through Karen's head, or else he might have felt grateful to the universe, or to the Sage of Six Paths, for sparing him. Walking around outside, you run into an Uzumaki descendant who even has an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The question is, could he seize that massive opportunity? As for Sensei, he paid Orochimaru's attitude no mind. He was content to wait until the day he could fleece Orochimaru of everything, just to see if Orochimaru could stay that arrogant. Nonetheless, he did feel some regret. Sigh. Too bad. This time I couldn't squeeze any mission out of Orochimaru. The ninja world is getting tougher by the day. Even Orochimaru has wised up, can't fool him so easily anymore. Used to be I could show off my elemental form ability to trick him into giving me a long-term commission. Now, though, he just ignores me. All my powers of persuasion have nowhere to go. Missions are really becoming harder to get. Sensei felt quite drained, and he blamed Kakashi. All because Kakashi wasn't lazing around in Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise Sensei wouldn't be in this predicament. He then recalled that at least Maitru Mummy in Hidden Mist Village was more obliging. Whenever he asked Maitru Mummy for a mission, she'd simply say yes. But that village, being the former Blood Mist, was always tight on funds. They couldn't pay much to hire the greatest mercenary of their era. Sigh. Kakashi's ruined my plans. Can't that stubborn ma just stay quietly in Hidden Leaf Village so I can help him make the tough decision of giving up that Sharingan? As Sensei walked on with Karen, complaining non-stop, they unexpectedly ran into yet another acquaintance. Rather, Sensei knew the person, but the latter hadn't met him before. Approaching them was none other than the first pot Hokage, Shimura Danzō. Danzō, for his part, had been returning to the village in a buoyant mood, his dreams of a brighter tomorrow dancing in his head. But after walking a bit, he realized a serious oversight. He'd been so overjoyed that he neglected a few important details with Orochimaru, such as arranging check-ins every 10 days or so on the experiment's progress. More crucially, they hadn't agreed on a secure time and place for the final delivery. That was obviously critical. If Hidden Leaf Village gained true mastery of wood style, it would take the village's power to new heights, but if something went awry with Orochimaru, or if other villages learned of the experiment to cultivate perfect Hashirama cells, enemy shinobi might try to seize those results. Danzō wanted to warn Orochimaru about maintaining strict secrecy and about handing over the finished product in the safest possible conditions. Until that was settled, Danzō couldn't rest easy, so he circled back. He hadn't expected to run into two unknown shinobi on his way. Seeing how they dressed, Danzō frowned. Are they Akatsuki members? Why are they here? Others might not recognize Sensei's and Karen's outfits, but Danzō did. Although the Akatsuki was still fairly obscure, its secrecy and particular attire were on Danzō's radar. As the head of Root, he had vast intelligence channels, and Root personnel were adept at gathering info. He knew Orochimaru was part of the Akatsuki, too. Although Orochimaru hadn't shared much intel on them, Danzō still knew a bit. That made it beyond doubt that this man was part of Akatsuki. Quickly recalling everything he knew about them, Danzō regarded Sensei with a frown and barked, "Who are you? State your identity. What's your relationship with Orochimaru? And what business do you have near Hidden Leaf Village?" Sensei inwardly chuckled, well, the pot Hokage in the flesh. Since his collaboration with Orochimaru was still ongoing, Sensei wouldn't expose Orochimaru, lest Danzō storm off in a rage and Sensei lose out on any more jobs from him. At the same time, Sensei had no intention of letting a big patron like Danzō slip through his fingers. A man who could casually shell out 10 billion was definitely a Super Kage-level goldmine. He turned to Danzō with a grin and began introducing himself, certain that with Danzō's intel network, the latter would know his name. "Danzō Dano, let me introduce myself, I am Uzumaki Sensei." Sure enough, the moment Sensei said his name, Danzō's face changed. On one hand, he was startled that Sensei knew who he was. After all, not everyone in Hidden Leaf Village knew Danzō, let alone outsiders. But more importantly, he recognized this ninja was indeed Uzumaki Sensei. Danzō knew about Senshai's extensive activity in various black markets, even earning the moniker strongest ninja in the underworld. Danzō's expression hardened. Senshai pressed on in a professional tone, "Danzō Dano, I am the strongest mercenary in the black market. With your intelligence resources, you shouldn't find that surprising. Over the years, I've accepted countless commissions, large and small, and always accomplished them quickly, with a 100% success rate. I believe no other ninja in the world has done as many missions while maintaining such perfection. So, Danzō Dano, are you looking to commission a job?" In Senshai's mind, if Danzō was foolish enough to give Orochimaru 1 billion at once, there was no reason he couldn't cough up another 10 for a separate job. Having finished his self-introduction, Senshai let Danzō stare him down with that single eye for a while, until Danzō finally spoke in a murky voice, "So you're Uzumaki Senshai, huh? Humphrey. In one of your previous jobs, you not only wounded my men, but also seized the Uzumaki clan property I'd spent ages seeking, and yet you dare to hawk your services to me?" Karen gasped in shock. This was the man who tried to grab me back then? Realizing that the bad guy who'd wanted to capture her so long ago was Danzō, Karen ducked behind Senshai. She might be strong now, but like Chopper on Luffy's ship, people still have reflexive fears. Senshai? Thinking a moment, he did recall a mission from long ago, when he rescued Karen. He'd nearly forgotten until Danzō brought it up. But it didn't matter, he had something to say in response. As the strongest, most reliable mercenary with a 100% success rate, he couldn't allow any stain on his reputation. Senshai responded with a calm smile, "Danzō Dano, it seems you haven't clarified the facts. 1. The first time that merchant hired me, it was to guarantee his personal safety. 2. Even the second, last-minute job request from that merchant was merely for the safety of his subordinates. 3. I had no idea I was carrying away any cargo from the caravan. I thought I was just rescuing an innocent child. 4. As for injuring your men, that was because they themselves tried to mess with me. I assume back then you hadn't given them orders to attack me, correct? So you see, it was just a misunderstanding." Senshai bothered to clarify at such length only because he saw Danzō as a big sucker. Danzō had been tricked by Orochimaru, so Senshai thought he might as well make use of it. Danzō, of course, rejected Senshai's explanation. No matter how persuasive Senshai sounded, he'd still ruined Danzō's plan that time. Staring down Senshai, Danzō let out a cold snort, "Humphrey. I don't trust you. Unless you hand over the girl by your side, you and I are enemies. If it weren't for your meddling, she'd already be my property." With that, Danzō's eyes bulged. He'd noticed that the red-haired girl behind Senshai possessed Mangekyo Sharingan. In the shinobi world, few could claim more familiarity, or obsession, with a Sharingan than Danzō. He was the real Sharingan collector. Though he detested the innately evil Uchiha clan much like the second Hokage had, Danzō carried that loathing to new extremes. The Uchiha might be reluctant to use their eyes for forbidden jutsu like Izanagi, but Danzō willingly burned through them. They might be unwilling to ride certain vehicles, but Danzō stood up on them and pedaled away. Now that he realized Karen was an Uzumaki plus she had Mangekyo, Danzō made up his mind, he must take these eyes. She could also serve other purposes. An Uzumaki descendant fused with Mangekyo. The possibilities were endless, either he could bring her to Root and brainwash her, or hand her to Orochimaru as the perfect experimental subject. If Orochimaru had such a pristine sample, maybe even more advanced scientific accomplishments would emerge. As Danzō's greedy gaze locked onto her, Karen shrank behind Senshai, thinking, "This old man is terrifying, he wants to capture me again?" But she was ready. If that scary codger made even the slightest move, Danzō again addressed Senshai, "Uzumaki Senshai, you're sure you won't hand over that Uzumaki child behind you? You really want to make an enemy of me? If not for your interference back then, she would have long since become my property." Hearing this, Senshai felt an angry laugh bubble up, a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Danzō, can you not see she's already one of my people? As for what happened before, I've explained it thoroughly." Danzō's glare remained sharp, the cross-shaped scar on his chin twisting menacingly as he let out a derisive chuckle, "Uzumaki Senshai, I know everything about you, whereas you know nothing about me. In that situation, do you really mean to fight me?" Chapter 58, Beaten. At this point, Danzō was wrestling with two possibilities: should he fight Senshai head-on, or try to commission a mission from Senshai that would have him hand over Karen? He didn't ponder it too deeply. After all, he had just given Orochimaru 1 billion ryo, and unlike the Sarutobi clan, who basically had wealth to rival a small nation, he wasn't rolling in money. Truth be told, once Sarutobi died, 3,000 Sarutobi troops were still around, but after Danzō died, There was no Shimura group anywhere. When both families joined Hidden Leaf Village, they were lauded as great clans, but by now, calling Danzō's remaining resources even the landlord's last bits of grain would be overpraising him. Hence, in simple terms, if Danzō was to get what he wanted, he would have to do it himself, grab it with his own two hands. He also had another motive for taking action. Long ago, if Senshai hadn't meddled and injured his men, then Karen would have belonged to him, either working for the Anbu by now or serving as an intern in Orochimaru's lab. Danzō, of course, didn't realize that even without Senshai, a few of his root men would never have been able to handle Kakazo. Having reasoned that far, Danzō stopped hesitating and decided he would make the first move against Senshai. From what he'd gleaned, Senshai was strong, but Danzō considered himself the kind of ruthless man who'd once dared to plot against the god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even years later, he would charge forward with only a kunai against a Susanoo, so facing some mere mercenary, he naturally felt confident enough to strike. Karen's two Mangekyo Sharingan were as good as a giant lure to him. Now that he'd seen them, there was no turning back, he had to obtain them. A man of decisive action, Danzō, his mind made up, immediately attacked. Senshai was a bit surprised that Danzō would actually be the first to strike. But before he could do anything, Danzō had already made a move. Whoosh, a kunai instantly appeared in Danzō's hand. He still liked to open a fight with a kunai, just like how Naruto always liked using multi-shadow clone at the start of his battles. While Danzō brandished the kunai and rushed in, Senshai had no intention of going easy on the first pot Hokage. In order to show the man proper respect, Senshai decided to unleash a small but deadly finishing blow, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Ruar. A thunderous dragon roar shattered the air, echoing through the forest. ZZZT. 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 In a split second, lightning flashed and boomed in a dazzling, violent swirl of electric arcs. A formidable thunder dragon, savage and dominating, took shape in the blink of an eye. A suffocating aura of destruction spread in all directions. Its sheer pressure enveloped Danzō completely. Face to face with that thunder dragon, Danzō glanced at the kunai in his hand and seemed to have second thoughts. In the next instant, the destructive power of that draconic lightning slammed into him. Even a hardened man like Danzō couldn't hold back a blood-curdling scream. Yet his screaming didn't last long, his body was carbonized almost immediately. Super high-voltage lines in real life might carry 1,000,000 volts, 60 million volts was roughly 60 times that. How could a mere mortal body stand it? In the ninja world, sure, some people might get redeemed, but Danzō only got darker the more you looked at his deeds. Under the excuse of protecting the village, he'd done who knew how many immoral or self-serving acts. None of that mattered to Senshai. As far as he saw it, maybe if Danzō had at least offered him a job first, Senshai wouldn't have minded. But the man had set his sights on Karen right in front of him. Senshai wasn't about to show mercy. Thanks to Senshai's Thunder Dragon, Danzō had basically no chance to fight back. After the single dragon strike turned him to dust, Senshai muttered, "Today was supposed to be a good day, I was hoping to land a big mission. Who knew I'd get stuck dealing with this creep instead?" He was still annoyed. Earlier he'd run into Orochimaru and gotten duped, but couldn't do anything because Orochimaru was at least a paying client. Danzō, on the other hand, was being insolent, with no mission in hand. Not only that, he dared make a move on Karen, Senshai's assistant. The nerve. Senshai's 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon was a massive Aojutsu, covering the sky like a storm. Unless you had something like Flying Thunder God, there was no dodging it. Danzō, having no such technique, was forcibly enveloped by the unstoppable lightning. His flesh was vaporized instantly. Yet, lo and behold, smoke but no injuries. Moments after being destroyed, Danzō reappeared without the slightest scratch. And then he even started mocking Senshai. "As per the intel I had, you do indeed have remarkable skill in lightning style, far above average. But even that level of jutsu is useless against me." Though Danzō kept up that fearless talk, in his heart he was deeply shaken. Uzumaki Senshai? The rumors of his monstrous lightning style aren't exaggerated at all. Meanwhile, Karen, who did have an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan but wasn't an Uchiha by blood, had no clue about the forbidden jutsu Danzō had just used. Seeing him completely unhurt after taking that giant thunder dragon, she was stunned. It was her first time watching someone tank Senshai's lightning and come away looking fine. But Senshai, for his part, knew all too well about the Sharingan's secret moves and had intelligence about Danzō. Danzō's attempt to feign invincibility was basically someone from the past trying to show off in front of an expert. He'd planned to intimidate Senshai with his super casual "you can't kill me" act, only to find Senshai unimpressed. Senshai actually just shook his head. "If you're this weak, All the extra lives in the world won't help you. As Senshai spoke, he raised his hand again, obviously preparing another Thunder Dragon. With his monstrous chakra reserves, he could spam that technique all day. Danzō then heard a phrase he didn't even comprehend: "I can do this all day." He'd intended to put on a show of being impervious, but Senshai was already about to unleash the same jutsu again. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Before Danzō could respond, another colossal lightning dragon crashed down upon him, scaring him out of his wits. How can this be possible? That level of lightning style, it shouldn't be cast so casually. Senshai just eyed him with a mocking grin. For me, that level of lightning style is quite casual. I can cast even stronger ones if I want. Impossible. Danzō spat back. At best you can cast it twice, then you'll be drained. After that, you'll face my wrath. He firmly believed no one but the first Hokage had such monstrous chakra. Even an outstanding genius, or someone called the god of shinobi, would be exhausted after 2 or 3 uses. But Senshai's only answer was another furious lightning dragon. Soon Danzō realized that was the 3rd consecutive time he'd been blasted, each time respawning thanks to his Izanagi. As the pattern continued, Senshai's strength showed no sign of waning, while Danzō's stash of Sharingan on his right arm dwindled alarmingly, each lost high corresponding to 1 usage of Izanagi. And each strike also brought unimaginable pain, though he could deny death with Izanagi, the intense agony of being incinerated was not negated. Over and over, he was forced to endure being blown to ash. The forest around them was obliterated by the first Thunder Dragon. After repeated blasts, the area had turned into a massive crater. Danzō stood in that deep crater, his heart brimming with dread, each time emerging unharmed, only to suffer the next wave. No. This can't be. Am I trapped in a Genjutsu? Finally, fear gripped him entirely. He had no desire to die again and again. He recalled certain root intel about Uzumaki Senshai. At last he decided to swallow his pride and try one last resort. Right before Senshai could fire off yet another Thunder Dragon, Danzō collapsed to his knees, shouting loudly, "Wait. Spare me. I have a mission. Don't kill me, I have a mission for you." With no other choice, he pinned his hopes on Senshai's obsession with missions. Senshai paused the next attack. Danzō fell heavily on the ground, breathing harshly. Only 1 Sharingan was left on his arm. Observing that Senshai had halted, Danzō let out an inward sigh of relief. He had survived, albeit battered and traumatized by repeatedly dying. Up above on higher ground, Senshai stood and gazed coolly at Danzō in the pit. A mocking contempt edged his face. Sure enough, Danzō was the type who needed a thorough thrashing to behave. Indeed, if Danzō had first offered a mission or 2, Senshai wouldn't have had to do this. But not only did he not provide a job, he even tried to snatch Senshai's assistant, Karen, on the spot. Outrageous. Senshai raised an eyebrow, half smiling dangerously. "Oh? So you no longer want Karen?" Danzō promptly shook his head so hard it left after images. No way, I don't want her anymore." Chapter 59, Danchan's Commission. Are you kidding me? At a time like this, how could he still dare demand Karen? Sure, she had the Sharingan, but she wasn't some innately evil Uchiha who had to be exterminated no matter what. There was no need to throw his life away. Had it not been for the root organization's collected intel being useful, and him risking all his pride in that last-ditch gamble, by now he'd already have been ashes on the wind. After witnessing Senshai's terrifying power, how could Danzō still dare lay a hand on Karen? In Danzō's eyes, making a move on Karen in front of Senshai was even riskier than making a move on Sasuke in front of Itachi Uchiha. Karen, hearing Senshai's words, felt deeply touched. Up to this moment she'd been puzzling over why Senshai seemed so angry. Now she understood, he was standing up for her. Thinking this, Karen couldn't help hugging Senshai's leg. "Boo. Senshai's the coolest." She spoke in a whimpering tone, with a face like she was about to burst into tears. Senshai let out a snicker, reached out casually, and flicked Karen on the forehead. "All right, hop on." "Yay. Aye, sir." With that, Karen hugged his leg with one hand, gave a salute with the other, then scrambled up Senshai's thigh and onto his shoulders, latching onto him like a little ornament. She poked her head out, brows angled, lips pouting, and glared seriously at Danzō. After addressing Karen, Senshai once more turned his attention toward Danzō. He snorted coldly and spoke in a frosty tone, "You've heard about the quality of my services. The price isn't cheap. Can you afford it?" Seeing that the immediate threat to his life had passed, Danzō climbed up from the ground and nodded. "Of course. I'm a high-ranking figure in Hidden Leaf Village. Any price can be negotiated." Senshai's expression eased a bit. "All right then, talk. What's your mission?" Senshai's words caused Danzō to fall into an awkward silence. That last-minute ruse, shouting about having a mission, had merely been a ploy to save his life. He'd never actually intended to hire Senshai for anything. In the remnants of this devastated forest, the air turned tense and awkward. Karen seized this chance to trip Danzō up. She was quite vengeful. After all, back then Danzō's subordinates had tried to snatch her from Hidden Grass Village. If she hadn't run into Senshai, who knew what horrible fate awaited her? Her eyes gleamed slyly. "Hey, could it be you actually don't have a mission at all?" She spoke as though alarmed, covering her mouth in mock surprise. "TCH, Senshai, he's messing with you." Hearing that, Senshai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "So you were playing me for a fool, eh, Danzō? You sure are gutsy." As he spoke, Senshai lifted his hand skyward. "BZZ BZZ BZZ. Rumble. ZZT. 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 ZZT." Suddenly, lightning flashed wildly, the peals of thunder echoing throughout. Then an earth-shaking thunder god figure descended. 200 million volts, thunder god. Because this was the ninja world, you might also call it lightning style, Gundam Jutsu or lightning Susanoo. As this enormous giant made of storming lightning rose up, Danzō's pupil shrank in fear. From Danzō's perspective, this lightning style dwarfed even Senshai's previous thunder dragon by several magnitudes. The towering lightning titan loomed at a distance, bringing Danzō unprecedented pressure. He didn't have many Izanagi uses left. Another conflict, and he'd be finished. He hadn't even become Hokage or revitalized Hidden Leaf Village yet, so there was no way he wanted to die in such a baffling place. Karen also eyed Senshai's 200 million volts thunder god, quietly thinking, is that Senshai's version of Susanoo? Looks so powerful. As expected of Senshai? Fortunately, Danzō did still have some wits. At this critical moment, he deliberated carefully, and came up with a plausible pitch. Turning to Senshai, he hastily spoke, "Uzumaki Senshai Dano. I'd like to hire you to be my bodyguard." Senshai cocked his head. "Your bodyguard? You think you're worthy of that? Who do you think you are, having the qualifications to hire me?" Danzō froze, then quickly said, "And no, not a bodyguard. I want to hire you to act as my security advisor." Not. Senshai waved both hands in dismissal. That gesture made Danzō's heart seize, nearly stopping in terror. "Does this guy plan to kill me for sure?" Danzō felt himself on the brink of despair. He was stuck like every other opponent who'd ever faced Senshai, too weak to fight, with no chance to run. The moment the battle started, their survival depended on Senshai's whim, not themselves. Senshai spoke again, "Little Dan, you got one detail wrong." Danzō frowned inwardly. "What did I say wrong?" Senshai, not bothering with suspense, sneered and explained, "It's not that you want to hire me to protect you or serve as your security advisor. It's that you're begging me to become your advisor, to ensure your personal safety." Put in more professional terms, earlier, when Senshai had asked Danzō for a mission, it was a buyer's market. Danzō held the initiative whether or not to pay for Senshai's service. Now it was reversed, a seller's market. If Danzō couldn't buy Senshai's security service, then he'd lose his life. And Senshai wouldn't hurt his own reputation in the slightest. After all, Danzō started the fight, not him. Hearing this, Danzō quickly nodded. "Yes, exactly. I'm begging you to be my security advisor." He said so while cursing inwardly. Where in the ninja world do you find this kind of business tactic? This was basically Senshai holding his head down, forcing him to comply. Senshai continued, wearing an air of professional courtesy, "Danzō, you know my situation. Considering the number of missions I take and my 100% success rate, calling me the greatest mercenary before and after all ages isn't an exaggeration." He was paving the way, intending to drive up the price. Danzō listened in exasperated silence, thinking, with that power, he could just become a Kage and be famous. Why the heck is he in Hidden Rain Village as some merc? Senshai moved on, "Since you acknowledge my power, let me cut to the chase. I don't take ordinary commissions anymore. And whatever mission I do accept, there are some added conditions I must emphasize." Danzō wanted to ram his head into a wall. According to Roots Intel, Uzumaki Senshai was obsessed with money, unscrupulous in chasing missions. Yet here Senshai was claiming he doesn't take most missions. Senshai then said, "Moreover, no matter what kind of request, there are special terms." Danzō, seething inside, remained outwardly calm. He'd endure, just stay alive to fight another day. So Senshai spelled out his demands. 1. This request must be an indefinite long-term mission. Danzō's gut reaction was to refuse. Indefinite? Where had he even heard of such a thing? But that was only the first demand. Who knew what else Senshai would say? He had no choice but to keep quiet. Seeing Danzō's sullen face, Senshai grasped that Danzō found his term unreasonable. So he added, 2. Danzō must pay an annual fee of 100 million ryo as commission. Danzō was about to try recalling the hand seals for his 4-symbol seal to blow himself up. He gave Orochimaru 1 billion for a shot at acquiring Hashirama's wood style. Paying Senshai might yield nothing. Little did he realize that in truth, Senshai, unlike Orochimaru, would definitely produce results if hired. That was the difference between 100% success and someone who might just devour your funds. Meanwhile, Senshai went on, 3. I only guarantee you won't be killed. If someone beats you half to death, but you're not in mortal danger, I won't step in? That was simply insane. This was less a security advisor and more like some overlord. Before Danzō could fully process it, Senshai cut him off with one last addition, for now, that's all. If I think of something else, I'll add it later. Hearing this, Danzō's eyes screamed, just kill me now. But, recalling his many unfulfilled objectives, like becoming Hokage and making Hiruzen acknowledge his ideals, he suppressed his fury. A ninja must endure what most cannot. Inhaling deeply, trying to tamp down his terror and anger, Danzō spoke with forced calm, Lord Senshai, I accept all your additional terms. I request to hire you indefinitely as my security advisor at a rate of 100 million ryo per year. He said this using enormous willpower to keep from grinding his molars to dust. Just then, Senshai's system prompt appeared, new long-term hiring mission detected, client, Shimura Danzō, objective, serve indefinitely as Danzō's security advisor, ensuring he isn't killed, compensation, 100 million ryo per year, mission rank, S, mission reward, 1 super draw. Senshai was thrilled. Meeting Danzō, he'd only hoped to squeeze a bit of money, yet Danzō ended up proffering his face to be slapped, along with a super draw chance on top of that. How very polite of him indeed. Accepting the mission immediately, Senshai smiled, Dan-chan, since you sincerely beg me to be your security advisor, I'll mercifully agree. From today on, you can rest easy and leave your life in my hands. Danzō. He was flabbergasted by Senshai's monstrous power and equally monstrous logic. And, as it turned out, Senshai wasn't done showing off. Senshai clapped both hands, wood style, wood clone jutsu. Boom. The ground beside Senshai cracked, and a wooden clone grew rapidly into shape. Then Senshai turned to Danzō with a slightly disdainful expression, Dan-chan, given your status, you're not likely to face any big-name assassins. A single wood clone will be more than enough to protect you. Trust me, this is a big win for you. Danzō nearly exploded on the spot. He was paying 100 million a year, only to have a wood clone follow him around? Had he any heart condition, he'd surely be dead by now. However furious he felt, there was nothing he could do. Where else in the ninja world could he find anyone powerful enough to stand up to Senshai? Right now, Senshai was practically the new Hashirama in the Warring States era. Unlike Hashirama, who had an Madara Uchiha to check him, Senshai had free reign to do whatever he liked. Chapter 60, Obi's Rant. Seeing this, Danzō couldn't help but feel sorry for all the other ninjas living in Senshai's era. Unless Senshai died young like Hashirama, they'd never see their chance to rise. What Danzō didn't know was that Senshai had already begun playing with tattoos. Handled correctly, that ability would grant him eternal life. But there was something else bothering Danzō. Why could Senshai use wood style? Danzō had clearly seen that just now, with a mere clap of his hands, Senshai instantly and smoothly produced 7 wood clones. It was obvious that Senshai's skill with wood style was far beyond normal. But this was wood style. Danzō recalled how much trouble it took him back then to produce even one unexpected asset like Yamato. More recently, he'd just spent 1 billion ryo hiring Orochimaru to keep refining Hashirama's cells. Now here was Senshai casually saying that wood style wasn't anything special and that he could use it, too. Danzō was left flabbergasted. Wasn't wood style supposed to be exclusive to the Senju? While Danzō brooded about this issue, Karen, who was perched on Senshai's back, was whooping it up. Awesome. The nasty old geezer finally got taught a lesson by Senshai this time. Feeling giddy, Karen turned surely to Senshai. Senshai? I've made up my mind. To thank you for protecting me, for caring about me, for looking after me, and for standing up for me, I'm going to cook something super tasty just for you. Senshai? Hearing Karen's words, Senshai's heart gave a thump. The smile on his face vanished without a trace. Karen, why would you repay kindness with vengeance? His comment made Karen pause briefly before realization struck. Ugh. She'd already tried her absolute best to make something delicious. Senshai, that's so mean. How dare you belittle my cooking? I challenge you to a duel. With that, she spun her little fists like windmills. Senshai sighed inwardly at the sight. Karen really does have that explosive temper, the same girl who once beat Suigetsu so hard his brains nearly popped out. Since she was attacking, Senshai naturally wouldn't just stand there. He casually reached out, mussing up her neatly styled red hair, turning it into a bird's nest on the spot. Hee. That's awful. Having her hair messed up, Karen was so furious she almost discovered some new finishing move. Wait. From the corner of his eye, Senshai glimpsed something off to the side. Senshai? And what are you still doing here, meddling? As he spoke, Karen poked her head from over his shoulder, smirking triumphantly and making a silly face at Danzō. After today's events, Danzō likely wouldn't want to lay another hand on her in his entire life. Killing is one thing, but repeatedly dying in agony, even if Danzō survived, Senshai had effectively killed him several times. There was no way he'd be free of psychological trauma. You damn kid, if you didn't clarify the rules, how would I dare take action? What if he had made a move, only for Senshai to say, your name's Danzō, so you've chosen the path of death? Regardless of his inward curses, Danzō let out a relieved breath. I'll take my leave, then. With that, he vanished, body flickering away like a frightened dog. It really had been too dangerous. Without the Sage of Six Paths watching over him, he'd have been finished here. Danzō fled at full speed, continuing for quite a distance without stopping. That life he almost lost could be considered borrowed. He'd only prepped for the possibility of confronting Orochimaru. Who'd have imagined that in this day's ninja world, practically no one could stand up to that blasted monk Senshai? He finally halted after running a good long way, panting for breath. He had no idea Senshai had actually been merciful in his own way. According to Senshai, if other earthlings were dropped into the ninja world, they would kill Danzō on day one, or, at latest, in the Mage. But Senshai merely ripped him off once. Danzō, of course, didn't appreciate that. He stood there, face dark as could be, glaring at the sky. Uzumaki Senshai? Today, halfway through his outburst, a wood clone, lurking who knows where, suddenly appeared in front of him, smirking dangerously. Danzō's remaining words stuck in his throat. He had to force a change. The weather sure is lovely. Finished, Senshai's wood clone snorted, saying nothing more. Danzō eyed the wood clone with a blank face, but inwardly boiled with rage. In that moment, he fully realized, damn it. This so-called wood clone isn't here to protect me at all. It's clearly here to monitor my every move. Danzō regretted everything. One moment's negligence had provoked a foe far beyond his abilities. He even started wondering how things might have gone if he'd just cooperated with Senshai, like a normal employer, hiring him for some mission. Taking such a nasty tumble, Danzō had finally learned a measure of humility. Of course, what Danzō couldn't know was that it wouldn't be long before he'd feel extremely lucky to have run into Senshai today. Meanwhile, back in Hidden Rain Village, a certain ninja arrived at the top floor of the Akatsuki Tower. In a secure and hidden room, Nagata remained in his life support apparatus, pondering. Not long ago, he'd dispatched Kakazu to recruit a new member. He wondered if things had gone smoothly. Based on his knowledge of Kakazu, it shouldn't be an issue to bring that potential recruit back. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on Nagato's door. Nagato, in a calm voice, Conan, is that you? Has Kakazu come back? There was no response from outside. Creak. Next second, the door opened. It wasn't Conan, but rather the masked man calling himself Madara Uchiha. Nagato? He was a bit taken aback. Usually, Madara would slip in without warning, using his space-time ninjutsu. So for him to appear by merely walking and even knock on the door was unusual. Nagato quipped, that's a rare sight. Who'd have thought you'd bother knocking? From what he knew, the masked Uchiha had a peculiar habit. Even though he had limbs, he loved to pop out of nowhere and frighten people. Hearing the remark, Obito, under the mask looked sullen. He silently cursed, damn that Uzumaki Senshai. If not for Senshai, Obi wouldn't be walking around at all. But there was no alternative. Kamui's dimension was no longer safe, and he feared Senshai might have rigged traps inside. Stepping in could be fatal. Life seldom goes as planned, and many worries can't be shared. He mulled it over, then spoke in a low, severe tone, Nagato. Uzumaki Senshai is extremely dangerous. His existence threatens our plan. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Nagato? Those words astonished Nagato. What nonsense is he spouting now? After thinking a moment, Nagato began defending Senshai. Since joining the organization, Senshai's been very cooperative. Hidden Rain Village is flourishing as well, though he sometimes acts a little silly. Why kill him now? You know, in the few months since he joined, Akatsuki's revenue has surpassed what we made in the last few years. If you want me to execute such a high-performing member, I'll need a clear and valid reason. Nagato was more than satisfied with Senshai's contributions so far. Senshai did have clear flaws, but for the organization, his benefits far outweighed any drawbacks. Nagato glanced at Madara with perplexity. Could Madara have fought Senshai, maybe even lost? Otherwise, why this sudden push to kill him? Tobi's scarred face tensed up behind the mask. He could sense Nagato clearly had no intention of killing Senshai. That simply wouldn't do. Tobi's plan required Senshai gone. Uzumaki Senshai is unlike the other Akatsuki members. He is a bigger liability than asset to our mutual goal. Nagato cut him off. You mean more of an asset than a liability, right? Quit the empty words. I want real reasons. He had no idea what might have transpired between this self-proclaimed Madara Uchiha and Senshai, but he had zero intention of going after Senshai now. He also hoped the masked man wouldn't do anything rash against him. Tobi couldn't be convinced so easily. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan had always been adept at convincing others, like the future Naruto, who claimed not to be eloquent yet always ended up changing people's hearts, or the present top mercenary Senshai, whose barrage of 60 million volt thunder dragons had forced even someone like Danzō to reflect on his mistakes. Nagato, alas, was not swayed. Again Tobi insisted, Senshai is a highly unstable factor. Neither you nor I can fully control him. Why not just kill him? Stunned, Nagato paused. Senshai unstable? Impossible. Every mission Nagato assigned, Senshai handled flawlessly. Within Akatsuki, Senshai was the most reliable of all, perhaps more so than Nagato himself. After a moment's silence, Nagato pressed, in which way is Senshai unstable? From the intel I have, he's the very model of reliability. He's taken on loads of missions big and small, but his completion rate remains 100%. Even Nagato found that incredible. No matter how strong a ninja, it's supposedly impossible to handle so many jobs without ever messing up. Yet Senshai never slipped up. Having said that, Nagato added with a faint smile, relax, Madara Uchiha. I know Uzumaki Senshai well. He may be short on money, but he's extremely steady, very dependable. If anything, Tobi felt even less at ease after that. Wordlessly, he raged inwardly, damn it, you're all money grabbers. If I don't eliminate that ticking time bomb Senshai, how am I supposed to enact the Eye of the Moon plan? Although Tobi had set the Akatsuki's rise in motion from the shadows, ultimately it was Nagato who decided policy. Tobi could only influence him, not command him. There was no doubt, Nagato was truly the leader. Only Nagato controlled the group's finances. Senshai had joined and continuously done missions only because Nagato had hired him, and indeed, he and Nagato shared the same blood. Tobi needed no imagination to see that if he ever clashed with Nagato, Senshai the wild card would side with Nagato. Originally, Tobi planned to dispose of Nagato and Konan near the final stages of his Moon Eye plan. Nagato and Konan were powerful but lacked cunning. Everything had gone smoothly until the sudden appearance of Uzumaki Senshai. If Tobi wanted to continue toward the plan's final phase, he first had to handle Senshai. Yet just days before, Tobi had realized Senshai was more than he could cope with. Senshai could enter and exit Kamui's dimension freely, denying Tobi his best trump card. Tobi no longer dared step inside, fearing Senshai might be waiting. Ever since that confrontation, Tobi had been pondering how to kill Senshai, concluding that only Nagato's power, specifically the Rinnegan, could possibly do it. But again, matters weren't going his way. Nagato, typically easy to manipulate, refused to budge this time. Tobi was stumped. Nagato, have you thought about it? You can hire Senshai to work for Akatsuki, but anyone else could also hire him and aim him at us. This was no idle worry. From Nagato's own intel, Senshai really might do that if the price was right. Nagato considered it briefly. After only a short time, he responded, even if I wanted to fight Senshai, I might not be able to win. He spoke mildly. Senshai's main area of activity was the Hidden Rain Village black market and surrounding territory, all under Nagato's watch. Other people might be clueless as to Senshai's level, but Nagato had a perfect view. Even if he hadn't witnessed Senshai's missions firsthand, the sheer speed of his completions told Nagato plenty. Nagato wasn't a fool. He calculated that even the 6 paths of pain together might not easily prevail. Senshai hadn't harmed the organization. Why pick a fight with him over a non-existent threat, especially given that as a top-tier lightning user with insane speed plus a space-time teleport, Senshai could vanish on a whim. Enraging him would only earn him a formidable enemy. That made zero sense. Tobi didn't realize that, unlike him, Nagato did have his own calculations. Unless forced, Nagato would never choose to fight Senshai. After some thought, Nagato gave Tobi a piece of information. So far, nobody's seen Senshai use his full power. No one knows exactly how strong he is at 100%. My advice, drop any idea of moving against him, or you'll be the one in trouble. Hearing that, Toby bristled. What nonsense. The Rinnegan is legendary, how could Senshai possibly stand against it? Humphrey. Nagato, you're just making excuses because you don't want to move against him. Nagato shook his head gravely. They are not excuses. All of the data he had suggested that if Madara wanted to investigate, he could easily confirm it. But Toby lacked the proper understanding of Senshai, otherwise he wouldn't be making such a ridiculous demand. After hearing Toby rant for ages, Nagato remained as immovable as a boulder, leaving Toby increasingly anxious. If we won't kill him, then at least drive him out of the organization. If not, our plan will fail. Still unhurried, Nagato shook his head. Unless he does something that endangers Akatsuki, I won't take action. I can't go after him just because you tell me to. Finally, Toby lost his patience. Enough, Nagato. Must you insist on doing it your way? Nagato too was angered. In a cold tone, he declared, Madara Uchiha. I'm the leader. I decide how to handle him. Nagato, you'll regret this. With those words, Toby stormed off in fury, slamming the door behind him. Bang. Chapter 61, The Copy Ninja in one corner of Hidden Leaf Village's forest. After Senshai returned with Karen, they came here. This was the place where Sasuke practiced lightning style. During the period that Senshai had been in Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke was here under his instruction, training in lightning style. Sasuke's talent for lightning style wasn't bad at all. Even though he was just a kid, the lightning style technique Senshai taught him had already shown steady progress. Of course, it could also be that the lightning style, Thunderball Jutsu was too simple, so Sasuke picked it up quickly. Lightning style, Thunderball. In the forest, Sasuke swiftly formed seals, his movements highly practiced. ZZ. 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 Golden lightning crackled, little arcs of golden electricity shimmering in the air before gradually forming 3 lightning orbs. In such a short time, Sasuke had already brought lightning style, Thunderball to this level. Senshai acknowledged both his diligence and talent. Boom. 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 The next instant, the 3 golden lightning orbs shot off, blasting the branches of a nearby large tree into splinters. Huff. After using that jutsu, Sasuke slowly let out a breath. Gazing at the nearby branches he had blown away, he couldn't help recalling the day on the cliff when Senshai had used lightning style to destroy an entire forest. His home tutor, Uzumaki Senshai, could annihilate a boundless stretch of woods with thunder. Meanwhile, he could only use lightning style to blast off tree branches. Sasuke was frustrated. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach Senshai's level. Not enough, far from enough. He needed even more hard work and training. At that moment, though, Senshai placed his hand on Sasuke's head. Since they were in the so-called head-patting village, a little local custom was not to be forgotten. Sasuke, you're making good progress. Hearing Senshai's praise made Sasuke a bit happy. But then Senshai ruffled his hair into a bird's nest again, instantly spoiling his mood. From behind Senshai, Karen saw Sasuke's newly messed up hair and laughed gloatingly, PFFT PFFT. But she was obviously celebrating too soon, because right then, Senshai reached out and patted her little head as well. While rubbing Karen's head, Senshai said, Karen, you have to work hard too, alright? Karen immediately pushed his hand off her head in protest. She had spent a decent amount of time making her hair neat and smooth and was not interested in going full bird's nest again. Sasuke, that's enough training for today, Senshai said. I'll take you both to get some good taste grilled food. Sasuke hesitated but still nodded in agreement. Since his clan was wiped out, he'd been living alone. He hired Senshai to be his personal tutor and started training under him. Now, having learned his first lightning style technique from Senshai, he found that Senshai's presence was overlapping with a memory in his mind. Once upon a time, that person also cared for him and guided his training. Yet now, that same man had become someone he absolutely had to kill. But Sasuke didn't know that the Uchiha clan's tragedy was a tremendously complicated matter, though Itachi Uchiha did bear responsibility for the clan's downfall. Of all the people Itachi might have let down in his life, Sasuke was not truly one of them. While Sasuke was deep in thought, Senshai had already grabbed the 2 youngsters, Sasuke and Karen, one in each hand and hauled them to the door of the Good Taste Grilled shop. After seating themselves, they ordered a bunch of items. Before long, all sorts of aromatic and visually appealing dishes were laid out in front of them. Staring at the mouth-watering spread, Karen's big eyes sparkled. I'm gonna dig in. With that, she started wolfing down the food at lightning speed. Watching her, Sasuke's mouth twitched. She's so tiny, can she really eat all that? Senshai glanced over at Sasuke, giving him a mild smile. We'd better eat, too, otherwise she'll finish it all. Sasuke nodded, Alright, then. I'll start, too. Compared to Karen, Sasuke's eating style was much more polite. After they finished eating lunch, Senshai took Sasuke and Karen to a small river in the village. Judging by the surroundings, it seemed to be where Naruto had once tried fishing during his childhood. But this time, Naruto wasn't there fishing. Because Naruto was the village's Jinchuriki, a very special status under Anbu surveillance, Senshai, for the time being, wasn't planning to make contact with him until he completed his tasks. Sasuke was extremely diligent. After a simple break, he was already planning the rest of today's training. Senshai saw Sasuke's expression and was somewhat taken aback. He'd brought them to the riverside to fish, actually. Of course, Karen might just spear fish. With her Mengekyo Sharingan, she could aim precisely, guaranteed to hit every time. Senshai was just about to take out fishing rods from his system storage when he casually spread his mantra to scan the village. Immediately, he noticed someone by the memorial stone in Hidden Leaf Village. Oh? As soon as Senshai realized who it was, a flash of delight crossed his eyes. Kakashi had finally returned. Realizing that Kakashi was back in the village, Senshai said to Karen, "Karen, you and Sasuke stay here to train a bit. I have some business to take care of." After that, he activated his Datu spatial jump, opening a dark red portal behind him. Senshai didn't appear right next to Kakashi but rather behind a tree out of sight. A swirling dark red hole emerged, and in the next second, Senshai materialized behind a masked man, Tobi, who had also come to that place for presumably the same reason, to pay respects at the memorial stone. Of course, Tobi had no idea that Senshai was behind him. He'd always liked using Kamyu to show up behind people, giving them a scare. Now the tables were turned. Before the memorial stone, Kakashi stood staring at names that held great significance for him. Each time he returned from a mission, he had grown accustomed to visiting that place. Out on missions, he would inevitably end other ninjas' lives. One day, perhaps his own life might be ended by some other ninja. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, his mentor, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and wife Kushina Uzumaki, as well as his best friends Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara, all lay here. Kakashi stood silently before the memorial stone, unaware that not far off, Tobi was watching him. Nor did Tobi know that behind him, someone else, Senshai, was quietly observing him in turn. When Senshai had scanned the village with MineNet earlier, he not only found Kakashi but also spotted Tobi, that Kamyu Hidden Tears man. For Senshai, that was definitely a stroke of good fortune. In Senshai's view, Tobi had committed numerous atrocities after Rin's death left him blackened. So Senshai thought it best to end Tobi's crimes. But Tobi hadn't noticed Senshai behind him yet. Senshai, delighted to return the favor, spoke up, "Hey, Tobi-kun. Why are you here?" Tobi? Hearing Senshai's voice was like a death knell for Tobi. He had never expected to run into Senshai inside Hidden Leaf Village. Right away, he jolted in fright, nearly losing his footing in the tree. Spinning around, he saw, sure enough, the person who'd haunted him, Uzumaki Senshai. With cold sweat on his brow, Tobi stammered, "You Uzumaki Senshai, what are you doing here?" He wore an internal expression of utter horror. Senshai ignored Tobi's shock. He merely cast a glance at Kakashi in the distance, then asked Tobi, thinking about revenge, "Are we?" Tobi, behind the mask, grew even more wary and demanded, "What are you trying to do? And why are you here?" With a casual smile, Senshai replied, "I'm here to help you, of course. Don't you want to kill Kakashi?" He was indeed up to some scheme of repurposing every resource, trying for a multi-layered job. Perhaps Tobi could be of last-minute use to him, one job, 2 paydays. That kind of idea was sweet as honey. If Tobi were to hire him to kill Kakashi, that'd be a big win. Afterwards, Senshai could do good deeds, in the process quietly cleaning Tobi's sins. Perfect? But Tobi sounded perplexed, "Why would I kill Kakashi?" Meanwhile, by the memorial stone, Kakashi wrapped up his moment of grief and left the area. Seeing that, Tobi wasn't in the mood to talk to Senshai. He hopped down from the tree to leave. But Senshai blocked him. Tobi's eyes flashed dangerously from under the mask. Hearing Tobi's question, Senshai raised his brows. "Huh? You're just letting Kakashi go like that? He's the one who personally pierced Rin, right? Doesn't that make you want revenge?" Senshai's words shocked Tobi. Because not many people knew that detail, which meant Senshai's intelligence was insane. Inside, Tobi felt a chill. On the surface, he maintained a cold front. "You think something like that can affect me? What exactly are you trying to do?" Facing Tobi's interrogation, Senshai put on an innocent expression. "I'm trying to help you. One word from you, and I'll handle Kakashi for you right away, and I'll only charge you a friendly rate. How about it?" Hearing that, Tobi felt even more certain that Nagato's info was on point. Sensei was the type who would do anything for a mission or for money. Other ninjas might betray their village for some reason. Sensei might simply do it because someone paid him. Sensei's eager look, hoping Tobi would hire him, made Tobi declare a curt kami. As he teleported away with no intention of sticking around. As Tobi fled, Sensei shrugged helplessly. He could go chase if he really wanted, maybe wait for Tobi in the Kamyu dimension. But the more pressing matter was that now Kakashi was back, and Sensei needed that Sharingan. So he scanned again for Kakashi's location, invoked the Kama-based space-time jump, and went to find him. In a corner of Hidden Leaf Village's forest, leaving the memorial stone behind, Kakashi walked gloomily with shoulders drooping, head bowed, an eye hidden under his mask. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his gaze. Not far from him, a dark red spatial vortex appeared. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged. It was Sensei. With interest, Sensei studied Kakashi Hatake, the genius ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. The ninja world had many ninjas, but true geniuses were few. Kakashi Hatake was quite special. No matter who he fought, he seemed able to go a few rounds, though whether he could win was another matter. Sensei was a bit curious, if Kakashi fought him, could it be a 50-50 match? While Sensei sized him up, Kakashi, full of caution, studied Sensei. In a serious tone, Kakashi spoke, around 20 years old, red hair, wearing the black cloak with red clouds. You can create that dark red wormhole whenever you use your space-time ninjutsu. So you're Uzumaki Sensei, who's risen to fame lately around the black markets of Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village? Sensei was surprised. Oh? You can figure all that out? It seemed Kakashi had quite a knack for intel. Indeed, Sensei thought, the rumored and famed copy ninja must have some real skill. He's also a disciple's disciple of Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin of intelligence. After stating Sensei's identity, Kakashi somberly continued, if you're blocking my path here, then am I your target? Faced with Kakashi's calm reasoning, Sensei was a bit taken aback. You deduced that as well? Between Tobi and Kakashi, the difference in analysis was stark. Tobi saw Sensei appear behind him and demanded what he wanted. Kakashi saw Sensei appear and deduced that he must be Sensei's mission target. Kakashi gave a short explanation. You, Uzumaki Sensei, known as the mission terrorist, the Grim Reaper of the black market. You're always either on a mission or en route to one. If you showed up here, it's not hard to guess I'm probably your mission objective. Sensei said, indeed outwardly, but in his mind, he found it amusing. No wonder people call you a child prodigy, Chunin at 6, Jonin at 13. That calm composure is truly impressive. While Sensei spoke, Kakashi kept silent, remaining on high alert. But Sensei hadn't come here just to chat, he went straight to the point. I'm here for your Sharingan. If you don't want unnecessary pain, do it yourself. Kakashi was surprised. He never thought the reason Sensei was after him was purely for the Sharingan. Then again, Sensei wasn't the first to covet it. Long ago, Danzō from Root had also been interested in that eye. Knowing Sensei's motive, Kakashi lifted his headband. He wasn't planning to hand over the Sharingan. He intended to fight Sensei, employing full force. After all, with an opponent like Sensei, letting one's guard down for a moment would result in losing the Sharingan, or possibly losing one's life. Revealing the Sharingan, Kakashi stared at Sensei, voice grave. From the intel I gathered, your specialty is lightning style. Coincidentally, lightning style is also what I excel at. It's rare to encounter such a strong lightning style user. Here's my chance to test myself. Hearing that, Sensei couldn't help showing a strange expression. Test your lightning style. Against me? Even the successive Rukongai might not be able to measure up. If the full mark for lightning skill was 10, Sensei's was at least 20. No matter how gifted Kakashi was, facing the god of lightning style still left him no edge. But from Kakashi's viewpoint, that was precisely the plan. Chidori. Facing Sensei, Kakashi gave his all. He opened by using his strongest lightning style, Chidori. ZZ. 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 Piercing arcs of electric blue energy danced around Kakashi's right hand. Violent lightning-style chakra was poured into it with all the speed he could muster. Kakashi believed he might only get one chance in a fight with Sensei, so he went all out from the start. Sensei noticed Kakashi's move and found it slightly amusing. Attacking me with lightning style, he's serious. Confronting Kakashi's charge, Sensei just used his rumble fruit ability. He turned his body intangible, so to speak, elementalizing himself. Boom. One strike from Chidori went right through Sensei's heart, but at that moment, Kakashi's face suddenly tensed. The situation felt bizarre. Sensei hadn't dodged or blocked, he let Kakashi stab him. Sure enough, Kakashi's Chidori had pierced where Senshai's heart should be. Yet his feeling was off, he hadn't pierced actual flesh. On top of that, having his heart run through didn't harm Senshai at all. He still stood there smiling, no sign of injury. Senshai shook his head, recalling something interesting. In the Fourth Shinobi War, the second Mizukage had thoroughly boot-camped the allied shinobi forces. Maybe Senshai would give Kakashi a little boot camp as well. Kakashi, that won't work. As soon as he spoke, he casually kicked Kakashi, sending him flying backward. Kakashi twisted midair, flipping once, and managed to stabilize his stance. Staring at Senshai, he found the man's clothes and body completely unscathed. Kakashi couldn't figure it out. Possibly Senshai possessed a jutsu akin to the Hazuki clan's hydrification. He had never heard of a technique letting body and clothing both transform. But there wasn't time to dwell on that. If Senshai's intangible-like ability was truly unstoppable, this would be dire. Kakashi's expression turned grave. He realized he might be facing the strongest enemy in his entire career. Senshai gave a bored yawn, addressing Kakashi in a tone that sounded half scolding, half pitying. As the #1 genius in Hidden Leaf Village, your lightning style is only at this level? Or have you gotten complacent from all that talk about being Hidden Leaf Village's first technician and copy ninja Kakashi? Kakashi's talent was undeniable. Even in a great village like Hidden Leaf Village, few could rival him. But due to the burden of his Sharingan, plus mastering so many jutsu, he might have neglected refining his own specialty, particularly in the era before leading Team 7. ZZ. 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 Kakashi, unaffected by Senshai's mocking, kept carefully observing with the Sharingan. After a moment, he made another attack, Chidori. Though Senshai was strong, Kakashi believed he had a sliver of a chance. He attacked again, wanting to see if the intangible-like jutsu was truly invincible. Relying on the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he launched at a speed faster than before, rushing to Senshai's front. And then, the moment Kakashi brandished Chidori a second time, he was dumbfounded. Huh? Senshai hadn't even used space-time ninjutsu, he simply moved at an unimaginable speed, disappearing right before Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply as he panicked inside. How is that possible? What kind of speed is this? He was well aware that an expert at lightning style might be terrifyingly fast. But Senshai's speed was beyond reason. Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't even track him. First time, Senshai just stood still for Kakashi's strike, it achieved 0 damage. Second time, Kakashi attacked faster, but Senshai vanished before his eyes. This is bad. The instant that realization flashed through Kakashi's mind, it was already too late. Chapter 62, a Aizen elbow bolt. At the moment he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Senshai's voice suddenly came from behind him. When Kakashi swiftly turned around, he was struck in the abdomen. A terrifying blow carrying immense force sent him flying into midair. Still airborne, Kakashi had no time to reorient himself before Senshai closed in on him again. Amid crackling thunder and flashing lightning, the two of them slammed hard to the ground. Boom. The instant they landed, stone and earth around them were instantly shattered. Spiderweb-like cracks crazily spread in all directions, and thick dust churned in the wind. When the dust settled, Senshai stood there without the slightest injury, not even ruffling his hair. Kakashi, on the other hand, had suffered severe damage. Had Senshai intended to kill him, Kakashi would already be dead. Indeed, it proved that a genius-type ninja was still no match for someone who worked so hard. Senshai could subdue Kakashi with ease, all thanks to his sweat and toil. Next, one mustn't forget the local custom after arriving at Headpat Village. Having defeated the elite Jonin from Headpat Village, one naturally had to perform this ritual. After patting Kakashi on the head a couple of times, Senshai, somewhat sighing with a lonely expert demeanor, said, "It'd be a pity to kill off a genius of your caliber. I've achieved what I have today solely through hard work, so I've decided to give you enough time to train and grow. Once you've reached a sufficient level, come challenge me again, prove that genius can prevail over effort." Fortunately, Karen wasn't here, otherwise, she'd be blinded by the dazzling aura of Senshai's sweat and hard-working pride. "I already gave you a chance just now. Since you wouldn't remove the Sharingan yourself, I'll just have to do it for you." With that, Senshai lashed out, a sharp kick to Kakashi's chest, followed by a lightning-fast grab. Before Kakashi could grasp what was happening, his Sharingan was already in Senshai's hand. In the moment that sharp pain came, Senshai had placed Kakashi's Sharingan into a small container. Kakashi clutched the gaping wound around his empty eye socket, mind full of sorrow and despair. That Sharingan was an extremely precious KK Genkai of Hidden Leaf Village, and moreover, Obito's keepsake. But there was no helping it, Uzumaki Senshai was far too strong. If he really intended to, Senshai could instantly kill Kakashi. Under Kakashi's despairing, resentful gaze, the unthinkable happened. Senshai pulled out yet another glass jar and casually tossed it to the ground in front of Kakashi. I'm not some devil. Consider this in exchange, take it. 2 for the price of 1. You actually come out ahead. Inside the clear glass jar lay a pair of crimson, 3 Tomoe Sharingan. For a moment, Kakashi just stood there, stupefied. A surge of unspeakable shock flooded his heart. What on earth was going on? Senshai had seized his single Sharingan, yet then tossed him a pair in return? Kakashi was completely baffled, frowning as he stared at those 2 eyes, his mind racing with questions. That original Sharingan was Obito's bequest. Could there be some hidden secret behind all this? Or did it have something to do with Obito? But how could that be possible? Obito was already in a swirl of chaotic thoughts, his confusion only deepened. By the time Senshai had used his space-time ninjutsu and vanished, Kakashi looked at where Senshai disappeared, his heart filled with shock and conflicting emotions. He simply couldn't fathom why Senshai did that, nor figure out how Senshai could so easily toss him a pair of Sharingan, one of the ninja world's most valuable Genkai, just like handing out candy. One should note, not long ago, in its quest to capture the Byakugan from Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Cloud's village had racked its brains and still failed. Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan was still safe. That same incident had cost Hyuga Hisashi his life. Yet Senshai had just casually left him 2-3 Tomoe Sharingan. Kakashi didn't realize that if Senshai had enough employment points, he could possess more Sharingan than even Danzō did. Senshai had no clue what Kakashi might be thinking. By then, he'd already gone to find Obito. Meanwhile, Obito was still speeding along his route, continuously using the body flicker jutsu. Deep down, he was grateful. Phew, thank goodness I ran fast. He felt quite satisfied with how he'd handled things just moments ago. Before he could relish that feeling, a dark red vortex-like portal quickly appeared not far away. Spotting that ominous, crimson-black spiral, Obito's heart gave a jolt. Underneath his mask, his expression showed deep weariness. Still, he forced a tone of annoyance. Uzumaki-sensei, what's your deal now? Senshai wore a playful grin as he looked at Obito. I'm here to do you a favor. Reality's too cruel, so I thought I'd send you to that wonderful world where Rin is still alive. His words were filled with unconcealed killing intent. Obito, behind the mask, instantly looked horrified. Nagato, you sold me out. Although Senshai had never been friendly, he'd never directly shown intent to kill. Now he was openly gunning for Obito's life, and in Obito's mind, the only explanation was that Nagato had leaked the details of their conversation. Without a second thought, Obito tried slipping into his intangibility state and fleeing. But Senshai had no desire to continue their game of cat and mouse. Raising an arm, Senshai unleashed a terrifying lightning column that instantly swallowed Obito. Rumble. That enormous electric current froze Obito in place. When the flash of lightning dissipated, Obito's eyes bulged wide, and he collapsed like a wooden dummy. Bah. Bakana. Thud. Thanks to Senshai's delicate mastery of lightning chakra, the attack fully incapacitated Obito but wasn't overly injurious. Whether Obito had spent his life standing tall was uncertain, but at the moment, he was definitely laid out flat. Bending down, Senshai grabbed Obito by the collar, hefted him over his shoulder, and hummed a tune as he went to deliver his package. 1 billion. Ryo 1 billion. Ryo, a lifetime of spending doesn't run out. Although Orochimaru's commission this time was for 100 million Ryo, Senshai reasoned it was all effectively his money in the long run. In Orochimaru's research base near Hidden Rain Village, Orochimaru was busy with experiments. As the man who single-handedly propelled the ninja world's technology forward, Orochimaru was always willing to devote time to his research. Some joked that if Orochimaru died, the ninja world's science and tech would be set back by 200 years. In Senshai's view, that estimate was actually on the low side. This time, Senshai had come to present him with an ideal new vessel, someone with dual kami. If Orochimaru combined it with his own knowledge, who knew what new horrors, or benefits, might visit the ninja world. Once Orochimaru was done with his transmigration, Senshai might keep farming missions from him. Orochimaru would stir up trouble, Senshai would pick up the job of subduing him, and thus keep raking in missions. Plop. A dull thud sounded as Senshai casually tossed Obito, limp as a rag doll, onto the floor near Orochimaru. At the same time, from inside his cloak, Senshai produced a glass jar and placed it on Orochimaru's workbench. Then he stuck out his hand with practiced ease. Mission complete. Pay up. Orochimaru took in the sight of Obito, half dead on the floor, and the glass jar containing a Sharingan on his bench. An icy grin of delight appeared on his pale face. Already finished? That's you all over. I haven't even set everything up, and you've already brought him here. Senshai shrugged nonchalantly. Your side of things is your business. As far as I'm concerned, the mission is done. Fork over the payment. Not wanting to waste time with Orochimaru, once he turned in the mission, he'd get a ton of employment points, then do a big spree of draws. Orochimaru, jar in hand, threw a greedy glance at Obito lying on the ground. With a sinister tone, he said, "Relax. Even if I tried to stiff someone, I wouldn't dare stiff you." Finished speaking, Orochimaru went to fetch a chest containing an array of checks, each redeemable at the money exchange for a total of 100 million ryo. Handing it to Senshai, Senshai received the chest, and at that moment, the system's mission complete alert sounded in his head. Client, Orochimaru, mission objective, deliver Obito Uchiha, along with his other Sharingan, to Orochimaru's base, reward, 100 million ryo, mission rank, S, bonus, 100,000 employment points. Hearing that, Senshai happily clapped his hands. 100,000 points, another huge windfall. Looking at Orochimaru, he felt like seeing a fat sheep. Though Tsunade was rumored to be a fat sheep as well, collecting her gambling debts was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was far simpler to exploit. A fake big sheep, Tsunadeheim. A real big sheep, Orochimaru. Another genuine sucker, Danzō. Cheerfully, Senshai said to Orochimaru, "Pleasure doing business, pleasure doing business." Looking quite eager, he shook Orochimaru's hand. "Snake bro, so what's next?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. "Once I finish my transference, I have many matters to attend to." Half true, half false. He wanted to see whether, after obtaining a perfect Uchiha vessel, he could somehow get his hands on Senshai as well. The Uchiha clan was once his notion of a perfect host, but that was before. Right now, the perfect host he coveted might be Senshai the Uzumaki. If he could take over Senshai's body, he'd have free reign in the ninja world, able to research whatever he pleased. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Senshai felt a twinge of regret. Who knew how long Orochimaru would need to prepare for his living corpse reincarnation? If Orochimaru could immediately assign him another mission, that'd be great, but it was no matter. You couldn't just keep fleecing one sheep forever. So Senshai raised a thumb. "I'll wait for your good news." With that, he departed. Orochimaru promptly picked up the jar containing the Sharingan, then carefully hefted Obito, making for the depths of his lab. He might not have scored the absolute best vessel in one go, but after seeing Itachi Uchiha's display, he was more certain than ever that an Uchiha body was the ideal container, and now he had a perfect Uchiha. Excitement churned in his heart. Once he successfully completed the transference, his strength would soar, and many of his long-shelved plans would be set in motion. In the Hokage's office at Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished his latest stack of paperwork. He tidied the documents, stretched, and planned to go check on Naruto. But at that moment, knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door with urgency. "Come in," Hiruzen responded at once, not wanting to keep them waiting. "What's happened?" The Anbu agent before him, belonging to his own forces, spoke in a somewhat nervous tone. "Lord Hokage, the treasury has been robbed." Sarutobi was stunned. The village's funds were kept there, a store of the mission pay shared by the ninja after so many tasks. He shot up from his seat. When did this happen? And how much was taken? Soon Hiruzen would learn it wasn't about how much money but how many billions of ryo had gone missing. After taking inventory, it appears a total of 1 billion ryo were taken from the treasury. Huh? Hiruzen's heart sank. 1 billion ryo stolen? Even if Hidden Leaf Village's economy was relatively strong, that was an astronomical sum for the village. They had to find out who was responsible. Hiruzen hurried to the treasury, where Anbu had already begun a thorough investigation and cross-checking. Arriving, Hiruzen asked the masked Anbu around him, "Any developments?" One Anbu squad leader stepped forward to report, "The treasury itself, and the area around it, show no signs of forced entry or damage. So we suspect someone entered normally and removed the 1 billion ryo themselves." The squad leader's wording was tactful. They said someone had entered normally. But only a few people in the entire village had the key to the treasury or the authority to come and go normally. Even though the Anbu leader hadn't spelled it out, the third Hokage could deduce it. Hiruzen's aged face darkened in anger. So it was an inside job after all. Shaking his head, he reasoned, "I can't believe any of the village's ninja would do such a thing. This must be handled discreetly, keep it classified, no leaks. No one must speak of it." As Hokage, he had a lot to consider. If people found out a high-level Hidden Leaf Village ninja, or even top management, had taken the money, it would spark a major crisis of trust. After carefully examining the treasury inside and out, Sarutobi reached the same conclusion as the Anbu, very likely it was an inside job. If that was correct, he already had a suspect in mind. Among the entire Hidden Leaf village, who was more audacious, unscrupulous, and cunning than Danzō? Danzō had done few good deeds in his life, and quite a few shady ones. This time, he wouldn't even need to take blame for something he didn't do, because it actually was Danzō's doing. He had walked off with 1 billion ryo from the treasury. Returning to his office, Sarutobi wore a severe, icy expression as he declared, "Tell Shimura Danzō, Mitakato Hamura, and Unitane Koharu to come here at once. Inform them that something's happened in the village, and we need to discuss it together." Nodding, the Anbu left to summon the 3 senior Hidden Leaf village advisors. Elsewhere in the forests of Hidden Leaf village, a swirling dark red portal materialized. Long-term employment mission accepted. Client, Shimura Danzō. Goal, provide indefinite safety consultant service, ensuring Danzō is not killed by others. Reward, 100 million ryo per year. Rank, S. Mission bonus, +1 super draw, plus 100,000 employment points, 2 celebrations at once. Clearly, the wood clone with Danzō had already collected the money. Senshai was in a cheerful mood. He'd gotten 200,000 points in total, time to draw to his heart's content. Plus another 100 million ryo. He could never spend it all. In fact, Senshai's finances had already reached a ridiculous level, now it was even more bottomless. Those 200k employment points would yield who knew how many good items. Indeed, his system's storage already held quite a few treasures. At this rate, someday he'd be able to form an entire ninja army from them and sail across the stars. Or he could just wait until the Otsutsuki arrived to stir things up. The more chaos in a ninja world, the more missions to be had, the more missions, the more points, the better he'd draw, and the stronger he'd become. It was all looking terrific, his future unlimited. Senshai decided that later tonight, he'd treat Karen and Sasuke to a fancy meal in celebration. Using the Dato space-time technique, Senshai appeared back in the forest area, only to find something wrong. Where had his big little assistant gone? Neither Sasuke nor Karen was in sight. Not too far away, Sasuke was pinned underfoot by Itachi, while Karen had activated her initial Susanoo, enveloping herself in a huge pink skeleton. Karen's little face was tense and stern, staring at the intruder who'd shown up. Seeing that from a distance, Senshai felt a hint of amusement. Here it is, the iconic scene has arrived. But first, Senshai approached Karen rather than look on at the iconic brothers' drama. "Karen, did Itachi give you any trouble?" Seeing him appear, Karen immediately relaxed upon sensing that familiar chakra. Her heart warmed further when she heard him ask if the intruder had hurt her. She quickly shook her head. "Senshai, that guy didn't do anything to me." Hearing that, Senshai folded his arms and turned to watch the drama not far away. Itachi Uchiha, sporting his Mengekyo, stood aloof, eyes cold, stepping on Sasuke. "Foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me, loathe me, and survive in disgrace, run, cling to life. Then someday, when you have eyes like mine, come and face me again." Sasuke, hearing those words, clenched his teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter, his eyes filled with fury. He desperately tried to stand and fight, but at present, the gap between him and Itachi was far too large. There was nothing he could do. As for Itachi, his own emotions were complicated. He'd rushed to Hidden Leaf village upon hearing that the extremely dangerous Uzumaki Senshai was in the village, fearing for Sasuke's safety. Arriving, he quickly gathered intel. Apparently Senshai hadn't harmed Sasuke. In fact, Senshai was now acting as Sasuke's personal tutor. Under Senshai's guidance, Sasuke had picked up a decent mastery of lightning ninjutsu for his age, but that wasn't enough. Sasuke still needed greater hatred and loathing toward him. Only such intense pressure would force Sasuke to push himself to the limit, powering up to kill Itachi. Sasuke's current progress was passable in Itachi's eyes. But after seeing that Karen, a non-Uchiha, had not only awakened the Mengekyo but was using Susanoo, Itachi felt that maybe he was too soft in beating his little brother. This girl was about Sasuke's age, after all, and if she could do it, so theoretically could Sasuke. Plus, Karen's presence confirmed that Senshai had done extensive research on the Sharingan. While Itachi lectured his brother, Senshai asked Karen how they ended up in that predicament. Karen, still a bit shaken, explained, "Not long ago, that person suddenly showed up at the place where Sasuke and I were training. The moment Sasuke saw him, it was like he went berserk. He charged straight at the guy, trying to fight him. I got worried the guy might kill Sasuke, so I followed from behind, all the way here." Once she finished, Senshai basically understood. He wasn't going to let Itachi keep dishing it out on Sasuke. Sasuke's development was fine at its current pace, and besides, Sasuke was Senshai's employer and student. As the teacher, Sensei couldn't just stand there watching Itachi thrash his pupil. Sensei walked toward Itachi and Sasuke. First, he addressed Itachi. "Ichi-ni-san, that's enough. If you keep pounding on my client, I'll have to get serious with you." Then switching faces in an instant, he gave Sasuke a friendly smile. "Sasuke, since we're teacher and student, how about I give you a friends and family discount to take him out for you? Deal?" Hearing this, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless outwardly but felt a deep strangeness inside. He already knew Sensei had great power, but was this man's personality truly suited for teaching his kid brother? A bizarre image flashed through his mind. One day in the future, Sasuke sidles up, hands rubbing together, wearing a mischievous grin. "Aizen, got any job leads for me? Come on, we're brothers, I'll cut you the family discount." Itachi shuddered a little, goosebumps rising all over. Chapter 63, Itachi got cornered. Sasuke lifted his head with difficulty, forcing out each word. "I will definitely kill him with my own hands." In fact, even if Sensei hadn't spoken, Itachi felt that what he did to Sasuke this time was pretty much enough. For the near future, his foolish little brother would certainly have the drive to train desperately. So Itachi withdrew his leg, completely ignoring Sasuke. Sasuke, from beginning to end, glared daggers at Itachi. If not for his severe injuries limiting his movement, he would have gotten up again to fight Itachi with all his might. Seeing that Sasuke had been released, Karen hurriedly ran over. Noticing his severe wounds, she prepared to use healing jutsu. But then Karen felt a bit awkward. In the past, whenever Sensei asked her to practice medical ninjutsu, she would always be studying cooking instead. Like today, while Sasuke was diligently training, Karen went to the little river and started fishing. Ah, shoot, Sasuke's really hurt, and he's such an important client to Sensei. "Sensei, what do we do?" Karen hastily looked to Sensei for instructions, thinking that if he said so, she could let Sasuke bite her to heal. Unexpectedly, Sensei looked quite unconcerned, waving a hand and remarking, "Don't worry about it, Ichi-ni-san. This is just how these brothers say hello, friendly sibling greetings. You'll see. One day, after Sasuke grows strong, he'll beat Itachi half to death in return." Itachi Uchiha, meanwhile, aimed a guarded gaze at Sensei. "Uzumaki-sensei, what's your purpose in coming to Hidden Leaf Village?" For such a dangerous person to appear in the village, Itachi worried about Sasuke's safety while also worrying for Hidden Leaf Village itself. From what he learned via Kisame, Sensei could crush and subdue Hidden Mist Village's tailed beast single-handed. Should Sensei wreak havoc in Hidden Leaf Village, no one would be able to stop him. Hearing Itachi's question, Sensei casually set Karen down and, rather bored, flicked his fingers. "And what business is that of yours?" He cared not for Itachi's concerns. As a professional mercenary, Sensei wore a perfectly amiable smile for his paying clients, but for someone like Itachi, who had no money to offer, there was no need for courtesy. He certainly didn't expect any high-paying requests from Itachi. Sensei's words made Itachi, usually expressionless, frown a bit. He simply didn't know Sensei's agenda in coming to Hidden Leaf Village. All that was clear was that Sensei had arrived, become Sasuke's tutor, and also gone around the Land of Fire's black market. Apart from that, Itachi didn't know what Sensei had done. He had noticed a section of forest, destroyed by a lightning technique, likely Sensei's doing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but once again marvel at Sensei's lightning-style talent. Under Sensei's guidance, Sasuke would surely grow to an inconceivable level. While Itachi was pondering, Sensei yawned idly and asked in return, "What about you, Ichi-ni-san? What are you doing in Hidden Leaf Village? Weren't you here just to beat my client, and student, to a pulp? Should I consider that you're picking a fight with me?" Itachi quickly recovered his usual calm. He answered in a steady tone, "I was just passing by, taking a look." With that, he turned away, intending to leave. He didn't want excessive contact with Sensei, let alone a confrontation. If they came to blows and Sensei injured him badly, Sasuke might climb up to finish him off, thus ruining his plan entirely. Likewise, Sensei had no intention of fighting Itachi. Sasuke hadn't requested any beat Itachi commission, so what would be the point? Just as Itachi was walking away, Sensei's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. A dark red swirl portal appeared, blocking Itachi's path. Immediately, Itachi's stare grew vigilant. Sensei, with a playful expression, chuckled. Far off, Karen watched Sensei's expression and wore a sly little grin. Clearly Sensei was about to trap someone again. Sure enough, Sensei turned to Itachi and said, "You gave my client a beating and frightened my little assistant, Karen. Did you plan to just leave it at that?" Those words made Itachi more on guard. Before he could think any further, Sensei leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Ichi-ni-san, you wouldn't want your foolish little brother learning your secret, Would you? Instantly, Itachi's expression changed dramatically. Itachi. Though it seemed unbelievable, he had a feeling Sensei really did know something. This made sense, given that Kakazu, Orochimaru, and Kisame had all said Sensei possessed an information network beyond common understanding. Itachi feigned composure. Secret? I have no secret. But Sensei continued without letting him off. Of course I'm talking about that deal you made with Hidden Leaf Villages. He abruptly cut off. Clearly, Itachi understood exactly what he meant. At those words, Itachi's face took on a look of utter shock. He glanced sideways at Sasuke and Karen. Karen was healing Sasuke, who winced under her not-so-practiced healing jutsu. Neither of them was paying attention. Only then did Itachi let out a breath. He took a deep breath and said, "Say it, what do you want?" He decided to handle this crisis for now. Sensei evidently knew about his arrangement with Hidden Leaf Village's top brass. Should that come to light, it would ruin the game he'd set up for Sasuke's growth. Seeing Itachi yield, Sensei smiled. "I'm short of a partner on missions right now." At that moment, far away in Hidden Rain Village, the shark-faced Kisame sneezed. He still had no idea that he'd effectively lost his partner without even being on scene. Itachi pondered a while. He recalled Kakazu, who had the Earth Grudge Fear technique that made him near mortal. Yet even Kakazu couldn't bear working with Sensei, regularly emerging with dark circles and a hollow gaze as though drained. And Kisame had told him about nearly being sold off by Sensei in Hidden Mist Village. This post was downright hazardous. Let someone else do it. Hence, Itachi shook his head firmly. "I refuse." But Sensei obviously wouldn't let him off so easily. He needed an assistant. Given that this assistant was Itachi Uchiha, a local who could handle things in Hidden Leaf Village's black market, he was the best possible candidate. Sensei gave him a cunning look. "Ichini-san, you're sure? Then don't blame me." Sensei faced Sasuke in the distance and raised his voice. "Sasuke. I've got a big secret you might want to, wait." Itachi pinched his brow, vexed. This fully unscrupulous approach left him no room. He had no choice but to surrender. With a weary sigh, he asked, "What do I need to do?" Sensei, seeing Itachi's capitulation, knew it was because he had leverage with Sasuke. He grinned. "Simple. I need you to gather up all the black market jobs around Hidden Leaf Village." "Itachi?" Shocked, Itachi echoed, "All the black market jobs around here?" Sure enough, the Land of Fire was among the 5 great shinobi nations. Hidden Leaf Village was the strongest shinobi village. Hence the black markets in Land of Fire were the largest in the ninja world. So all? Yet Sensei was unwavering. "Yeah. Ichini-san. We're picking up every single black market commission in the Fire Country, near Hidden Leaf Village." Sensei cheerfully slung an arm around Itachi's shoulder, all smiles. "Come on, we can chat as we go." Watching Sensei walk off with an arm around Itachi, Sasuke stood there dumbfounded. That big secret. Today's lesson. His expression turned sullen. He's obviously in league with Itachi. Liar. Meanwhile Karen, noticing Sasuke's face darkening, piped up soothingly, "Relax, that guy who beat you won't have a good end." You saw Sensei's face. Itachi's in for big trouble. But Sasuke didn't cheer up. "Tch. Anyone close to Itachi is unreliable." That set Karen off. "Hey. That's not fair. Sensei's a super reliable ninja." She folded her arms, adding, "As long as it's not pinned to a job, Sensei's always reliable." Her summation was downright perfect. Sasuke snorted. What difference does that make? He still wore his scowl, but some part of him was grudgingly forced to agree that Sensei's training had quickly raised his skill. He simply hated that Itachi had shown up, that Sensei had parted without finishing the lesson. Plus the notion that they seemed suspiciously friendly. While Sasuke was fuming and Karen was complaining, a dark red swirl portal appeared behind them. In a flash, Sensei walked out with a faint cough. Startled, both kids jumped. Thwap. Thwap. He flicked his fingers in 2 quick moves, giving them each a little smack on the head. Then, with a genial grin, he chided, "You 2 brats, how can you talk behind teacher's back like that?" Karen shot back, "But I wasn't." She secretly griped it was all Sasuke. "I was just telling the truth." Of course, Sensei had never genuinely been angry at these 2. He'd come back now for 2 reasons. 1. Leave a wood clone to protect them both. 2. Assign them new training tasks. Pop. Sensei clapped his hands together with a commanding little shout, "Wood style, wood clone." Cracks split the ground beside him. A moment later, a wood clone identical to Sensei sprouted up. That done, Sensei turned to Karen, patting her bright red hair. "Karen, you'll stay here practicing the healing jutsu. Go fish some injured fish of varying severity, then try to heal them completely." Karen immediately drooped. She'd never been very motivated in ninjutsu training. Sensei himself hardly ever gets injured. And if he does, I can let him bite me, so what's the big deal about learning medical ninjutsu? Isn't it simpler to refine my cooking? So where are you going? She asked in a forlorn tone. Sensei flashed a broad grin. I'm heading out with Itachi to the black market for some tasks. Karen had known it, only the words mission could get him so fired up. Having settled Karen, Sensei turned to Sasuke. Until I return, your main mission is to generate 10 thunder orbs at once. This will push your mastery of the technique, your chakra reserves, and your fine control to the limit. Sensei had laid out a stable path for Sasuke to develop, intending first to fortify his basics thoroughly. Once Sasuke's foundation was solid, Sensei would pass on more profound lightning-style jutsu. Weak foundation leads to shaky results. Sasuke kept thinking about Itachi. Humphrey, liar. He turned up his nose, all standoffish. Sensei, though, paid that no mind, as long as your fundamentals stay firm, I've got loads of lightning-style techniques. You can learn as many as you like. Chapter 64, It's Gone. But not completely hidden. Leave village, at the Hokage's office in the Hokage residence. Inside were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, Utain Koharu, and Mitakato Hamura, Hidden Leave Village's F4, all seated together. Once everyone was present, Hiruzen spoke bluntly. 1 billion ryo has gone missing from Hidden Leave Village's treasury. 1 billion ryo is by no means a small amount of money. Hiruzen, as Hokage, had experienced who knows how many storms in his life. Holding that position, a ninja needed sufficient poise and strength of character, and Hiruzen of course possessed those. Yet even he, upon hearing such a piece of news at first, was utterly shocked. The base pay for an S-rank mission begins at 1 million ryo. Calculating from that minimum standard, one would need exactly 10,000 S-rank missions worth of pay to reach that sum. At a ninja village typically takes half the total reward from missions performed by its ninja, meaning a total of 20,000 S-rank missions would be needed for the village to gather that much. If all that were to be done within a single year, Hidden Leave Village's ninja would have to complete an average of 55 S-rank missions every single day just to earn that sum in time. Never mind S-rank, on an A-rank mission, normally one cannot simply finish in the span of a single day. Having realized such a staggering sum had disappeared from the village treasury, Hamura and Koharu were both enraged. Danzō's expression too became extremely grave. He was putting on an act, of course. The others might not know how the village money disappeared, but he certainly did. Seething with anger, Mitakato Hamura said, Hiruzen, what in the world is going on? How could so much money suddenly vanish from the village treasury? Money, to shinobi, is extremely important. A shinobi village exists to train and support ninja, but it is also home to many civilians whose own or whose children's talents may qualify them to become ninja. Those large numbers of people cannot all be fed just from ninja mission pay. Thus each village needs the daimyo of its great nation to grant periodic funding. That is why the daimyo, despite not residing in the village, still has a significant influence on it. If a village's citizens want to live well, if the village as a whole wants to develop further, it will require the daimyo's financial aid. At this moment, Koharu and Hamura, both glaring at Hiruzen in growing dissatisfaction, clearly expected answers. As Hokage, Hiruzen was responsible, no matter what explanations he might give. Confronted by their discontent, Hiruzen spoke calmly, I personally, along with our top Anbu, investigated the site. No sooner had he said this than Koharu pressed him, what's the result of that investigation? Hiruzen did not conceal anything and reported plainly, inside the Hidden Leave Village treasury, and in the surrounding area, there were no signs of destruction. All indications suggest it was done by an insider. Those words caused both Koharu and Hamura's faces to change drastically. Within Hidden Leave Village, those who can come and go from the treasury at will are basically only these four. They were all fiercely loyal to the village. Yet if, from someone's point of view, it was for Hidden Leave Village's sake, one of them might have quietly used that enormous sum for what they believed could revitalize the village. Such a possibility existed. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura all wore solemn looks as they directed their gazes at Danzō. Among them, the one with the greatest likelihood to do something like that was surely Danzō. Danzō maintained a dark expression, looking equally severe, as if outraged and troubled by the same matter. Hamura hesitated a moment, then said, uncertainly, the root's information gathering is always excellent. You have no relevant intel on this? Hamura's words were fairly courteous. Danzō's face turned gloomier, and he answered coldly, no. At present, what he needed to do was deny everything, no matter what. Seeing that after Hamura had raised the topic to this extent, Danzō remained tight-lipped, Hiruzen grew even more frustrated. He demanded, in that case, Danzō, tell us your view on this. A sum this large cannot simply go missing. We owe the whole village an explanation. 1 billion ryo was no trivial figure. It demanded an absolute explanation. During the time the treasury was robbed, Hiruzen continued, Koharu, Hamura, and I had not even gone near it. The meaning was perfectly clear. The Anbu monitoring everyone's movements across the village could corroborate that none of the three had touched the treasury. Hence the question of who did it was obvious. Danzō's face was grim, as though it might drip water. Of course, from his perspective, so long as they could not produce ironclad evidence that it was him, he would not admit a thing. While Danzō was confronting Hidden Lee Village's F3 in anger, Orochimaru, in a certain facility's deepest chambers, was in the final stages of his impure world reincarnation. No, rather, of his living corpse reincarnation technique. This shinobi world scientific forerunner was about to conduct yet another major experiment. In his view, if he fully obtained the body of an Uchiha, it would open new horizons. In his subterranean research base, everything was prepared. In a fluid-filled tank, Obito Uchiha, subdued by Orochimaru, was resting silently. One side of Obito's body was evidently not his own, but Orochimaru was in too much of a rush to investigate further. He wanted that Uchiha vessel so badly, he could taste it. He double-checked each element. Then, making a hand sign, Orochimaru, voice quivering with excitement, exclaimed, "An Uchiha body. So worth anticipating." Thanks to so much preparation, he finally had it. Ugh! His neck lunged forward like a snake, biting down at Obito's neck inside the fluid tank. At once, Orochimaru's body and Obito's body established a chakra link. His soul, following that channel of chakra, slowly migrated into Obito's body. This took neither too long nor too short. Very soon, Orochimaru discovered something that astonished him. Within Obito's body, there was another soul. What? How can this be? Even one as knowledgeable as Orochimaru found it mind-boggling. He had foreseen all sorts of scenarios for reincarnation, but had never once imagined he would encounter something like this. Slightly cursing in his mind, that wretched brat Uzumaki-sensei actually gave me a problem-laden Uchiha. Meanwhile, around the Land of Fire near Hidden Lee Village, at a certain black market, Uzumaki-sensei and Itachi Uchiha's entry caused many eyes to turn. Itachi stated icily to the black market's staff, "I want to accept every single mission you have." Raised in the shadows, black markets remain a colossal presence in the shinobi world, their intelligence networks not lacking. The moment Sensei and Itachi walked in, some staff recognized them, especially Sensei, who had come not long before. But Itachi's request left the black market manager perplexed. "All the missions here? You want to accept them all?" Itachi, expressionless, nodded, "Yes." "How can you possibly finish all those missions?" Hearing that, Sensei just chuckled, "Are you sure you understand my mission abilities?" It was a pity the manager wasn't the type to respond with, "I've long wanted to see what it's like for the so-called black market legend at his peak." So Sensei found it slightly dull, made a dismissive wave, and said, "Doesn't matter if we can do them or not, your job is just to hand them all over." He pointed to Itachi, telling the manager to hurry up. The Land of Fire was a great nation, so it really did have a mass of black market missions. But Sensei didn't care, no matter how many or how tricky. As they took every mission from the black market, the many other ninja present looked on in disbelief. "They're crazy. Taking every mission in the hall?" But not everyone there was clueless. One ninja piped up, "Don't you know anything? That red-haired man. That's Uzumaki-sensei?" Instantly, the entire place fell silent. A name is as weighty as a tree's shadow. Sensei's name carried absolute authority in the black market. Gah! After a while, everyone drew a sharp breath. Some recognized him, the man who had performed countless missions. He had the highest completion rate. He was known as the mission terrorist, with a record that far surpassed even that of Kakazu, who had been working as a bounty hunter since the first Hokage's era. Furthermore, Sensei had maintained an unbroken 100% success rate, truly a legend. None in the hall dared protest any further. Soon Sensei and Itachi swept the entire black market's tasks into a stack of commission scrolls. Observing that stack in Sensei's hands, Itachi stood by quietly. "So many missions. Where does one even begin?" Sensei shot him a broad grin, patting him on the shoulder. "All right, that's done. Let's go handle them right away." As if reading his partner's thoughts, Sensei said, "We'll finish the tasks we have, then come back. By the time we're done, these guys will have stacked up a few more." Perfect timing. Itachi. He found he was at a loss for words. So many missions. And Sensei actually wanted them all done? He recognized that these tasks ranged from trivial to extremely dangerous. Each day you completed one or two, you might eventually get through them in a normal scenario. But Sensei wanted to swallow the entire backlog at once. He couldn't help but recall Kakazu's haggard face. or Kisame's claims of nearly being sold off. Indeed, partnering with Senshai was akin to riding a runaway horse. At that moment, Senshai clapped his hands, wood style, wood clone. In a flash, cracks split the ground, and multiple wood clones rose up in a row. The clones lined up for instructions, each collecting various mission scrolls from Senshai. Indeed, Senshai's plan was to delegate huge amounts of work to his clones, so they could scatter and complete tasks in parallel. Seeing that, Itachi felt an odd sense of déjà vu. As a boy, he had occasionally used shadow clones to handle chores or training. Now Senshai was similarly employing wood clones to mass handle black market tasks. Finally, Senshai pulled out one mission scroll labeled Capture a Dangerous Missing Ninja, tossed a few more to his clones, then turned to Itachi. Alright, let's go. This scroll's the first. He placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder, a swirl of dark red portal opened up, and they disappeared into the swirling space. While Senshai and Itachi were busily harvesting missions in the black markets outside Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Leaf Village itself wasn't calm. At the Hokage's office in the Hokage residence, Kakashi Hatake had just arrived outside and lifted his hand to knock, only to see the door pulled open abruptly from inside. Out stormed Danzō, expression dark, slamming the door with an indignant snort and stomping away in a fury. Kakashi, baffled, entered the office. Inside, the third Hokage Hiruzen, flanked by Koharu and Hamura, wore faces of anger. The latter two marched out just as aggravated. Kakashi had never seen them that incensed. He wondered, what on earth happened in here? Watching Koharu and Hamura vanish in a huff, Hiruzen let out a slow sigh, trying to quell his own anger. Alright, Kakashi, what is it? Kakashi, wordlessly, lifted his Hitai to reveal an empty socket. Instantly, Hiruzen, who looked 10 years older after the day's stress, nearly jumped as though aging with shock. What, your Sharingan? Where is it? The Sharingan was critical to Hidden Leaf Village. After the Uchiha clan's downfall, Kakashi's eye was especially precious. Moreover, Kakashi was one of the village's elite, extremely powerful. For someone to forcibly take his Sharingan was almost unthinkable. In a grave tone, Kakashi said, "It was taken from me. By a very strong shinobi." Hiruzen's shock and anger soared. You were robbed of it. For real? He always thought that scenario nearly impossible. But even more startling developments were yet to come. Kakashi gave a pained sigh and continued, and, however hard it may be to believe, in the same moment he took my Sharingan, something else happened that left me truly confused. With that, he reached into his pouch and produced a small glass container, setting it atop Hiruzen's desk. Chapter 65, Snake Lady Sarutobi. Hiruzen, being the Hokage, had witnessed countless storms and all sorts of emergencies in his lifetime. Yet even at his advanced age, he had never come across a situation quite like this. Because on his desk, placed by Kakashi, was a glass container holding a pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Kakashi's Sharingan was gone. However, in exchange, he had acquired an extremely precious set of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. At that moment, Hiruzen sat gazing at the glass bottle containing the eyes, his expression unusually solemn. He asked Kakashi in a weighty tone, what in the world happened here? This time around, Kakashi did not conceal anything. He explained in full detail how his Sharingan had been snatched away, as well as the origins of this pair of Sharingan. After hearing him out, Hiruzen took the glass bottle for a closer look. Although it was practically impossible to fake a Sharingan, there had been a case in the past where a shinobi used a technique to counterfeit it. That person was Yamato, at that time called Tenzo. They had tried using wood style to craft a wooden Sharingan to fool Danzō, but Danzō had only glared with one eye, not both. Yamato's little trick nearly landed him in tremendous trouble. Right now, Hiruzen scrutinized the pair of Sharingan soaking inside the glass container. Concluding that these 2 extremely precious Sharingan had no problems, he set the bottle aside and asked Kakashi with puzzlement, why would he do such a thing? Kakashi shook his head. He too wanted the answer, but whom could he ask? After thinking for a bit, he voiced a conjecture, Lord Hokage, after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, we never retrieved Obito's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as clever as he was, instantly felt a jolt. Because that implied a possibility, the long-dead Obito might not be dead after all. Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups did not know nothing about the Sharingan, they had some relevant intel. If Obito's Sharingan was special among Sharingan, and if Obito were alive. Seeing the Hokage showing a contemplative look, Kakashi realized Hiruzen understood what he meant. He then continued, Lord Hokage, I believe Obito could still be alive. Moreover, Obito's Sharingan might possess certain very unusual abilities. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Go on. Kakashi continued, I suspect someone needs both of Obito's eyes to accomplish some objective, or else wants Obito, with 2 Sharingan, to carry out a specific plan. I hope, Lord Hokage, that you will assign me a team to investigate. Hiruzen fell silent. The whole matter was extremely suspicious, and it reeked of something ominous. While Kakashi and the third Hokage were racking their brains over this, Sensei was in an excellent mood. He didn't care whether Kakashi would be grateful for the extra pair of Sharingan or not. At the moment, he was too busy crazily farming missions alongside Itachi, leaving him no time to concern himself with other things. Beside a small creek, just as Sensei was about to use Kama to open a spatial portal, Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke up to stop him. I have a question. Sensei paused, somewhat surprised. What question? Wearing a conflicted expression, Itachi spoke. We haven't rested at all since we started these missions. Sensei scratched his head. Is that a problem? Itachi? Sensei's reply left Itachi utterly speechless. Who does missions without resting at all? Even between two jobs, one needs a break. Let alone in the midst of a single mission, you typically rest at some point. Previously, with Hoshigaki Kisame, they had strolled around on foot at a leisurely pace. After a moment's pause, Itachi said, I think we need to rest properly before continuing to the next job. Sensei shook his head quickly. Ichi-ni-san, no need. I'm not tired in the slightest. Deep down, Itachi thought, you might not be tired, but I sure am. Although Itachi was only tagging along to publish missions and handle handovers at the black market, the way Sensei did things, never stopping until all tasks were done, was simply overwhelming. Even though Itachi was relatively young, he had certain health concerns. If he continued on like this, he'd definitely die from exhaustion. After all, not even Kakazu's Earth Grudge Fear could handle Sensei's style of continuous missions. Seeing that Itachi seemed about to protest further, Sensei clapped him reassuringly on the shoulder. Ichi-ni-san, if you're feeling taxed, it's because you haven't done enough missions. Once we raise the daily mission volume even more, you'll adapt, and your body will toughen up. Look at me, my old self ran so many missions that I'm perfectly fine now. Listening to him, Itachi could scarcely find the words to reply. In his view, Sensei might look normal on the surface, but he was definitely more abnormal than even Kakazu. How could a mere flesh and blood body be completely immune to fatigue? Of course, Sensei was not purely flesh and blood. With his wood-style enhanced sage body plus the ability to turn his body into electricity, he was practically a perpetual motion powerhouse, his constitution comparable to the Tentails. Piling all these advantages together, how could he possibly get tired from just these tasks? Itachi mulled things over, then tried. What if I just wait for you at the black market? It's not like you need my help for the jobs anyway. Itachi Uchiha and Kakazu or Hoshigaki Kisame were different. Hoshigaki Kisame, using water style, water dragon bullet, still had to weave 44 hand seals properly, the epitome of a methodical guy. Kakazu, partnering Sensei, kept complaining and swearing, but after finishing missions he'd gleefully count his money, something he simply couldn't turn down. Itachi wasn't the same. He had no interest in money, nor in performing missions. All he wanted was to train that foolish Atudo. So he figured there was no reason to follow Sensei all over the place on mission runs. Itachi's suggestion made Sensei's eyes flash for a moment. What Itachi said was indeed reasonable. Itachi had 3 functions with him: distributing tasks, handing over tasks, and so on. As for the actual execution, Itachi didn't do much. The mission was basically all Sensei anyway. Seeing the thoughtful look on Sensei's face, Itachi felt a flicker of hope. If Sensei agreed, he could finally rest, and perhaps in the future just remain in a fixed location near Sensei, rather than scurrying around from one job to the next. But Itachi had no idea that in the realm of persuading others, the Uzumaki clan never conceded defeat. After some brief deliberation, Sensei shook his head. No. Itachi frowned slightly, asking calmly, why not? Sensei said casually, if I finished a mission and had to run back just to fetch you, it'd be really inconvenient. At that, a dark red spiral-like portal appeared in front of them. Before Itachi could refuse, Sensei had already placed a hand on his shoulder and stepped in, heading off to their next job. At last, Itachi understood how Kakazu ended up so emaciated and worn out. 3 days later, outside a Land of Fire black market, Sensei sat cheerfully on a pile of money boxes, counting the coins. So much money, I can't even spend it all. As he counted, he tossed his coins into his system storage. Inside that space, piles of money were forming little seas of wealth. He sighed that there was nowhere near enough time to spend it all. Right across from him, Itachi Uchiha stared on with dark circles under his eyes, looking on the verge of dropping dead. In these past 3 days and nights, he hadn't slept a wink. While Sensei's wood-style clones completed tasks, Sensei's real body dragged Itachi to do missions non-stop. If Itachi added up all the tasks he'd done in his entire life up to now, it wouldn't rival the number of tasks he'd done in these 3 days. A single idea surfaced in Itachi's mind: maybe I should confess to Sasuke while I still can. At this rate, I won't survive to see Sasuke grow. I'll just die in the line of duty. Unaware of Itachi's bitter thoughts, Sensei counted the money while chatting. Ichini-san, see how right I was? Just do missions with me for a few days, and look at you, so invigorated. Itachi was in no way convinced. He wanted to yell, open your damn eyes and see these panda rings under mine? I'm about to go crazy, not brimming with energy. Just then, footsteps approached from not far away, someone pushing a wheelchair. The pair turned their heads to see Ikushi Kabuto, guiding a heavily bandage-wrapped figure who was clearly neither male nor female at a glance. Spotting Sensei, the figure let out an angry shriek. Uzumaki-sensei? So you really are here? It was a piercing, furious feminine voice, as though she bore an irreconcilable grudge. Sensei blinked. Who's that? He'd never done anything unseemly, or so he believed. But in that moment, from between the bandages peeked a golden, snake-like eye. A guess flashed through his mind: oh crap. Are you Orochimaru? He recognized Kabuto, but Orochimaru's new look was extremely peculiar, and Sensei almost hadn't recognized him at first. Yet he recalled that at this point in time, Orochimaru indeed had taken a female body as a vessel. So he might have been calling Orochimaru Snake Bro all this time, but maybe it should have been Snake Sis. At the thought, Sensei couldn't help bursting into laughter. Orochimaru's current appearance was frankly miserable. Next to him, Itachi also froze briefly, then realized it was indeed Orochimaru, in even worse shape than he himself. That almost comforted Itachi. At least he wasn't the only one to suffer from Sensei's torment. Trying to suppress his laughter, Sensei faced Orochimaru's enraged glare. Uzumaki-sensei, how dare you laugh? Sensei quickly waved it off. You're mistaken, I'm not laughing. So what happened to get you like this? At that, Orochimaru flared with fury. He had spent a full 100 million ryo, only to be swindled by Sensei. Uzumaki-sensei, the vessel you gave me was defective, the reincarnation failed. Sensei regarded Orochimaru in confusion. Huh? Failed? Behind the bandages, Orochimaru's expression was unsightly. Under normal circumstances, living corpse reincarnation was supposed to be safe, so long as his spiritual energy was stronger than the target's. He had used it many times without error. Sensei found it rather funny, in a schadenfreude way. Failure is good, Sensei thought, that means there's a new job waiting. He quipped, could it be your spiritual energy wasn't up to par? His teasing tone thoroughly enraged Orochimaru. Nonsense. That Uchiha you gave me had an extremely resolute will. If not for a hidden, additional soul at the last second, I'd never have lost. Burning with resentment, Orochimaru lamented, Sensei totally tricked me. Seething, he said, clearly it's your fault. The Uchiha you provided me wasn't even just one person. Until now, Itachi had been quietly listening. Unexpectedly, the conversation turned on him. But in fact, Sensei realized, he had indeed delivered Obito, not Itachi. The only Uchiha around him was Itachi, safe and sound, so the culprit must be Obito. With that, Itachi grew irate, unleashing his Mengekyo. A kunai appeared in hand. You too, what have you done with Sasuke? Sensei froze in confusion. Why Sasuke? But Orochimaru ignored Itachi, only giving a cold chuckle, golden snake-like pupils boring into Sensei. This matter is on you, you're responsible. Then Orochimaru turned his gaze to Itachi. Luckily there's a perfect Uchiha right here. Have him captured and handed to me, and we'll call it square. Orochimaru had once fought Itachi but wasn't his match, so he reckoned Sensei would be able to subdue him. Sensei's face turned disapproving. As long as that person was alive, Orochimaru's attempt to seize Itachi was very unwise. He did not plan to let Itachi go. Not to mention, Itachi had proven extremely helpful in picking up tasks at Land of Fire Black Market. Even if Sensei wanted to sell him, he'd at least wait until they finished milking the black market. Nevertheless, Orochimaru fumed, your vessel turned out unusable, meaning your mission is incomplete. You're simply going to let it go? Even if things had gone awry with Obito, Orochimaru still wanted an Uchiha body. As he saw it, Itachi was ideal, and if Sensei truly managed to deliver Itachi, Orochimaru wouldn't mind paying an additional sum. He had 900 million left, after all, courtesy of scamming Danzō. But Sensei had no intention of allowing any blemish on his 100% success rate. He sighed, I never said I was giving up. Tell me the details first. After all, the job was worth a full 100 million ryo. He needed to settle it. If rumors got around, it would look terrible. More importantly, Orochimaru still had 900 million to spend. Even if they ended up turning hostile, that would be only after Senshai milked him of the rest. So Orochimaru, deeply vexed, explained, Obito Uchiha had more than one soul in his body. Plus something hidden. In short, there was a lurking other occupant. Senshai quickly recalled that after Obito's right half was crushed at Calamity Bridge, Madara had used white Zetsu to reconstruct him. Scowling, Senshai asked, so where is he now? Orochimaru said coldly, he escaped. Senshai? He had left Obito half dead, incapable of resistance. For him to manage an escape from Orochimaru's lair was beyond reason. Suddenly, a thought dawned on Senshai, wait, did you reattach Obito's other Sharingan? Both eyes? Orochimaru fell silent. Before reincarnation, he must have restored Obito's missing eye. Senshai had repeatedly told him that only a full set of Mangekyo eyes is truly complete. So yes, Orochimaru had gone and done it. At Calamity Bridge, Obito's life changed drastically. Since that day, fate's wheels spun ever faster. Through countless tragic deeds he'd eventually earned the moniker Born to Ruin. Senshai suddenly had no more desire to tease the earthling Obito. Obito with a single Kamui had already turned the shinobi world upside down. Doubling Kamui's power spelled massive trouble. With double Mangekyo, Senshai could still manage to beat him, sure, but Obito could easily slip away with an upgraded Kamui and possibly even Susanoo. With the last fight in mind, Obito would run the second he spotted Senshai. Catching him now would be far more difficult. After a moment's thought, Senshai sighed, a double Kamui Obito is not easy to track down. Even I'll need time. He decided to recapture Obito for Orochimaru. If Obito managed to escape him again, that would definitely be on Orochimaru. But Orochimaru shook his head, no need. That man's body is too troublesome. I no longer want it. With one bite of Obito's soul, Orochimaru had tasted enough. He had zero desire to go through that again. Senshai chuckled. Failed to bring him down, so now you're making excuses, huh? But frankly, Orochimaru's choice was correct. The will of Shinobi #1 lovelorn fan was unstoppable. Even the Ten-Tails lost in a tug of war inside Obito. Next, Orochimaru pointed at Itachi. But Uchiha Itachi is right here, capture him for me. Compared to Obito Uchiha, Orochimaru felt Itachi was far more perfect as a vessel. Senshai's expression turned dismissive. If Orochimaru couldn't outduel a half-dead Obito, how could he handle Itachi? He had no intention of humoring Orochimaru's request but let it pass politely for now. However, Orochimaru gave a dark smile, hand over Uchiha Itachi, and I promise you won't be at a loss. I even came up with an excellent money-making scheme. Once I succeed at reincarnation, you can leave Akatsuki if you want, no big loss for you. At that, Senshai felt a flicker of curiosity. Orochimaru, as a shinobi, might be questioned in terms of combat results, but his intellect was indisputable. If Orochimaru claimed he had a great plan to amass wealth, it might be for real. So Senshai asked, what's the plan, Snake Lady? Danzō has already been cleaned out by you. Where else will you get money? But naturally, Orochimaru wouldn't share his plan now. He had to secure Itachi's body, successfully reincarnate, then he'd reveal it. No need for details. Just hand Uchiha Itachi for me. With that, he waited for Senshai's reply. Indeed, he wasn't lying about having a big plan. Once he had the perfect vessel, everything would go smoothly. Senshai sank into momentary contemplation. From Itachi's view, this looked quite ominous. Previously Senshai had called him a dear comrade, but now he seemed to be pondering whether to sell him to Orochimaru. Itachi realized Hoshigaki Kisame had been right, Senshai was unbelievably dangerous. Doing deals with him was like dancing with a tiger. But in truth, Senshai had no intention of handing Itachi over. If he gave Itachi away, who would handle all the black market errands, publish tasks, and do the handovers? More than that, how would he keep milking the Land of Fire black market's tasks if Itachi were gone? Moreover, Itachi might not be any simpler to conquer than Obito. If by chance Orochimaru died at Itachi's hands, who would pay out that leftover 900 million ryo? So giving Itachi away was not an option. Thinking it through, Senshai concluded there was another way, the system's lottery draws. Since the last system upgrade, it was possible to draw certain KK Genkai. He already had a Shikatsumiyaku in storage. Over these missions, he'd saved plenty of points. If he sacrificed enough, he could potentially produce a little Kaguya. Hence, Senshai could rely on the system's random draws to solve Orochimaru's problem. Chapter 66, Electric Pokemon Sasuke, New Deal with Orochimaru? Just then, Senshai felt at ease. Confident and full of composure, he spoke to Orochimaru. I'm not handing over Itachi to you, but I've got a better way to solve your problem. Go back and wait. I guarantee I'll get it done for you today. When Orochimaru heard this, suspicion flashed in his eyes. He did trust in Senshai's abilities. But Senshai had also said previously that there were only 3 living Uchiha left in the shinobi world. Sasuke was just a child, not usable. Itachi had become Senshai's partner, and Senshai wouldn't move against him. As for Obito, according to Senshai, his Sharingan had some unusual properties. Now that Obito had 2 complete Sharingan, even for Senshai, capturing him would cost time. Under these circumstances, how could Senshai manage to solve the matter in a single day? Orochimaru couldn't help asking, how exactly do you plan to solve it? Senshai gave a confident, professional smile and casually replied, trade secret. Hearing that, Orochimaru could only change the way he asked, are you sure you can resolve it in just one day? Once he had a solution in mind, Senshai was brimming with confidence as he told Orochimaru, just wait for my good news, Orochimaru. You don't have to worry about the rest. Orochimaru stood silent for a moment, then decided to trust him, having Kabuto will him away. Watching them depart, Senshai did not continue carrying out missions with Itachi. He rested a hand on Itachi's shoulder. Ichi-ni-san, we can't continue doing missions now. We need to find a place to stop and rest. He spoke with regret in his voice. Upon hearing that, Itachi finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt about to drop dead. Indeed, he had to rest. Right now, he also realized that traveling with Senshai was a supremely dangerous matter. Either one was forced to run missions back-to-back, risking instant collapse, or other accidents would crop up, possibly leading to him getting sold off by Senshai. Now he fully understood why Hoshigaki Kisame refused point-blank to accept missions with Senshai. Before long, the two found themselves in a certain forest. Senshai picked a random spot and sat down, taking a break. At the same time, he leveraged the enormous haul of employment points from these recent missions to indulge in a frenzy of lottery draws. As Senshai fell quiet and thoughtful, Itachi lay back against a rock to snatch some rest. He hadn't slept for 3 entire days and nights. This was the best chance to restore himself a bit. He was somewhat puzzled, though, why had Senshai, who had shown no hint of fatigue, suddenly chosen to rest? But for Itachi, it was definitely good news. He could finally rest without worrying about more missions. Meanwhile, Senshai, eyes closed, commenced his drawings. Unlike the small, sporadic drawings of before, this time was a grand, epic spree. Inside, Senshai said to himself, "System bro, let's do a good 10 lottery warm-up." His consciousness gave the order, so the system began drawing at once. Now that the system's Gaka function had been upgraded, the rewards had become notably better. 10,000 points deducted. Remaining points, 310,350, drawing, congratulations. You've obtained, purified, level +1 Byakugan times 1 pair chakra quantity times 3 card physical strength times 3 gay ability learner, motor drive times 1 dango, 3 color dumplings, times 20. Etc. Wait, what's going on here? There's something from a completely different world. Senshai hurriedly opened the panel to examine the newly acquired items. Ability learner, motor drive, upon use, you acquire a special ability motor drive. When hit by an electric type technique, you take no damage, instead, your speed increases. Huh? Senshai was a bit stunned. It was indeed the same ability from Pokemon. He had previously drawn a Thunderstone, and now he got a special ability learning disc. After momentarily pondering, he felt both startled and excited. Alright, let's do 100 at once. Senshai promptly decided to burn up 1/3 of his points. 100,000 points deducted. Remaining, 210,350, drawing, congratulations. You've obtained, KK Genkai, Boil Style times 1 chakra quantity times 4 card physical strength times 3 gay, purified, level +1 dango, 3 color dumplings, times 20 Akiraku ramen times 20. Etc. Eventually, the system's monotone prompts echoed, detected that purified, has reached S rank, detected that Ninja World Affinity has reached SS rank, satisfies fusion requirements, congratulations. You have unlocked a rare attribute, 6 Paths Power, Senior, 6 Paths Power, you have fused the energies of 2 worlds, you are no longer an ordinary mortal, current level, D rank, abilities unlocked, 1. Levitation, you can ignore gravity and float in midair. 2. Ninjutsu immunity, any jutsu is ineffective against you. 3. Yin-Yang release secret jutsu, truth-seeking orbs, you can forge truth-seeking orbs using Yin-Yang release to attack enemies. A chain of prompts left Senshai abruptly getting up. This high-level synergy from Kama plus Ninja World Affinity had produced an unexpected result, a 6-paths mode buff. He felt a mighty surge coursing through his body, metamorphosing him into a 6-paths type existence. Senshai's skin pale ghostly white, horns sprouting atop his head. His once red hair faded to white. His entire body slowly lifted off the ground. In the forest, Itachi, who was originally taking a nap, jolted awake, alarmed at the oppressive aura rising up. Looking over, he saw Senshai floating midair in this monstrous form. Even though he had always found Senshai fearsome, this new spectacle was beyond terrifying. Senshai himself, ignoring Itachi, was testing out the levitation ability. It was basically a slow hover, not actual flight and thus not too practical. Moreover, there was a famous drawback to this form. Taking out a hand mirror from his system space, Senshai gave himself a look, seeing a pale-faced figure with horns. Ugh, that's too hideous. I look awful with horns and white skin. He much preferred his old look. Can I turn it off? At a mere thought, he gently descended. The horns on his forehead shrank and vanished, his hair returned to its normal red color, and his skin regained a healthy tan. Shaking out his red hair, Senshai posed smugly before the mirror. Yes, this is so much better. But good grief, that was 6-paths mode, wasn't it? I actually got that now. Amazing. He let himself bask for a bit before continuing to inspect his system space. A big haul indeed, including quite a few KK Genkais, some Byakugan, Sharingan, plus a move learning disc. Trademark, Thunder Punch, attack using a fist charged with electricity. May leave the foe paralyzed. All these Pokemon items were kind of baffling, possibly hinting at turning the ninja world into some Pokemon training ground. Senshai found the notion amusing. Hey, might give them to Sasuke. I've already got a nice set, Thunderstone plus Motor Drive plus Thunder Punch. He'll become an electric Pokemon Sasuke. Itachi might get paralyzed, though. Wearing a malicious grin, he inadvertently exuded a menacing aura that made resting Itachi shudder. Senshai was obviously plotting something again. Eventually, Senshai spotted an especially good find in his system space, which Orochimaru would surely love: Snake Fruit, Mythical Zone, Yamato no Orochi, Ninja World Optimized, S-Rank Reward, from the world of One Piece. This animal-type Mythical Zone Devil Fruit is even rarer than the Logia class. Abilities: Yamato no Orochi, the user can transform into the 8-branched serpent. Each head has its own consciousness, attacking from different angles. Multiple lives, each head represents one life. Every time a head is destroyed, the user loses that one head. Destruction of all heads results in death. In the original One Piece, Black Maria's uniform was overshadowed, but the real example of the Yamato no Orochi fruit user was Kurizumi Orochi. Despite the legendary name, his on-screen performance was rather unimpressive. But in Orochimaru's hands, it would be a perfect match. He would surely play around with 8 conscious serpent heads to the fullest, especially with his cunning. Moreover, having an animal-type fruit would solve Orochimaru's physical stamina shortfalls. In the Naruto world, chakra arises from the combination of physical and spiritual energy. So an animal-type fruit's augmented physique and 8 serpent heads might well handle the chakra consumption from a transplanted Sharingan. Plus, each head means 8 lives, aligning perfectly with Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. Seeing that this was so ideal, Senshai's grin spread wider, but obviously, I can't just give it to him right away. Orochimaru still has 900 million left to spend, after all. Observing Senshai's increasingly radiant smile, Itachi felt goosebumps all over. At the same time, in Hidden Rain Village, at the Akatsuki base. At long last, the organization welcomed a new member, Hidan, the immortal Jashin Zealot. Perhaps the dimmest mind among Akatsuki. He might be strong, but not bright. If Senshai gave him a ninja mosquito as a summon, Hidan could blood curse from anywhere. Inside the Akatsuki base, Hidan was trying to sleep but found it even rougher than in Jashin's cult. After all, Jashin's cult at least let him rest enough. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the bedroom door reverberated with loud knocks, waking Hidan. Damn it, I'm gonna kill you. He yelled, eyes bloodshot. The door opener was Kakazu. Kakazu, feeling quite proud these days, back with the usual gig of forcibly dragging people to do missions. Not like with Senshai, where Kakazu ended up the one being forcibly dragged around. Kakazu saw Hidan's threat and just said, "You've slept over 2 hours. Now we go to the black market to collect bounties." 2 hours. In normal times, a shinobi got far more rest than that. Yet for Kakazu, used to Senshai's insane pace, restricting Hidan's rest to 2 hours was child's play. Hidan was furious, but it was no use. He followed a disgusted Kakazu to the black market. The stench of corpses there made him want to retch, complaining incessantly. He detested black markets, but Kakazu thrived on them. TSK, no wonder Senshai always said Kakazu had a match made in heaven with bounty collecting. Meanwhile, at one of Orochimaru's labs, a swirling, dark red space-time portal abruptly appeared near Orochimaru and Kabuto. On seeing it, Orochimaru's eyes glinted coldly. He gave a cryptic smile. You finally came. Well then, what's your plan to solve this issue? You don't appear to have brought a suitable vessel. Noticing no one else at Senshai's side, specifically, not Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru grew suspicious. Because Orochimaru had repeatedly wanted to capture Itachi for a body, Itachi naturally refused to come near him. Senshai, for reasons of client confidentiality, didn't force Itachi to accompany him on this matter. Senshai strode forward, chin up, and said, Orochimaru, this time I guarantee that your request will be the greatest boon you've ever reaped. For the sake of giving you a perfect body, I've found something unseen in the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with curiosity. He wouldn't easily believe that something Senshai brought could truly be unique to their entire world. But given his knowledge of Senshai, it might be feasible. So he asked, what is it? Senshai then took out a bright red fruit with curious patterns, shaped somewhat like a pineapple, setting it atop the lab desk. Orochimaru's eyes were full of surprise. Regardless of how rare it might be, he had never heard or read of such a fruit, nor seen anything like it. Behind him, Kabuto asked, Lord Orochimaru, what's that? From his wheelchair, Orochimaru shook his head, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. Then he cast a suspicious glance at Senshai, you trying to fool me with some unknown fruit? Senshai found this amusing, sighing, Orochimaru, you really should learn more. You don't even know about this legendary treasure. He was plainly messing with Orochimaru. Yamato no Orochi fruit did not exist in the shinobi world, of course. How could Orochimaru know? Hearing Senshai call it a legendary treasure, Orochimaru's curiosity grew. It's a legendary item. Senshai nodded solemnly, yes. This fruit is called the Yamato no Orochi fruit. By eating it, you'll gain the ability to transform your body into the eight-headed serpent, the Yamato no Orochi. Before Senshai could continue, Orochimaru was already taken aback. Even with all his research and knowledge, he had never heard of something that transforms someone into a legendary beast just by eating it. But he listened in silence, and Senshai elaborated, while in Orochi form, each head has its own mind, attacking from every angle. Senshai internally pictured how Orochimaru might develop each serpent head to employ a variety of ninjutsu. 8 heads, 8 ninjutsu, or 8 variations of the same ninjutsu in synergy. The potential was huge for someone with Orochimaru's intellect. Seeing Orochimaru's face reveal more and more eagerness, Senshai grinned. But he still wasn't finished, as well as the multi-life ability. You effectively get 8 lives from it. Even if you truly die once, as long as all heads aren't destroyed, you'll live on. At that, Orochimaru nearly leaped from his wheelchair in shock. All his life, he had pursued immortality. With living corpse reincarnation, he was already the shinobi furthest from death, but that method alone might not secure everything. Now, with the possibility of 8 lives, plus an entirely new approach to healing. If he harnessed that principle, he might systematically research the fruit to create further healing breakthroughs. By reversing death itself, normal injuries would become trivial. Hence, Orochimaru stared at the fruit with blazing eyes. He was dying to grab it right away, unstoppable excitement welling up within. Kabuto was stunned at his lord's reaction but kept silent. Then, just as Orochimaru reached out for the fruit, Senshai pulled it back. Hey now, the Yamato no Orochi fruit is absolutely unique in this shinobi world. You don't imagine you can get it for just 100 million ryo, do you? I'm not gouging you. But next, you'll have to give me as many big jobs as I want, and they've got to be extra large. Senshai concluded with a mischievous grin. Chapter 67, After Sales Service. The Yamato no Orochi fruit in Senshai's hands would likely just be good for chopping off an opponent's head. It wouldn't allow him to fully utilize the fruit's abilities. But in the hands of a talent like Orochimaru, it's bound to yield impressive results. Senshai had also overlooked another thing, that Yakushi Kabuto would actually be a great fit for this fruit, too. In some ways, Kabuto might be an even more significant candidate. Under the curious gazes of Senshai and Kabuto, Orochimaru decisively consumed the Yamato no Orochi fruit. He took one spoonful and swallowed it down. A strange expression appeared on Orochimaru's face. After a while, he couldn't help but burst into wild Uchiha-style laughter. Ha 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 ha. It was clear that the Yamato no Orochi fruit had already begun to strengthen and modify his body. He was visibly undergoing some changes. Boom. In the next instant, Orochimaru's appearance changed dramatically. One after another, 8 serpent heads emerged, Yamato no Orochi heads, continuously shedding skin. Senshai saw that the very first head looked somewhat like Orochimaru's face. In the beginning, it was a deep green color, whereas the other 7 heads and necks were lighter, turquoise shade. However, as time went on, one of Orochimaru's serpent heads kept molting, clearly indicating further transformation. Senshai couldn't help but exclaim with admiration, "Nicely done, Snake Bro. You only just ate the fruit, and already you've pulled off a new trick." Crack. Crack. The deep green snake head bearing Orochimaru's features began to shed its skin bit by bit. Gradually, it changed from a deep green to a pale white. This newly emerged white serpent head already resembled Orochimaru's original form by 7 or 8 tenths. Hey! At this moment, Orochimaru's lips curled into a satisfied grin. This Yamata no Orochi fruit was even more perfect than he'd imagined. Orochimaru was sure that, after the fruit's transformation, this new body of his was, in the truest sense, the ultimate perfect vessel. It had become a vast treasure trove, filled with inexhaustible wealth for him to discover. Meanwhile, the other 7 Yamata no Orochi serpent heads were also shedding skin. There was no doubt, Orochimaru really was a master at playing with snakes. Given to him, this snake fruit would be fully developed to its maximum potential. Behind Orochimaru, Kabuto watched the incredible changes unfolding. Internally, he made a silent decision: he had to save up money. After all, only Senshai could get hold of these snake fruits. Seeing the astonishing results on Orochimaru, Kabuto's desire for such a fruit was overwhelming. He needed to save up. Once he scraped together 100 million ryo, he would commission Senshai to get him one as well. Senshai was unaware of how deeply Kabuto had been affected by Orochimaru's transformation. Unwittingly, he'd gained a potential big client. Orochimaru excelled at research and development, while Kabuto specialized in technical integration. Even if the Yamata no Orochi fruit might not appear again, there was a chance another snake fruit would show up. Kabuto could pay up and post a task for fruit retrieval. Crack. Crack. At this point, Orochimaru's remaining 7 serpent heads finished molting. The discarded green skin lay on the ground, while the 7 newly revealed heads resembled those of the 8 branches jutsu. PFFFT. Generously, Orochimaru demonstrated one of his best-known ninjutsu, snake sword ejection, after completing the molting. All 8 of his new serpent heads each spat out a sword. Senshai found it interesting, but since Orochimaru had only just consumed the fruit, he couldn't yet unleash its full power. Otherwise, he might even perform snake spits out Orochimaru, Orochimaru spits out snake, and so on. Eyeing the now transformed Orochimaru, Senshai asked with keen interest, "Orochimaru, want to go out and spar?" He was quite curious about just how strong Orochimaru had become with the Yamata no Orochi fruit's ability. Hey. The middle head swallowed back the Kusanagi blade and let out a cold laugh. It wasn't that he looked down on Senshai or believed he could win, but rather that he simply wouldn't risk a life so casually. Before, when he lacked the Yamata no Orochi fruit's power, Senshai might have gone easy on him. But now that Orochimaru basically had 8 lives, Senshai would almost certainly show him a strength he had never seen before. Sure enough, that was precisely what Senshai was thinking. Since Orochimaru could die up to 8 times, not going all out would be disrespectful to those 8 lives. Nearby, Kabuto was enthralled by Orochimaru's display of his newfound powers. He wanted these abilities for himself, desperately. He couldn't wait to keep up with Lord Orochimaru's progress. Moments ago, Senshai hadn't noticed, but now he caught the eager glow in Kabuto's eyes beneath his glasses. He immediately understood, Kabuto clearly coveted such abilities. Senshai walked over, patted Kabuto on the shoulder, and said, "Kabuto, the treasure lies somewhere in the shinobi world, just work hard and save up." Orochimaru overheard this exchange but didn't mind. He had never been stingy about passing things on, even with Sasuke, who might well kill him someday. He gave it his all. And in his view, Kabuto was an excellent student. Once Kabuto progressed further, Orochimaru might hire Senshai to obtain a similar fruit for him. Given Kabuto's talents, he'd surely develop its powers to their full extent, just as Orochimaru had. Back in Hidden Leaf Village at the Memorial Stone, Kakashi stood once again, silently facing row upon row of carved names. Some time ago, he had asked the third Hokage to assign personnel to investigate whether Obito was still alive. The third Hokage had agreed. But a long time had passed, and there weren't many clues. So far, there had been little progress. Kakashi wasn't certain if his suspicions were correct. If Obito was alive, where was he now? What had he been doing all these years, and why hadn't he returned to the village? None of those questions had an answer. Thud. Just then, behind Kakashi, came the sudden sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Kakashi flinched and turned around, Just one glance, and he felt as though lightning had struck him. He saw Obito. Though his appearance was drastically different from the boy Kakashi remembered, there could be no mistake. It was his dear friend. What on earth is going on here? Seeing Obito unconscious, his life signs uncertain, Kakashi rushed over. He was stunned yet overjoyed. His friend was truly still alive. Obito, Obito, what happened to you? Kakashi called out repeatedly, but Obito didn't respond. Seeing how bad his condition was, Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately took him to Hidden Lee Village's hospital. Once there, Obito was treated right away and spent a full hour under medical care before being transferred to a ward. Obito's mind had been in a fog the whole time. He vaguely recalled encountering Uzumaki-sensei and a very dangerous individual. Before he could use Kamyu to escape, the foe had critically wounded him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Memories of what came next were fuzzy. He only had a general idea, with no details. In a Hidden Lee Village hospital room, Obito finally, groggily, opened his eyes. He saw Kakashi standing not far away, by the windowsill. The instant Obito regained consciousness, Kakashi noticed. Overjoyed to see him awake,